Good morning, everybody. At last, it is here. November seems such a long time ago since we last convened at any kart track on Karting Live TV. But we're back. We're back with the Kart Championship, kicking off round one of the championship for 2025 here at Warden. I know I'm biased, but it is the best track in the country, if not the whole of Europe. But I am biased, as everybody knows. My name is Joe Bradley. And making a comeback to the Kart Championship. He had a one-off appearance last year in North Wales, not too far from home. But please, a big warm welcome to Henry Baudet, who's quite a long way from home, from South Wales. Henry, welcome back to the Kart Championship.
Thank you very much, Joe. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I have got to say, I have never seen this paddock, the Jewel of the North, as packed and as full as it is this weekend. I think we've got a record-breaking entry. And it just, the whole place looks packed, looks brilliant. I know the Hunter family have done an awful lot of work here, even since the Rotax Grand Festival, the last time I was here back in September last year. Really excited to be on board for the first half of this championship.
You'll not recognise the place. You know, I mean, healthy is a word that I would use for the Kart Championship. Before we talk about that, I want to talk to you. You are the British Championship commentator, Henry, so you have got a broad spectrum of karting experience. Some very important news for everybody. It's a massive happy birthday here at Karting Live TV. Firstly, for our producer, Nick Damon.
Many happy returns.
Many happy returns. Happy birthday. We'll be singing that. But also, series organiser, Darren Beavers.
It is. And we want to put out a thing. Let's have a guess. Who's older, Darren or Nick?
Oh, that's a good little competition we've got there.
Competition. You know, answers on a postcard to the media suite here, perched on the outside of turn number 1 on what is a damp but drying track, Joe.
Yeah, that's going to evolve, isn't it? We've got the Mighty E's coming out, and there's the Mighty E Bambinos, the parents' running race that we will. You know what, Henry?
Always
we must get number tabards for these people.
Yes.
Because we can really have a championship out of this.
Yes, I think
it's the Mystic Meg jacketed father there running to the line. Yeah. Before we get going with, and this is a standing start for the electric-powered Bambinos, the Kart Championship, where does it lie? Where is it in the national karting series? If that makes sense, where is the karting championship? Is it League One? Is it League Two? Is it Championship? Is it Premiership?
I think if you're going to look at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship as the elite, this has now established itself as the main two things. It's the main feeder series, and it's an extremely good alternative because the level of competitiveness is equal, but yet this, there's some great stories already, but the friendliness of the paddock. But I think this is certainly, it's got the Motorsport UK titles for Mighty and Coma Bambino.
Yeah, of course.
But the amount of novices on the entry list is something that I really, really enjoyed. Like I said, that top paddock, that's a nice throwback. There's so many camper vans, easy up awnings, big grids. So certainly it's the main feeder series and a viable alternative for people that want to experience national level racing at the highest sort of level in terms of the background and the surroundings and the organisation.
Well, we've got British Championship competitors that are here as a kind of a pre-round for the British Championships, which visit here next month. We've got a little bit of a jump start there from the number 19.
That is in the Hall of Fame of jump starts. I've got to say that the number 19, Teddy Smith.
Teddy Smith.
I'm keen.
We'll wait for that penalty to come through, but we're underway. The 2025 Kart Championship season is underway, and we've got a clear leader coming through the dogleg and using all of that curb. Now, I've got to say, I'm a massive fan of all Bambino racing. It's the number 3 that has gotten off, and it's Heath Smith from the pole, and he's already been overtaken.
Looking at the entrance to, this is Senna 1, really... What I've noticed, which is really impressive, the amount of Mighties has grown since last year.
Not surprised at that.
Yeah, no, I was very, very impressed. And I think we've got 5 of the top 10 in last year's championship, plus, of course, the E-plate winner, Felix Tandy, back. So that's very, very good indeed. As we come up to Gasworks, I think we've already had 3 or 4 lead changes. And I think it's Freddie Dye who has now taken the lead. This is the battle for second.
And it's tricky out there. I've just noticed there through the chicane. We're coming to the end of lap 1, Henry, and just look how slippery it is. Now, just to remind everybody, these are electric motor-powered Bambino karts, but they're on the treaded LeConte tyre,
yes.
So it doesn't matter what the weather conditions are. However, that doesn't mean that it's less slippery for these drivers. As we can see, they're slip-sliding away out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously the Bambino, the LeConte tyres, they're built to last. So, value for money is the key on the tyres. They're going to be hard and therefore not as forgiving in some of the other wet compounds of tyres. It's a great way to get these youngsters some, experience of driving in suboptimal conditions. But I was very fortunate enough to be given a guided tour of the track this morning, by vehicle, and there were some pretty deep puddles out there. But I've got to say the track staff here at Karting North East have done a great job, because I think that chicane, when we went through there this morning, that chicane had a large puddle on the inside, as well as coming into the final corner. Now this is of course Gasworks, but around this next bend here, the horseshoe, there was a large puddle on the inside, which you can see is now gone, which is a big thank you to the track staff.
Well, the staff here at Karting North East, we saw out there with brushes literally sweeping the puddles away. We've completed 2 laps. It's Heath Smith who's got about 0.3 of a second on Freddie Dye in that second place. A further 0.7 to Arthur Rhodes in third. Jack Harper moving up to fourth. Ethan Hume. The E-plate, Felix Tandy, the E-plate standing for the English plate. That was an event that took place in the 2024 season. He carries that on to that event this year. I'm not sure what the date of that is. JJ Williams, Jensen James Williams is 7th. Luke Peed. Is that Ed Peed's kid?
I was going to say,
I think it is,
because there's several
I saw Ed
names,
in the paddock.
Because you've got and again, please, if we're wrong, please come and tell us. But we've got, Peed, Ed Peed. We've also got in this class, there's a Freddie Dye. I wonder if that's Freddie Martin Dye, because he's another kart racer from the 90s and early noughties. Of course, Felix Tandy, we know his lineage in terms of Nick Tandy's son. Ed Peed, the last time I saw Ed Peed, he was being beaten by my teammate at a Club 100 event, at a British University Kart Championship event at Clay Pigeon in 1999.
I remember Ed when he was a front runner in Clio Cup. Here we go. We digress. There's going to be a lot of digression, I can assure you, but we've got a race breaking out here with 3 karts breaking away at the front, and we're battling into turn 1 there. And the number 3, Heath Smith, just catching the slide beautifully there. But as ever, you know what? Nick and I on Karting Live TV, we always have a race of the month, my race of the month.
Yes.
And I struggle not to pick a Bambino race, because the racing is fraught. Look at that now. We've got 4 karts, Henry.
And these young lead drivers, 6, 7 and 8 years of old.
Incredible.
They haven't necessarily grasped the finer points of race tactics, of race craft. All they want to do is overtake, lead, be first, win. So that creates a different dynamic to some other races. They have learnt, however, that curbs can be useful. Well, coming out of that chicane, definitely.
They have to, don't they? They have to open up the corner, and you have to use the curb. And there you see. What fascinates me about this age group is that they completely understand the physics and the dynamics of going fast, of using momentum and using all of the track. And you could see there, they're using all of the track there, all the way out to the curb. Didn't have to use it coming out of the hairpin, but you see them at the chicane. Here we go towards turn 1 then. Are we going to see a challenge? No, dips back inside behind Heath Smith. Still Heath Smith, and there on the inside comes the 82. That's Arthur Rhodes, who now challenges for the lead. It looks like he's settled for second into the dogleg. This is tricky.
Yes, indeed. And Rhodes is slotting ahead of Freddie Dye. You see, Freddie Dye, a great feature for those of you that haven't seen the paddock show yet. I think they'll go out during the lunch
That's
break.
right,
Is
yeah.
that right? On
Already
aerodynamics.
Also available on Facebook, on the Kart Live TV Facebook page.
Talking about the bodywork in karting, the bodywork of that plain white chassis there, Freddie Dye, that's a bit of a throwback now. And for those of you, fascinating insight that you managed to get one of your colleagues from Jaguar Land Rover, I believe, to talk about the whys and wherefores of karting bodywork, because these chassis manufacturers, it does matter if you can gain a couple of thousandths of a second.
Well, it's marginal gain.
Yes.
Now, the discussion I had with Felix Tandy's dad, as he's now become known in the world of IMSA sports car racing, was fascinating the other day. I can't let you into it, but Nick last weekend, Nick Damon and I were out at Sebring for the IMSA sports car race, and Nick again took the 1-2 Daytona and now Sebring. He's having a cracking season, but the application that he was putting in for marginal gains, and he was explaining marginal gains, and it comes from Formula One all the way down to electric Bambino karting. You looking for that. If you accumulate marginal gains, that marginal gain becomes a big gain.
That was the Dave Brailsford school of thought.
That's right. Yeah, the
cycling.
Sky cycling team, wasn't it?
But as we go into the Senna S's, so it's Heath Smith, followed by Freddie Martin Dye. Now that's the TWR graphics kit for Tommy Weir Racing. I saw Tommy and Gabby Weir in the paddock, and yellow flags waving. So there is a kart being a stricken kart being moved to the side. But Tommy and Gabby Weir back in the paddock. Gabby remaining the only female to have ever won a British Kart Masters GP plate in the history of that event. So it's good to see the Weir family back in. And slipstreaming and drafting is something that these young drivers have learned. And Arthur Rhodes was giving Heath Smith the good old heave-ho there through the horseshoe. And now he has a little look to the inside as they come directly in front of us here. And Arthur Rhodes, there was 9/10 of a width gap, and Arthur Rhodes made it a full kart width gap as he takes the lead.
Just to remind everybody that we are in the finals day, really. The two super heats per class. Then we go into the finals this afternoon. We've already had 2 qualifying heats after time qualifying yesterday. Heath Smith has been quite dominant. Certainly yesterday we had changeable conditions throughout the day. But Heath Smith now has to settle for what looks like third place as into the lead. We've had a lead change there, and a significant lead change because he's pulling out a gap. Is that number 82 of Arthur Rhodes?
And there's Freddie Dye going all across the grass there. I think that
is that a significant lead change because he's pulling out a gap. Is that number 82 of Arthur Rhodes?
And Freddie Dye going cutting of the grass.
Don't put any thoughts. I mean, Jonathan Palmer does that with these MSVR tracks, but don't put any thoughts into Matt Hunter's head, please, for invoicing anybody else. Please, he'll be invoicing us for electric in this Cobbs box, if I put that thought to his head. Here we go, Henry. This is looking very close.
Last lap.
Looking very close indeed through Brian's Bend there, the left-hander. And the 82 there, Arthur Rhodes, he seems to be very quick through the fast sections, and then they all close up here towards the sort of the infield of the track there, through St John's. That's the left-hander, then on towards, use the bump there, then into the braking area. Not sure how much of a brake they use in a Mighty E Bambino. I think it's more just sort of feathering the brake, and they're out towards the back chicane for the final time.
And this shows the great progress that young Arthur has made. 26th in last year's Mighty E Bambino Championship. Didn't do a full season, but he's under pressure here because that is Jack Harper getting to the inside. Now they're learning quick, these youngsters, as Heath Smith goes round the outside, wheel-to-wheel stuff, and still wheel-to-wheel. Smith takes the lead with just 2 corners to go.
Incredible to think where Heath Smith was coming out the chicane, and the 2 leaders, Arthur Rhodes and Jack Harper, completely got wrong. Rhodes coming back to him, and I'm losing my voice as Heath Smith completes that 100% record. 2 heats yesterday, and now the super heat number 1 for Heath Smith.
They're
And if you
learning
look at
quickly,
when you look at the
youngsters.
records,
Heath
you'll not see
Smith
any of this,
goes
will you?
round the
You'll just
outside,
look
wheel
back
to
at Alpha
wheel
Timing
stop.
and see
And
that
just
Heath
still
Smith has
wheel
won
to
Heat
wheel
1, Heat 2 and
Smith.
Super Heat 1, but you'll not get any of that detail.
Yeah, exactly. Black and white tells one story, but this is, as you can see, a very, very colourful sport indeed.
Colourful, I like that term.
Yes. Not just the go-karts, the characters and the racing. So Smith, Rhodes, Harper, Ethan Hume. The Ethan Hume Racing TikTok page is interesting.
Oh, really?
Yes. I don't think Ethan does it, but certainly it's quite funny. Felix Tandy, top 5 with the E-plate holder. Freddie Dye, JJ Williams, Luca Peed, Elliot Hitch, and Calais Tennant, the top 10. With all these second, third generation drivers coming through, the option is open. I mean, I don't want to put ideas in Mr. Beavers' head, but I think, a father's race of ex-racing drivers, now karting parents, on a Saturday night would be a fantastic bit of entertainment.
We're all ex-racing drivers.
The older I get, the faster I used to be.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. We've got Cadets coming next. That's them in the collecting area. We've got a little bit of a story coming out the Cadet paddock, though, haven't we?
Yeah, the Honda Cadet paddock. Looking down there, trying to think. Jensen Fathers, who normally races at Rye House, the Hoddesdon Kart Club. I'm just looking there. He'll be in kart number 20. A yellow and black kart. Woke up on Friday morning to find that his cart and his equipment and his trailer had been stolen. The wonders of the karting sort of network outside the circuit meant that cart has been recovered and he's been allowed to re-scrutineer it. He's driving the carts that on Friday night was in the hands of other people, shall we say.
Thieves.
Thiefs.
Yes.
Let's not beat around the bush. And I know that I spoke to Jensen's dad earlier on, father, and he wanted to say a big thank you to, especially to Paul James at Ambition Motorsport, Tornado Engines. So he turned up to the track with a heartbroken child on Friday. Yeah. And he said that the people just came out of the road saying, offering him awning space, chassis, engines, anything to make sure that young Jensen was on track. And I think that's what I love about this paddock.
Yes, I was going to say that. When you talk about that, the family atmosphere that we have at the Kart Championship, that kind of issue, that kind of incident, kind of epitomises what the family can do when they come together.
This
vicious competition out on track.
Exactly. Yes, but friendly.
Yes, absolutely. When it needs to be.
And of course, this is Jensen's first race away from Rye House. It's his first time racing at any national level championship.
He'll not come to the north again, poor kid.
It was
Pontefract. Can I just add? It was stolen from Pontefract.
This is the Honda Cadet stroll.
Yes,
nobody wants to run.
Oh, there's coming in from the sides there.
Yeah, coming in from the side. Yeah. But everyone thinking, right, we're on cameras, lads. So we're on camera. Let's look casual. It's smart. There's Joe Weaver. I can see in the middle of the pack there. He's got a bit more aerodynamic since the last time I saw him, but that's just only on the top of the head. But yeah, there's that necessarily wouldn't have happened in other paddocks. The outpouring of
very true. You know what? You know what though, Henry. You know what? I know what you've just said there. However, I'm trying to think of a paddock where that wouldn't have happened. And even at the top level, the British Championship,
it still would have. Yes.
It probably would have been. They would have been dragging things out of the back of workshops and stuff to put the lad on the grid.
Yes.
We've got the carts being released. It's a standing start again, light controlled. Mr. Ashton is in control of that, and
Mr. Ashton allowed the kart to be re-scrutineered so that Jensen, because he raced a different kart yesterday.
And it's re-scrutineered this morning, isn't it?
Said, no, it's important that we get this young lad. For the drive, and he started down at the back. There he is in that yellow and black kart. It's important for him to race his own go-kart. So
can I just say, Henry, as well, speaking of Mr. Ashton, formerly known as Dan Ashton. I want to kind of keep the theme going where he's referred to only as Mr. Ashton. I think it's only right and proper.
Yes, a gentleman of his stature.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, that's
shall we have a look at the grid?
Oh, go on then.
It's Archie Cannon who's on the pole position after some great running yesterday. Elliot Burke alongside. Row 2, got Riley Blakemore and Ronnie Jones. Row 3, Jack Wykes and Luke McGall. We've got Jane Prakash sharing row 4 with Arthur Murfett. Archie Loveridge and Ollie Knox are on row 5. And then on row 6, Mason Becker, Theo Hamilton. Oliver Ratton and Finlay Thursfield share row 7. Row 8 is Jerry Dufficy and George Quinlan. Dino Rowlands and Arthur Robertson next. Then we've got Harry Search, Shailen Srikantan. Sawyer Henderson, Jaden Bond, Bradley Sutton, Reggie Dufficy, Luke Jardine, Seth Wright, Madison Horsepool, Jensen Fathers, Joshua Adoti, Maximilian Mikalski and Arthur Bath. That is 31 kart grid for Honda Cadets.
Superb. And a group of drivers who have been nationally ranked drivers. That's the thing. There are more than 30 entries here across the classes that have been nationally ranked drivers, either here in the Motorsport UK Bambino divisions or in the British Championship in all other classes. That tells you just how much the level of competition is increasing.
It is. It's a really strong level, and 31 karts on the grid. We're going to get the. There's a bit of a
consternation.
Yes, there's a bit of a mix-up on the grid. They're going to be sent around again. I can see that. Yeah, and there was obviously a couple of stragglers there being caught out by this still damp and drying track, I think, Henry.
But also, Mr. Ashton had sent us a memo this morning regarding the start procedure about what lights we were using. Were we using the British Kart Championship lights and flags, or were we using the Warden Law lights and flags?
He brings his own light.
And I think that, yes.
He brings his own light. He's not having any other way.
There might be a bit of confusion amongst the
I think
drivers.
He brings his own pillows as well for the hotel he's staying in.
Oh, well, I mean, the princess...
might even bring his own quilt.
The Princess and the Pea springs to mind.
And talking of the Sky cycling team, they used to take their own mattresses around to a hotel. So Mr. Ashton is probably looking at marginal gains in sleeping as well.
Yes, marginal gains. I saw it this morning. He's not been looking at marginal gains, but he's gone to the buffet. I'll tell you that. But yeah, we are. When you talk about,
you can't say things like that. It's going to crack me up, man.
Sorry. When we were talking, and I'll stop waxing lyrical about the championship in a minute. But when
we're not. We're going to wax lyrical all weekend.
About when we were talking about the up step of competition, the fact that we've got Mr. Ashton here,
yes,
who is now Mr. Ashton worldwide. He's becoming one of the most well-respected race directors in the world of karting.
Deservedly so as well.
Yeah, and that adds to the prestige of the championship because the eyes all around these drivers are very qualified eyes. And once again, the black and white plates, the black plates, white numbers, the novices in some of their very first kart events. At the front, you have got drivers that have raced the very highest level. At the back, drivers just starting out. Perfect.
Here we go then. The 5-second board is shown. The lights will go out and we are racing. Archie Cannon, winner of Heat 1, off the pole position and looking like he's going to head this field into turn 1 through that very, very fast turn 1. Still very slippery there, Henry, as they head off through Brian's Bend and into the dogleg.
And after the silence of the mighty Bambinos, the distant rumble of the four-stroke Honda engines, now drivers using the curb coming out of the dogleg through St. John's. They've got to be careful. Just look at that water just to the other side of the white line. And I have to say, they're using the bumps of the circuit. This tarmac is it's very abrasive. A lot of people say that Warden is a very, very tricky circuit to get the setup right. It's the way that the tarmac responds to the differing weather conditions. It's certainly a northern thing. Oh, and somebody's going to need the jet washer after that one as they pile through the the back straight chicane. Is it the Dunlop chicane?
No, it used to be called that, but I scrubbed that one because we're not getting any money from Dunlop.
Well, so that's fair enough.
Yeah,
yes.
So that's the back straight.
Well, naming rights are available, viewers,
absolutely,
on Karting Live TV and the Kart Championship.
The Henry Baudet chicane. What we usually do on Kart Live TV. If the tracks haven't named their corners, we do it for them.
Well,
cracking battle at the front, though, as we've got Archie Cannon on the Scottish champion plate with Riley Blakemore and Elliot Bourke. The three of these two breaking away, very un-cadet-like. We usually get a train of 30 carts nose to tail, don't we? But these three beginning to break away, but it'll not be long before the rest catch up, I would think.
Early days yet, and that number 68 cart of Riley Blakemore, Riley 7th in last year's Honda Cadet British Championship. That's the new livery for the Project One Racing Group, which is sort of in conjunction with Jack's Motorsport. I saw Danny Cruttenden in the paddock earlier, helping to run that. The famous red, green and white of the Project One team. Obviously the timely passing of Gerard Cox, the head of Project One Racing. They've now rebranded as the Project One Racing Group. And it's great to see that name still out there and still running at the front with Danny Cruttenden. I'm assuming is one of the people at the helm of that, although obviously the rest of the Project One team, very loyal bunch of characters who very kindly gave me one of Gerard's famous... Oh, and there's a problem. Elliot Bork.
Oh, that's a shame. Elliot Bork from third place. Ronnie Jones, by the way, in the fourth place cart there, just off the train of these three, which is now two, as Elliot Bork pulls off to the side. His engine has failed him in some way. He's just not got any drive, whether it is engine, whether he's lost his chain, wheel, it remains to be seen. But the fastest cart on lap 2 was Ronnie Jones in that fourth spot. Now he is now chasing down that number 68 of Riley Blakemore, just off shot there. He's bringing that train with him. But if these two are sensible, and we usually find that with cadet drivers, they are very sensible in working together, and this is where they'll work together at their finest. Two carts cut through the air better than one cart, and yes, they end up going faster. It's only when these two start getting to that, as I call it, the 2-minute warning bell, that they'll start squabbling and then decide who's going to actually take the win.
And of course these track conditions are the worst for the wet tyres. We're now into a stage where it's greasy, and the Kart Championship have got strict rules on the number of sets of tyres that certain classes are allowed to run. So it's behoven upon the drivers to try and look after their rubber.
Well, the good news is that the weather forecast is for no rain today.
All the rest of the season.
That would be very nice. We're going to have to move to Spain for that. Yeah. But the weather forecast midweek was raining yesterday completely raining all day today. However, that has changed. So no rain. So we are going to see this track evolve as we get through the morning, and then the ambient temperature is going to rise, and we see greasy, horrible, moist patches all over this track. They're going to start disappearing. But what happens then, Henry, as you've rightly said, that starts tearing the wet treaded tyres up. And we maybe see a little bit of that coming into play towards the later stages of these heats, when the tyres have overheated and go off, quite frankly, and stop gripping completely.
Yes, now as we're watching the leaders go through, the drivers in third and fourth, Ronnie Jones and Jack Wykes. Now I will try and find it, but in 2007, the British Cadet Coma, as it was then, champion, was a gentleman called Brett Wykes, spelt the same way. So I wonder, and then I will feel old if there's a family connection there. So I will endeavour to try and find that out. The Ayrton Senna crash helmet, replica crash helmet design, belongs to fifth place driver Luke McGaw, who's sort of hanging on, and everybody else is sort of falling away a little bit. And where's our Mr. Fathers? He is up to 24th.
Yeah, brilliant.
On what is a 31 kart field. So in his returned kart, he's picked up a few places and going forward. And it doesn't matter. That young driver, Jensen Fathers, whether he finishes first or 31st, the smile on his face going home will be unbelievable, because, at least it's in his own go-kart.
Absolutely. It's very hard not to get excited when you see two karts come together like we have now. Archie Cannon on the S plate, the number 68 there is Riley Blakemore. You kind of find that you've got to control the excitement, because even though they're that close, I think it's still too early. We're about a minute away before perhaps Riley Blakemore will start looking for a way of getting past Archie Cannon. But on saying that, Archie Cannon's going to be fully aware of that, as we had that great shot of the whole of this Honda Cadet field coming through the back chicane there, and you can see how much they're using that very, very slippery curve. Now then, probably about another lap of kind of working together before we see, and we are seeing Ronnie Jones in third and Jack Wykes. They've formed a little couple as well, and they are catching. Now then, I think Riley Blakemore has got the memo. Riley Blakemore's already itching to get by.
Yeah, he's probably looked over his shoulder, seen the carts behind encroaching, and thought to himself, okay, I've got to go, and I've got to go now. Oh, and Jack Wykes kicks up a bit of moisture there. And now we've got a four-cart battle.
What happened there with Jack Wykes, he went through a puddle there, and he's dropped back, and that was because he completely drenched his right-hand rear tyre.
Yes.
And when he turned in, there was zero grip from that right-hand rear tyre, and he almost lost it at the second centre.
Yes.
So we've got back markers coming into play now. We've got a three-car battle, and there's a challenge from the 68 down the inside of the Scottish champion, and he takes the lead. Riley Blakemore says, I'm sorry for nudging you there. And into second has gone Ronnie Jones. Can he hang on to that? Because the Scottish champion is not happy, and he's coming back at him. We've still got a minute and a half here, Henry. Yeah, so plenty of time.
They've gone early, and that was, I think, just because the novice driver that was getting lapped did a good job staying out of the way. I think that might have been Arthur Bath. Possibly. Possibly Arthur Bath.
The back marker kept out of the way, Henry.
But take advantage.
Yeah, but when you're leading and you're the first person upon that back marker, it's down to your decision. A little bit hesitation maybe, and that's allowed Riley Blakemore to pounce, and all credit to him. Can he hang on to this though? Because Ronnie Jones, who's proved how quick he can be, fastest lap of the race so far, Ollie knocks down in 12th place in the number 28. That's who's got the fastest lap. But here's a challenge for the lead. No, he settles back in through the gasworks. It plunges downhill there. You can't quite see the elevation on our cameras, but it is quite a steep little incline, that.
Yes, it is. A good viewing spot as well for the grassy knoll on the outside of the gasworks. But they're going to cross the line with 25 seconds to go. So next time around, they'll get the last lap board. So 2 to go as they pass across the front of us here in the commentary position. Slight uphill now, and it's going to be a case of coming out to the dogleg, trying to get as much momentum but not unsettle the cart over the curbs on the exit. Don't drop that wheel, and that just even at this age, 8, 9, 10 years of old in Honda Cadet, the drivers, the spatial awareness is magnificent.
Here we go then, side by side towards the back chicane, and the number 70 there, Ronnie Jones, has taken the lead. Very brave, moving around the outside into the chicane. He's going to hang on to this all the way down to the gasworks. Has he gone too early? Because there's one more lap after this one as he comes out there, already pulling a cart's length through the horseshoe, and he looks like he's pulling away, Henry. He's pulling a gap. Can he pull that gap back? Well, that's the memo that Riley Blakemore's got. He's got to pull that gap back and challenge going into this final lap.
And of course, this is the first time we've seen Ronnie Jones at the front of the field. It's the first time we've seen him in sort of clean air. Runs a little bit wide going through turn number 1, through Brian's Bend now. Blakemore, again, an experienced campaigner, 7th in last year's Kart Championship standings and the Motorsport UK British Championship. He will know how to work the last lap as they come through Senna 1 now and up towards Senna 2. This is where Ronnie Jones took the lead a lap ago, and it's down to the run into gasworks.
He had a look over his shoulder, didn't he, just checking where Riley Blakemore was, and he's another look over his shoulder. If he doesn't really have to defend Henry, he knows he's got a good gap here, and it was if Ronnie Jones can navigate his way through the horseshoe and the final paddock hairpin, which he's about to do now, then he will have the checkered flag and the checkered light board to see, and he will take superheat number 1. Ronnie Jones on the number 70 takes the win. Riley Blakemore second, a little bit further back. Archie Cannon and Jack Wykes finished 3rd and 4th. We've got Luke McGull coming through. Jane Prakash right there on the final lap, getting ahead of Archie Loveridge and taking 6th. Archie Loveridge therefore 7th. Jerry Dufficy 8th. 9th is Mason Becker, and then Theo Hamilton rounding off the top 10. All of the 31 kart field now making their way across the line to end their heat number 1, and hopefully we've got a few smiling faces when we get to Parc Fermé.
Yes, indeed, a good race. Everyone apart from Elliot Bourke making it to the end, and Maximilian Mikulski, graduating out of the Bambino, the Might E Bambino class last year, finishing 27th on debut, 24th for Jensen Fathers. And I'm getting a message there that from Chris Harvey, whose son Louis Harvey, formerly of this and many other parishes in karting, now working with X-Kart, former junior TKM British champion, started his career in Honda Cadet, as so many drivers did. And I was, fortunate to commentate on Louis when he was racing at Landau, and Chris goes, the sound of my voice and Honda engines in the background, it takes me back to when my son was a cadet. I feel 14 years younger. A sentiment that his wife Charlene's going, well, I wish you looked 14 years younger, Chris. How are you, by the way? Good to see you. Sorry.
Right, moving swiftly on then to save Henry's career. We've got Junior Rotax out next. It's Groups B and C that are forming up for their Super Heat 1. So we had Marcel Poppercull, who took a heat win yesterday. We've got the James Kell, took a heat in juniors yesterday. Just scrolling down to find the next heat for Junior Rotax. And Daniel Minto for Hunter Motorsport on home territory. He's not out in this group, and I know he's not out in this group because he's up there on the balcony. There's Hunter Motorsport VIP suite
VIP
there.
Veranda.
There's champagne flowing up there.
Champagne,
champagne
caviar and cucumber sandwiches.
Hors d'oeuvres being served.
Hors d'oeuvres?
Yes,
oh, wow.
Yes, Kai Hunter and a little penny up there. No, Kai's actually at Wilton, actually. So we've got a grid of 25 karts, Henry.
But nearly 40 in total.
40 entries, yeah.
And amongst them, you've got is the reigning British Honda Cadet champion, Ralphie Branscombe, jumping straight into juniors after winning the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup qualifier last weekend. We've got Cian Bernard, who represented the UK in last year's FIA Academy. Shea Hilton's a former top 10 British Championship contender in Honda Cadet. And I believe probably Kart Championship's first Kenyan entry, Shane Chandaria, in the Pro Train racing. And also we got drivers from Origin Motorsport, which is team-based both in the UK and in the United Arab Emirates. It's good to see he's now been adopted by the North, by the People's Republic of Thailand. Sam Morgan is now running that team both in the UK and in the UAE.
It's a northeast team carrying black and white colours, which is something as a red and white. Well, they've got a gaggle of drivers, certainly in this class and others. We've got 25 karts that are going to take part in this Super Heat 1.
And they look like they're on slick tyres.
Are they on slick? That was my next question there. Good spot.
Some of them are. Anyway.
So it's going to be tricky in places, Henry. James Kell is on the pole. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is Oliver Bricious. Second row is Riley Bishop and Joel Dixon-Cohn. Eric Smith and Marcel Poppercull share row 3. Bella McConville here at our home track hasn't done much karting in the off-season, so she should be very proud of that 7th place there on row 4, sharing with Cian Bernard. Braith Murdoch and Charlie Vary for ST Racing on row 5. Jake Anderson, Shane Chandaria, who you mentioned. JJ Plowman and Ellis Daly share row 7. Row 8 is Lewis Holt and Daniel Hartley. Jack Robinson and Lewis Sumner share row 9. Row 10 is Riley Mason, Lewis and Alfie Lambert. Matt Scott and Zach Kane are on row 11. And then we've got Matthew Clark and Tyler Richardson with Ralphie Branscombe. Now, Ralphie, is this his first season in juniors?
Yes, first season out of Honda.
Out of Honda, yes. Yeah, I remember Ralphie. Ralphie.
A mixture, most on wets, 1 or 2 outliers on slicks. We'll soon know which drivers are on which compound by the trajectory they go through turn number 1 in race speed.
You know that everyone is watching this heat, Super Heat, very keenly. All the paddock have come out to see just how that slick tyre reacts to these damp patches. The biggest damp patch we've got coming into turn 1. If you're on the pole position side, which at the moment is James Kell, Riley Bishop, Eric Smith, Bella McConville, then you're going to go down the inside onto that wet patch. Now we see them entering the braking area, and getting across and trying to get off that wet patch. And that has allowed, who's that sneak through?
That's Fabricus, I think, in the number 290 kart. James Kell, that very distinctive bright green TB kart, the meat green TB kart, down to third, looking at the inside of second, but a great start from Fabricus.
Caught out by the damp foot inside line going into turn one, and we're going to see that until that disappears. And I'm pretty sure that's not going to disappear until at least lunchtime.
Yeah, now that's the number 2 is Riley Bishop. Last week at the O plate, we've got 2 drivers in the background that have come together. But Riley Bishop in the O plate, he was driving for the TB kart team. He's swapped colours. He's on the, I'll say it, so you don't have to. He's on the black and white liveried kart, Origin Motorsport kart there, the number 232. So the transfer window in karting has started early. Joel Dixon-Cohen and Marcel Poppercool, wheel to wheel. The Cato Motorsport kart, the Poppercool to the inside, and they're all desperate to stay off the that puddle going into turn number 1, which they do.
If you're on slicks and you go across a wet patch, the biggest effect is not the fact that you've got less grip, but it also has a cooling effect. So you're effectively taking a bit of heat out of that heated up slick tyre, and it's not what you want to do. So you've got to be very wary if you do hit a puddle of how the kart's going to react when you next hit the brakes and turn into a corner.
Yes, and now of course you've got, Oliver Fabricius. Is it Fabricius?
I say Fabricius.
Fabricius.
Yeah,
a 58.50. So he's on 1 compound tyre. We're looking there. These are drivers that they seem to be on the wet rubber, or do they? That's the number 282. Is that Kian Bernard?
That's the team. That's Joel Dixon-Cohen as well on the red and white one.
I wonder if Kian is on slick tyres.
They look like they're on slicks, actually.
But there's certainly a mixture of Bernard going through. I'm pretty sure Bernard is on slicks. I think the 219 is also on slicks. But you'll see the lap times at the moment: 57, 58 seconds for drivers on one compound, but others. It's a tricky one to see. But as the laps go on and conditions stay the same, you will see, or conditions improve rather. We will see a marked difference in those who have gambled correctly and those who have made the wrong decision.
James Kell has pulled out all the stops, but it's gone away from him. He got ahead of Riley Bishop there. Now he's lost out again as Riley Bishop, who put in the fastest lap, 57.5 for Riley last time by. Still a little bit of a loose kart there with the tyres scrambling for grip, and you see the steam coming off the tyre there, Henry.
Yes,
that does take a bit of heat out. So when they turn into turn 1 there, on the damp patch, on the turn in, that didn't help at all. So it's going to be tricky to get these karts around. But I would say, if everybody in the paddock is watching, that is a slick tyre track out there, and your driver's got to manage the damp patches.
I think you're absolutely right. So looking at Ralphie Branscombe going across the front of our commentary position, there's the Kiddix team. So a lot of drivers that sort of white with sort of orange and blue flicks on the kart. So that's the official Kart Republic Junior team. And they have Kiddix USA, Kiddix UK, Kiddix Italy, and so Kiddix UK. We've had one retirement. I think it was Tyler Richardson on the opening. Yes. But up the front, Oliver Fabricius using that clear air. Normally you'd say in mixed conditions the driver that was leading is of the guinea pig, but he's taking advantage. Yeah,
Riley Bishop as well, another fastest lap from Riley of 56.58, and with half distance there, we've just clicked by inside the final 5 minutes. Let's have a look at the top 10. It's Fabricius that leads by about 2.5 seconds. Riley Bishop, though, his job is to close that gap. He's got just under 4/10 from James Kell in third. Then we've got a heat winner from yesterday, Marcel Poppercool in fourth, Kim Bernard in fifth, Joel Dixon-Cohen in sixth, Braith Murdoch, Eric Smith, Bella McConville slipped from that 7th to 9th, but still inside the top 10 for Bella. And then Lewis Sumner, he's the driver that rounds off the top 10.
JJ Plowman, would that be Martin Plowman's progeny, maybe?
No, I don't know.
No.
Definitely know that one. JJ is he's with SD Racing.
Okay, John Stewart's team. Yeah. It's always good to see John Stewart's team in the paddock. And look at the steam coming off these tyres, because the ambient temperature up here at Karting Northeast is
still under
brisk.
10, I think.
Brisk.
Yeah.
I
think it's still under 10. If it's under 10 degrees, you need your big coat, even if you are from the north.
Yeah. Daniel Hartley, there in P16. Daniel, last year's Kart Championship Junior Rotax or Junior Primo champion.
Yeah, Junior Primo.
So that,
well, Daniel, I expect, and I hope get well soon. Ian, his dad, who put his back out, he's got he ended up in hospital on Friday, and I know he's here back at the track. But Daniel had a bit of a nightmare in qualifying, so he's been trying to claw his way back up this field. And Daniel moving up from the Junior Primo after a very, very good season in the Kart Championship last year is now playing with the big guys.
Yep.
The big guys and girls, quite literally, and finding himself that it's a little bit different in the junior category. This is a race that is breaking out because, my friend, Riley Bishop, after putting in fastest lap after fastest lap, has now mission objective, catch the leader, Oliver Fabricius, and if anything, with 2.5 minutes to go, Henry, it looks like it's only a matter of time for Riley Bishop to continue that momentum past Fabricius for the lead of this super heat.
Yeah, they've both got the same sort of set of tyres. I look at that, and Bishop just eases past.
Past
Fabricius
so
easy.
for the lead of this super heat. Yeah, they've both got the same sort of set tyres. I look at that, and Bishop just
task was, live through the pain of the opening half of the race, because it'll all come good provided it doesn't rain in the second half.
The key to that, now Bishop had speed, he had momentum to get towards the back end of that leading Fabricius kart, but what he didn't do was get stuck behind him, because that can stifle that momentum moving forward.
Yeah.
He made that move very, very quickly indeed, and that momentum continues, and he's pulling the gap.
Yeah, you get stuck at the same pace of the person that you just caught. And it's very easy to then just get trapped in behind, follow. And Fabricius has got to be careful, because Kel and Popacool are not that far behind either.
Yeah, it seems that Fabricius, the speed that he had in the early laps has kind of gone away from him towards the latter stages of this super heat. So if that was down to, as you said, maybe tyre pressures for a damper track, he's just cooled his tyre off, as has Popacool. And the question is, can Fabricius hang on? They've got to flick through turn one there because of the damp patch there. They catch the slide, get the grip back from the slick tyres, and now with just over a minute to go, we are getting towards the last lap board for these drivers. But it looks very, very promising for James Kell. He's got speed, and again, Fabricius needs to be. Oh, and he slides wide. I think he was a bit distracted there. And James Kell, can he squeeze that kart in? Oh, look at that, Henry.
Yep, and Fabricius, he came out of Senna 1. He just took his eyes off the exit of the corner, looked to the inside. Now it's game on. Kel leaves. Well, Kel forced him enough room to open the door for Popacool, who just thought, something's going to happen here. I'm going to pick up the pieces. And he did. We've got 30 seconds to go. So that will now. So Kel will. The aggression level will increase. Kel then will sort of demonstrative wave of the hand. I'm not happy about that. Well, you've got 2 laps to do something about it. Clearly, obviously, but
Cato Motorsports, Marcel Popacool, round of applause. He just pulled up a chair and pulled out the popcorn and watched that thing unfold in front of him. And then he said, "Thank you very much, boys. I will take second place. Let me have a go at Riley Bishop," who continues, by the way, to put in purple lap times of 54.78. That is another fastest lap, and he's been doing that pretty much the whole of this super heat.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, saying about there, we'll take a minute. Yes, that Origin Motorsport team have got some experienced people behind the scenes working to organise it, but when you come into the Kart Championship paddock, which is a national level paddock against some of the big teams, you can have the best people, but you've got to gel. You've got to learn how to, mix the equipment as well as the drivers. And this is
getting a little. I was going to use the term a little bit naughty there, and it was that turn one there when James Kell just basically did a Daniel Ricciardo and literally sent it. However, didn't pay off for him as he slid very, very wide. He's come straight back to the rear bumper of Fabricius. And this is the battle for third, by the way, everybody. Yep. The bright green kart there is James Kell. The orange kart is Fabricius. The leader, Riley Bishop, is up and ahead of them. And Marcel Popoco just going through there. This looks like it's coming down to the Gasworks hairpin for the final time. And it looks like it's going to stay the same, Henry, but we've got a checkered flag flying for the leader.
Yep, Riley Bishop, a big well done to the orange team. Oh, and Kell has a little nibble at the river, but they're wheel to wheel. 1 corner to go. James Kell, classic case. Faster kart behind, slower kart, able to use track position to his advantage to stay in front. But Bishop, yes, well done to the Origin Motorsport team.
Well, might as well call that 3.3 second gap at the end. Riley Bishop for Origin takes the win. Marcel Popoco for Cato Motorsport takes second. Oliver Fabricius hung on to that third with all he knew. James Kell for TB and X-Kart was trying all he could to get that third place. It all becomes important if that was the final, doesn't it? Last step of the podium. Braith Murdoch 5th, Cian Bernard in 6th, Joel Dixon Cohen in 7th. Then we had Lewis Sumner in 8th. 9th was Eric Smith. And Bella McCongill, she ends up with a top 10 finish in the Superheat number 1.
And as the karts came in to Parc Ferme in front of us, the best placed kart on wet tyres, Matthew Clark, number 236, who finished 18th. So slicks are the way forward as we look down at the Minimax field. Slicks is the order of the day for everybody. And I've got to say, I'm not sure if it's a first for the Kart Championship, but it's certainly it's probably one of the first times that we have got a reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion amongst the entry. The biggest Rotax event in the world is the Grand Finals. You can see Josh Griffin there with his Team UK race suit on. Well, Josh Cook was the Rotax Grand Finals champion of the world last year. So
and he's 12th on this grid.
He's 12th on this grid, which says a lot more about this field and the standard, the quality that we've got here at the Kart Championship than anything else.
Well, heats yesterday, heat number 1 for, we're calling it Intermax, by the way.
Yes,
it has a different name wherever we go.
Yes.
Yeah, we're calling it Intermax.
Yes.
So Josh Cormack took the first heat for Inters, and then in heat 2, Joshua Griffin. So Joshua Griffin has ended up on the pole position going forward into this superheat. James Fabricius is alongside. Yes. Larry Price and Jensen Seal are on row 2. Logan Rolfe, I love having a chat to Logan. Oliver Barton on row 3. Buddy Hugo and Benjamin Lawn are on row 4. Lucian Smith and James Roots are on row 5. Josh Cormack, heat winner yesterday in 11th. Josh Cook, we are graced by his presence on row 6. Noah Clark and Hugo McCluskey. Finding his feet in Intermax is Hugo. They're on row 7. Row 8 is Sebastian Clark and Cameron Tipping. And then on row 9, Aidan Hammond and Noah Jepson. Charlie Quinn and Jack Mellon. Charlie on a novice plate, by the way, on row 10. Row 11 is Ronnie Smart and Ben Hunt. With Jamie Walsh, Jaden Patel-Scott moving up for Honda Cadets is young Jaden. And with Luke Millward not making the cut, he's on the back of this grid showing 49 points, and I'm not sure how that, because he didn't take part.
Yes, but Luke is here, not on track this weekend.
Yes, he's here making his millions.
Making his millions off kart fixings.
For your screws and bolts and nuts
and bolts
and cable ties and electrician's tape, which I got a deal on by buying 2.
Well, he's a sharp cookie. He's going to make his dad millions yet, is young Luke.
There they are.
Selling.
I chose red.
I
chose red.
Quite rightly so.
Has it got any branding on there?
Pardon? Well, no. No, we're missing a trick. No,
it's just.
But there's an opportunity there. You can buy lots of it and make your own branding on it.
They're available in the paddock, available in the cafe.
Yes.
In the paddock, just on the paddock next to reception, is the Sim. Now the Sim is a joint effort from Samsung, Thrustmaster, and what's that other name? Yama. We've got a Sim setup running F1. We've got a competition running. It's free to enter. You get on the Sim. We're going to log what your lap times are.
Yes.
And at the end of the season, you win. I think you win dinner with Mr. Ashton and Darren Beavers. So I'm not sure whether you want to do that. It's all powered by Scan.
Mm-hmm.
And we thank them massively for their support this year. But that's a bit of an attraction there that the kids and even the parents and anybody, you and I, could even enter that competition.
And I've got to say that it's great because there's another competition which we'll get into later. We could win a go-kart, but go into the restaurant here at Karting North East.
Oh, I like
there's
the
a simulator
restaurant.
there. Well, it's the Jewel of the North, and are we underway?
I think so.
It looks all
Cross
intents
that
and
damn
purposes.
patch, Henry.
That it was the false start flags
we're not
are
underway.
going out, which was I always appreciate with the drivers. They're obviously listening to us talking about something else, and they think, well, give them an extra lap just to finish saying about all the different attractions that are here in the paddock.
I thought when I saw them coming out of paddock there towards us, they were a bit quick.
Yes,
Mr. Ashton does not
like... there's Mr. Ashton.
There's Mr. Ashton. Mr. Ashton does not like early acceleration.
No.
He does not like that. There's Mr. Ashton. Disappointed with the lack of bright orange trainers, by the way.
Yes.
He needs to address that.
Well, his mum Linda didn't buy those for him.
Is that his wet setup, though?
That's his wet setup.
Right.
Available at Aldi and other discount supermarkets, I am
in the
told.
middle aisles.
Middle aisle. Middle aisle.
Yeah.
You know, you go to Aldi to buy some bread, you go to the middle aisle, you come out with a speedboat, a chainsaw, and some hiking gear.
Here we go then. Let's see if we can get this underway. We are approaching the Gasworks hairpin on another rolling lap. Usually Mr. Ashton will give them another attempt at this, and if not, he'll pull them in and give them a stern talking to.
Great to see the global karting colours back.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Mike Spencer, Rob Hanscom, the
formerly
of Synergy. Yes.
We can talk about that in a moment, Henry, because we're about to go green, are we?
Hopefully.
They're very quick there.
If Mr. Ashton's happy.
I think so. We look like we're racing. They appear to be racing.
Yes, indeed.
They're dodging about, trying to get through turn one, and everybody, I'm glad to say, has made it through turn one, through Brian's Bend and on towards the dog leg. This is where the old Constantine are up, out of there, using all of that curb and more. And then through the left-hander at St John's. It is James Fabricius who has got into the lead, with Joshua Griffin right on his bumper there, Henry.
Now that black and yellow, the black and orange livery, I'm not quite sure what team that is, I will be told, I am sure, but they've got Fabricius' teammate Larry Price there in third position. Rolf is fourth, Sale fifth, everybody single file, a couple of novices down at the back as now Joshua Griffin. He's been a nationally ranked driver for 3 of the last 4 seasons, both in Bambino, Micro and Mini. 5th in last year's British Championship. That's why he's running the number 5 plate. He's represented Team UK on 2 different occasions, both in in Sarno and in Bahrain. Very, very experienced driver indeed. But again, it goes to show Kart Championship is developing its own talent because the main Motorsport UK British, I say the main, that's not the correct way to say it, but the MS UK British Championship drivers aren't coming here and laying waste to the Championship regulars. They are being given a good straight up fight, which is a credit to the drivers that choose the Kart Championship as their main national outlet.
This is a good grounding. This is very, very good grounding, the Kart Championship series. 6 rounds, more of which we'll talk about later and what tracks we're going to visit here in 2025. As the field of Intermax, Minimax come through to complete lap number 1, James Fabricius hangs on to that lead by about a couple of tenths of a second from Joshua Griffin. Larry Price, Logan Rolfe, Jensen Seal, Buddy Hugo in 6th, Lucian Smith in 7th. Then we've got Josh Cormack, James Roots, and it's Josh Cook who rounds off the top 10, just getting ahead of Oliver Barton there on that first lap.
Buddy Hugo there in 6th, just ahead of Grant. So Lucian Smith in P7. Now we have a move for the lead. Griffin, classic move to the inside of Senna number 1 and doesn't give Fabricius a chance to sort of do the crossover. Fabricius runs a little bit wide there, and that allows Larry Price up into P2. Logan Rolfe in 4th. He's on the Synergy car, now run by Luke Christie Racing. So the factory Synergy colours are no longer the factory Synergy team. That has become Global Karting. Yeah. Well, it was Global Karting,
which is the team at the front.
Yeah. Yes. It was. I mean, it was Global Karting to start with, and then same owners. They just moved turned into Synergy and now gone back to Global. So it's the same outfit, different names.
Same people.
Same people.
Same personnel.
Same personnel, just different colours. Now, Luke Christie Racing has taken over running on the Synergy team, and then in fifth position, Jensen Sale on that, he's got that quite luminous yellow race suit. He's being chased by Buddy Hugo. Lucian Smith, who won the Rotax Grand Festival in Micromax last year to qualify for the Grand Finals as a member of Team UK. He is 7th. Then Josh Cook in 8th. They're the two KR Sports machine. Benjamin Law up to 9th, and Hugo McCluskey rounding out the top 10. It's a great battle developing here at the front between the top 6.
You get a feeling that it's maybe, the leader, Joshua Griffin, has not lost that train of carts behind him. And everybody, I think, at this stage, up to half distance now, Henry, we are playing a waiting game here. It's a high-speed, I call it a high-speed game of chess, because everybody's waiting to make their move. They're planning their next move. They're maybe even thinking 2 or 3 moves ahead. You have a cart in front, and your objective is to get past that cart in front, and then the next one, and then the next one. Unless you're Joshua Griffin, all you've got to do is stay ahead of everybody, and you are dictating the pace. At this stage of a race, you are going as fast as you can. You're doing everything you have to, and it's not like Formula One where they're saving the tyres. These drivers are braking at the very last point they can. They're turning in at the very last point that the cart will turn in, and all it does is all you need to do is make a tiny slip up of braking a little bit too late. When I say a little bit, I'm talking about 30 centimetres, a foot too late, and you're going to slide wide. And you're going to lose momentum, and everybody's going to pile through. And here we are, half distance now completed, 5 laps on the cards, and I think we've got maybe another 2, maybe 3 laps before it's all going to break out.
And you could have noticed this as well, Joe, but since the Intermax class, Minimax, went from the full-size chassis down to the smaller 950mm chassis, this class has become more and more competitive. It's almost impossible to break away at the head of the field. Some of the racing I've seen with the likes of Jacob Ashcroft, Cole Denham, Emerson McCandrew and Albie Friend has been breathtaking.
Here we go, change for third. However, it's gone back to where it was. Fabricius had Jensen Sale moving ahead of him. Sale trying to get round the inside there on the number 140. The bright, luminous green suit of Sale is the one we're watching. And he did get past that number 191 on that lap. However, the time charts, the timing sheets will not show that. They will show that they've come through. And that's what I was talking about there. You just turn in a little bit too late. He got on the damn patch. He slid wide. And Jensen Sale now back into that third spot. Can he hang on to it?
And Buddy Hugo, very impressed with Buddy Hugo, getting used to the Minimax class. He was 6th in last year's Micromax standings in the Kart Championship. And I'm looking at him. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of last year's top 10 in Micromax that have moved up. But also, Jensen Sale, last year's Minimax Championship runner-up here in the Kart Championship. Still a lot of experienced drivers from last year staying on, being joined by a bunch of very competitive graduates.
And this is what I find with karting when we cover karting, Henry. You see the names that you are familiar with.
Yes.
However, you think, hang on, he's gone up to another class now. It's like,
yes.
was he in juniors last? No, he wasn't. He was in, and he was in micro, and he was in cadets just 3 years ago. And it's, because you know what, kids tend to grow, don't they? They get older.
And of course, the James Fabricius, he was the inaugural Micromax champion here in the Kart Championship back in 2023.
Was he really?
Yeah. So it's again. The drivers, their careers mirror each other. Sometimes they may split into different classes, but as they grow up through the ranks, as it were, they lock horns. Different championships, different karts, different ages, but they all know each other very, very well.
These youngsters have proven that I have not any clue of what I'm talking about, because I thought that things were going to get even dicier towards the end of this race. We've got just under 90 seconds remaining, and they've spread out. Joshua Griffin leads from Larry Price, Jensen Sale, James Fabricius, Logan Rolfe, Josh Cook. That's your top 6. But they've spaced themselves out, and if anything, Joshua Griffin having a cracking race. The global karting team It is global karting.
It is global karting, yes.
And you can see just how experienced that driver, Joshua Griffin, is. He's wearing his Team UK suit so he knows how to lead races, he knows how to win races, and carrying that number 5, he knows how to go well in the championship. So good start to the season for him, leading this first superheat.
But all it'll take is for Larry Price to get with, he needs to close it by another kart length or 2. That will then force Griffin, as we move into the final 2 laps of the race, that will force Griffin to start to defend. That will back them up. Already Jensen Sale is there. That will then back the 3 of these 3 drivers up into James Fabricius in 4th. Then that'll bring Josh Cook, who's now moved his way up into P5, Logan Rolfe, Lucian Smith and Buddy Hugo into play, because there's still only 3.5 seconds between the top 8 and the clock strikes 0. Now Griffin has to defend.
Here we go. This is what I was alluding to. I didn't expect them to space out there. They've come back together, but still I'm not sure they're close enough to maybe challenge Larry Price. And indeed Joshua Griffin thinks Larry Price is indeed close enough, and Jensen Sale was certainly close enough to take advantage of that slide by Larry Price, and he's moved up and into that second spot and is off. And you know what? He's not happy with second, is he?
No.
With the last lap board flying, Joshua Griffin having to defend, gets off the wet patch there on the inside. He didn't want to maintain that inside line there, and this is going to be a race, an absolute ding-dong to the flag, Henry.
Yes, indeed. 3 for the race lead, coming over the curve at the exit of the dogleg, now into St John's. The bump that they go over there into Senna 1 and 2. Griffin hugging the inside line. Now watch the number 140, Jensen Sale trying the crossover. Can he squeeze at the inside going into the back straight chicane? The answer is no.
No, indeed, but this is the race down to the gasworks. He's going to have to defend. He takes the inside line, middle of the track there, and round the outside has gone Sale. It's not going to work for him, and Larry Price has took advantage of that and slipped down the inside. He had the optimum line and had the speed. He's gone back into that second place, and as they come out of the paddock turn and on towards the checkered flag waves, and it's side by side for second, but it's Joshua Griffin who takes a very fine Intermax Superheat 1. Larry Price hung on to that, and what was the gap at the end? 4/400ths of a second between Larry Price in second and Jensen Sale in third. That's how close it was. It was James Fabricius who finished in 4th. Josh Cook through and up to 5th. And that, when you think about that, Josh Cook started in 12th spot. And
yes.
Josh Cook, that's going to bode a very foreboding for everyone else as he moves up the order towards the final. Just running off the top 10 then, Logan Rolfe was in 6th, Lucian Smith in 7th, Buddy Hugo 8th, Josh Cormack 9th, and Benjamin Lawn rounds off the top 10. There's the rest of your 23 finishers.
And of course Josh Cook, I noticed that Josh Cook wasn't on the testing list for Friday, so didn't have a day of practice, just dived in yesterday morning. Now I know he's got the KR Sport team, Toby George running that outfit behind him. They'll know what they're doing, but
and
still,
he's not unfamiliar with the track as well.
But still, you have a day of practice. You behind the 8 ball just a little bit, but now Cook showing that he's going to get faster and faster as the day progresses.
Yes, yeah. We have got the Bambinos back out.
Yes.
This time it's the petrol engine, the fossil-fueled engines on these Bambino C50s. They race exactly the same. What fascinates me is the mighty Bambinos that we've already seen with their first Superheat that opened the season for us on Kart Live TV.
Yes.
We've now got the petrol engine karts, and they race exactly the same. Very close racing, very evenly matched racing. The attraction to the electric kart that seems to be evolving in karting is the fact that the engines, the motors, the power unit is literally, you just turn it on, press the accelerator and go. The C50 Cormers, if you like fiddling and messing around and tuning and fine-tuning, this is the formula for you, because these things, because of the marginal gains becoming even more important because these karts are so close, then the tiniest of gains will absolutely advantage you to the fullest.
Yes, indeed. And now the race is on. to get there. I did notice you got one driver with a Nigel Mansell replica crash helmet, and we've got another driver with a Red Bull Racing replica graphics kit. Being Bambinos, age 6, 7 and 8, I would think that a parent is a fan of Nigel Mansell and a parent is a Red Bull fan. And it's on, and he gets it by a hair, although he hasn't got any. That mechanic there, well done. And I did notice that Mummy Purnell, Freddie Purnell's mechanic, she decided to bow out gracefully and not compete in the sprint race there at the end, probably because she's got, that's not a dry, it's a very long coat, it's not a dry robe. So this will be the standing start once again. We're going to have a lot of fun with the 3 classes having a standing start, the opportunity to watch the racing to the grid by the parents and mechanics. It will be just too much for us here in the commentary box to not make fun of.
That you really struggle.
I mean commentate on, not make fun of. Sorry, I do apologise.
You really struggle not to make fun.
Yes.
Henry. Right, we cleared the grid. We are a standing start for the C50 Como Bambinos. It's a light-controlled start. Again, Mr. Ashton will be controlling the lights. The lights go out, and we've got side-by-side action from the front row of Hendrix Fallat and Kalman Simon. These two have been battling in this class for a couple of seasons now. Yep. And it's Nigel Mansell ahead of Ayrton Senna into Brian's Bend.
Exactly, because I did notice that Hendrix Fallat, he's not only got the Nigel Mansell crash helmet, but he's got the old sort of Canon Williams graphics kit as well. Oh dear!
He even had the camel, which we had to take off.
And yes, it's now a goat because no tobacco. The camel, which without the hump, you can get that. You can get that past another.
You can see what it
animal.
Is. But yes. The thing is, when tobacco advertising was banned in Formula One at certain tracks, Germany, Silverstone comes to mind. That's exactly what Hendrix has done. Hendrix's dad has done.
If you allow me, there is a driver. Thomas Harper is in the paddock wearing a silk-cut Jaguar.
Oh yes, when he was in Honda Cadets, his cart was silk-cut livery.
Oh dear.
Yes, and I found myself digressing at the clubby here on the comms, telling everybody about the Le Mans win and Andy Waller. And was it? It was Jan Lammers who nursed it home, wasn't it?
Johnny Dumfries.
Yes. Anyways, we've digressed again.
Some go-karting.
Lap 1 for the Bambinos, and who is it across the line? It is Nigel Mansell in the form of Hendrix Fallat, with Ayrton Senna in the form of Kalman Simon. Into second, we've got a change there as the number 74.
Max Verstappen getting involved. Or Sebastian Vettel getting involved.
Across the line, then Cole Parrish was third. Tommy Lovejoy was fourth. Freddie Purnell, Santo Amico, AJ Hallill, Logan Edwards, Jensen Drummond, Max Saint-Hilaire, and Lenny Barton on the novice plate through in 11th spot. It's a long race for these youngsters, Henry, 10 minutes around this track, so literally anything can happen as Hendrix Fallat pulls out a gap.
Yes, with 3 of the 10 entries giving some sort of throwback Formula 1 style liveries. Hint, the other 7 Bambino C50 parents. Let's see if we can have a full grid of, we want to see black and gold Lotus colours, and red and white ex-McLaren colours on for the next round. But Fallat showing the rest a clean pair of heels at the moment. Kalman Simon, Cole Parrish, who is in the Red Bull liveried cart. Cole Parrish looking to the inside. Tommy Lovejoy and Freddie Purnell are next in line. And is that going to be Parrish the inside? No. He was, even in the wet tyres, just forced off the completely dry racing line, backed out of it quite sensibly, going into turn number 1.
Some beautiful racecraft from these youngsters there. That is the driver there who's in second, Kalman Simon there, leading a chain of 4 carts. Cole Parrish, Tommy Lovejoy, Freddie Purnell. Hendrix Fallat has disappeared slightly ahead of them there. You just see him turning right into Senna 2. These 4 are looking like they're about to be joined by Santo Amico, AJ Hallill and Logan Edwards, so we could end up having a 7-cart train coming through towards half distance. And here we are. Are we going to see a challenge from Cole Parrish? No. You know why, Henry? Because the Gasworks hairpin is very little dab on the brake. It's not even that. It's certainly not a lift off the throttle. They just turn the kart in, and the karts just grip. Phenomenal driving, I think, from these youngsters.
Yeah, the sort of the least powered, or not the slowest, but the least fast, I suppose.
Understandably, I've got to say.
Yes, at the age of 6 years
6 years old.
There's obviously very different braking points and fewer braking points in a Bambino than in any other class. But as Falat sweeps through the dog leg, these next three drivers, Santo Amico, AJ Hillin and Logan Edwards, they're beginning to close in. Jensen Drummond runs in 9th, and then, as you sometimes get in Bambino, again, drivers just starting out in karting, Lenny Barton and Max St. Hilaire are off the pace a little bit at the back, but again, it's more important for lap times. Barton doing 1 minute 13s, St. Hilaire 1 minute 15s, but what I love is that by the end of today, they'll have shaved an extra 2 seconds off those lap times, I'm sure, as we've got to move. I'm
going to have to have a paddock show where we have a look at these retro Formula One liveries. The 33 of Freddie Purnell has moved ahead of Tommy Lovejoy. Lovejoy there with the white helmet, the kind of orange kart there, the blue and yellow helmet of Freddie getting ahead as they cross the line. Now, we've got the Nigel Mansell retro livery at the front of this field. We've then got Ayrton Senna. Who's to say that that's not a Sebastian Vettel
I think
Verstappen? We are looking at
it's
retro Formula One.
Vettel,
it's got to be Vettel, hasn't it?
Yes, indeed.
For Red Bull.
Yeah.
In fairness, in keeping in line with the historic significance of this Bambino grid, and clearly parents leading their kids into motorsport from their interest is very apparent in C50 Bambinos.
And the fact that you just mentioned the word Sebastian Vettel and historic in the same sentence, Joe, makes me feel
you are very old, man.
Yes. It's scary, but now, what does seven Formula One World Championships we're looking at here going to in Bambino alone? Very smart driving from Cole Parrish.
It is
in
very
74.
Yeah,
he's had one look. He's obviously realised, okay, maybe Hendricks Flat's a little bit too far up the road. So the best I could do in this race is second. But rather than come second in a group of 2, 4, 6, 7 karts, I'm going to push Kalman Simon away, just so that I've got him all to myself. 1-on-1 scrap at the closing minutes.
Well, the thing is, as well, these kids are so clever, because Cole Parrish knows that if he goes too early on Kalman Simon, then he's going to be vulnerable to Kalman Simon coming back at him.
Yes.
So with 2.5 minutes remaining, are we actually watching Cole Parrish waiting to time his move? Indeed, even if he has the performance on the kart to get past Kalman Simon, because Kalman Simon has raced here many, many times, and he's very familiar with this Bambino kart now, one of the fastest drivers in the C50 class. And he's a race winner, is Kalman Simon, with that Ayrton Senna helmet. But you know what? Cole Parrish has given me the feeling he's glued to the rear bumper of Simon's kart there as they come through the gasworks, through the horseshoe. Are they actually bungee clipped together there? It's like they're so close you could pitch a tent over these two.
Almost, but Parrish also is thinking that if I make a move early and Simon defends, and I don't get past, that is going to pretty soon make me the meat in the sandwich, because Purnell, Lovejoy and Amico will catch me, and then I've got to worry about someone making a move from behind as well as me trying to make my own move. So, very smart driving.
I tell you what, though, Hendricks Falat has been, I've got to say, class of the field here. He's pulled a win. It's not like these two here, Kalman Simon, Cole Parrish, those two in the shot now. It's not like those two have been squabbling and slowing one another up to allow Falat to pull out that gap. I mean, Falat's gap has been produced purely from his driving and the performance of that kart. So a round of applause.
Semi-automatic gearbox, active suspension, the 92 Williams. Yes. Exactly.
That's not. There's no marginal gains of that in that respect. Right then, less than a minute to go. So we're going to get 2 more laps after this one, Henry, as Falat already through the horseshoe and heading towards paddock turn. Just coming through the horseshoe now. He's followed by these two here, still glued to one another, still seeming like Siamese twins there, connected there as they come out to complete what will be 7 laps now. So 7 laps in the can, and we've still got battles raging all the way down this 11-kart field.
Yes.
However, I'm glued to this one, I think, as is our producer, Nick.
Santo Amico, making his way. He's passed Tommy Lovejoy into 5th position. Because as much as as Parrish has been working with Calvin Simon, Freddie Purnell, he's got a second and a half. That can close very, very quickly in Bambino when 2 drivers suddenly start defending and battling side by side. And so we haven't seen Parrish look around over his shoulder yet.
And a great drive from Simon for doing that as well. He's never looked over his shoulder. Nope. You can hear the engine. I'm not sure about these things, but certainly in the classes that I've raced in, you can hear when someone's over your shoulder.
Yep.
Here we go then. We're getting towards the last lap board coming out. And this is where it starts getting a little bit dicey, is it? We've got Cole Parrish, a little bit of a variation on opinion of which line to take through the gasworks there. They will see. These drivers know exactly how much time's left in these races. They've got a timing board that they can clearly see at this point there when they cross the line. And here we've got Calman Simon defending side-by-side action into turn 1. Who's going to make it through? And he got damp, didn't he? Got those tyres damp, and that slid the kart. However, Simon hangs on to the second place. There goes the leader, Fallat, into the horseshoe. And I tell you what, Henry, I'm not sure whether or not Cole Parrish can actually get by because Calman Simon is very, very fast indeed.
He's left himself enough opportunities for 1, possibly 2 moves as Parrish. You saw him suddenly take a different line through gasworks, take his nose cone off the rear bumper of Simon. Simon started looking over his shoulders more. Now, the crossover, the undercut coming out of gasworks is where Parrish looks like he'll try and force Simon in low, go in deep at the entrance, and then wash out wide.
He didn't at all. No, Simon had the momentum there to maintain his optimum line and keep the maximum speed through there.
Yep.
And that's because that's not a breaking point for these Bambinos. It's a breaking point for pretty much every other kart class. But the Bambinos, as there's the win there in dominant fashion there, with the fastest lap right at the end. And there is a very fight for Hendrix Fallat, I forgot to mention his name there.
Yes.
And Calman Simon, that second place there. Great racing from Calman Simon and Cole Parrish. I hope that continues throughout the day.
Very much so.
And that was great driving from all of these youngsters, with Santo Amico through in 4th, 5th is Logan Edwards. We had Freddie Purnell in 6th, Tommy Lovejoy in 7th, AJ Hallel in 8th, Jensen Drummond 9th, 10th was Lenny Barton, and Max Saint-Hilaire, who we lost on lap 4, was it, or lap 5 that Max Saint-Hilaire went out?
Hilaire went out, and talk about Lenny Barton, novice driver, sets his fastest lap on the last lap, a 1 minute 12.6, which is good. But I also like to see that Santo Amico was, fist pumping the air as he crossed the line in 4th place.
Because it's, for all of these kids on these grids in the Kart Championship, it's not necessarily about winning. It's about driving the kart and racing with their friends.
Yes, I had fun.
The intensity is in the paddock. The intensity is not on the track in some of these classes.
And it's not just reserved for Bambinos. There's a young driver in the United States, Zane Burgess, who has been picked up by Michael Andretti and is sponsored by Cambridge. And he won one final and came 3rd in the next final in what was a fantastic race. And he came up saying, "Dad, I had more fun than when I came in 3rd."
Yeah, how many times?
Don't let the sponsor, which happens to be Andretti Racing.
I totally get that. Some of the best races I had were for 15th. We've got now then, this is one of the creme de la creme of karting and British karting, I've got to say. Junior Primo. It's a class that was created by Mr. Beavers. Happy birthday, Darren. For allowing kids who had just become age-wise eligible to move into junior Rotax.
Yes.
It allows the 12-year-olds to 14-year-olds to have a race of their own.
Yes.
Before they move in with the 14 to 15, 16-year-olds.
And it also gives drivers that may have come into karting a little bit later that haven't spent all those years in Bambinos and Cadet, because I noticed there's an awful lot of novices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's giving them a chance to break into the sport without being thrust into junior Rotax in the UK. I mean, we've got we've got a current British junior Rotax champion of the world in Jacob Ashcroft. Junior Rotax in the UK is known as one of the fiercest fields of grids of karting anywhere in the world.
And I'm not surprised. Let's have a quick look at the grid. Thomas Harper, the Silk Cut driver, as you mentioned, he's on the pole position after a good day yesterday. Ethan Bath's alongside. Cooper Campbell-Lees is on the second row with Oscar Chezovic, and Pierce Whitehead shares row 3 with Lewis Gilbert, Zach Mackay and Samuel Yeadon on row 4. We've then got Oscar Pitt and Charlie Thompson, Alfie Forrester and Noah Clark, Archie Ray Watson and Zach Jennings, Elijah Hazelwood and Isaac Jameson, Harry Warden, Elijah Hartley, George Ralston and Lucas Olafson, and it's Miles Cleworth on the novice plate in 21st.
Harper isn't happy with Zach McKay there as they came out of the final corner, but we are underway, and that is
cart off, one of the X-Kart.
11.
Oh, and that's a big hit there. We've got a kart, and I think we're going to see a red flag there. We had a kart gone over another kart. That's number 15 of Thomas Harper, who's snuck off and into the lead. But I'll be surprised if we don't see...
Well, we've got the Battenberg
the
flags.
Battenberg, right. So what's the Battenberg, Henry?
The Battenberg is effectively a safety car. Thomas Harper will become the safety car. They will drive around, no overtaking, obviously. It's an X-Kart driver. There were several incidents there at the start to sort of get our heads around.
Red flag. I thought that would be the case. Red flag. The driver is being tended to by what looks like a member of his team or a parent.
And Chris Harvey is there as well, one of the X-Kart team members, but the marshal is there, and the marshal quite rightly saying to Chris, okay, I've got this, I'm medically trained, he's okay. Chris will get a little bit of information. The driver did get up and out of the cart and sort of hobble away, and then decided, that does hurt a little bit. It's Elijah Hazelwood who is the driver in question. Now, for his family who might be here watching at the circuit or at home, Elijah did get out of the cart, walk a couple of paces, holding his arm, and then decided to have a little sit down, and has remained there. So we had one driver who didn't take the start up near the front of the field. Now, that cart is parked at the inside of Marshall Post 2, driving the red race suit.
So he pulled off just coming out of the collecting area?
Yeah, literally coming out off the dummy grid. Something wasn't right. We've got several other karts that were involved in that incident at turn number 1.
Yesterday we saw 2 heats for Junior Primo, and it was Thomas Harper that is...
Yep.
Well, I very rarely like to use the term dominant, but I can only say with 2 heat wins for Thomas Harper. Heat 1 took place yesterday. We had Thomas Harper take the win from Ethan Bath, who share the front row for this super heat, by the way. Cooper Campbell-Lees and Zach Mackay had a 3rd and 4th. Lewis Gilbert, Oscar Pitt, 5th and 6th. Oscar Chezovic was in 7th, Noah Clark 8th, Samuel Yeadon was 9th, and then in 10th place was Pierce Whitehead. That was yesterday's heat number 1. Now if I just scroll down to the Junior Primo heat number 2, again Thomas Harper taking heat number 2. This time Cooper Campbell-Lees came through ahead of Ethan Bath for 2nd. Ethan settled for 3rd. Pierce Whitehead was 4th. Charlie Thompson 5th. Oscar Chezovic was in 6th. Alfie Forrester and Samuel Yeadon, Elijah Hazelwood and Lewis Gilbert. That was your top 10 from yesterday. So Thomas Harper taking 2 heat wins. Understandably, that's why we've just seen him on the pole.
And last weekend, Harper was in action. He drove in the T4 Nations Cup qualifier.
Oh, the O-Plate
at the O-Plate, yeah. Finished on the podium behind Ralphie Branscombe, who won that. But Elijah Hazelwood is sitting up, crash helmet off, talking to the medics. So that is a positive.
Do you know why Thomas Harper has Silkwood Jaguar livery on his kart and on his helmet?
Because his father has impeccable taste.
As well as his father having impeccable taste, his dad actually runs a Jaguar. I think a Jaguar breakers and a Jaguar. He's kind of a Jaguar specialist.
Yes.
So he's a massive Jaguar fan, understandably.
So you start calling him Win Percy or something like that.
There's only you and I who
know
yes.
That.
Remember the age group here in the Kart Championship.
Sorry.
Great news. Driver on his feet and just getting tended. And he looks absolutely fine. I'm sure he was shook up there with that... what looked like a massive crash, but he's now with the medics and he's walked towards the medics and he looks fine, I can tell you. Anybody watching at home?
Yep,
Elijah is absolutely looking fine, but he's, we will get a full check-up from our medical team here at Warden Law.
Now, of course, he won't take the restart, and I'd have to check if different championships have got slightly different rules, but the karts that were not running at the when the red flag was waved, obviously Elijah won't be in there. But I'm looking at the number 27 novice kart of Pierce Whitehead. That's got the rear bumper hanging off. The kart that didn't even take the start, the drive with a red race suit coming back towards us here. And there's another kart a little bit further up that was involved in that incident. Now, I don't believe they'll be allowed to take the restart. Or maybe, I'm not sure what the championship regulations allow. Usually, if you're not running when the red flag is called, then that's it, you're done.
And did you mention that they have to be re-scrutineered?
They would have to go. And it was actually the number... Okay, so the driver that didn't take the start was the number 24 of Ethan Barth.
Ethan should have been on the front row, yeah. So the number 24, Ethan Bath, just being wheeled in there.
Yes.
To the paddock.
And the other kart that was involved that doesn't look to have as much damage to it as the others that were involved, that's the number 95 of Archie Ray Watson. So another thing, apart from Ethan Bath, novice drivers. It's great to have them here, but obviously you've got novice families. They've now got to learn about how to quickly repair a kart and a potential
It's
driver.
all part of the fun.
All part of the fun.
All part of the fun. Junior Primo.
Yes, Junior Primo.
As we said, Henry, this was a class of... It's Junior Rotax. The karts are exactly the same. Engines, tyres, chassis, exactly the same as Junior Rotax. The only difference is the age group. And it was a class created by Mr. Beavers and his team here at the Kart Championship. And personally, I think it was a great idea. I first come across this last season when we had the first running of the Junior Primo class. Daniel Hartley has proven that the Junior Primo class is a great proving ground.
Stepping stone, yes.
Daniel has been going really, really well. He went to the... Did Daniel go to the... He went to
the O-Plate.
He was certainly at the O-Plate, had a bit of a character building weekend.
Yes.
But Daniel, I know, has raced in... did a few races in Italy, did the Tillotson
T4 Nations Cup final in Valencia. Yes.
And Daniel was a very, very good champion. That's proved that the class is a very good way of getting grounding with these faster karts.
Yes, before you step up against drivers who live in these karts and race around the world.
Yes.
At the very, very top level with the biggest teams and stuff like that. Oliver Chezovic is at the exit of pit lane, so he will go back out. So he was on track when the red flag was called, just at the side of the circuit. So Mr. Ashton is, that's the grid marshal.
Yes,
discussing
Mr. Ashton's down
Mr.
there
Ashton,
on the grid.
Yes,
here he is.
There's
Mr. Ashton now with the clipboard there, and the yellow earmuffs. Now they are not. That's not a headset. They are actually furry earmuffs.
Oh,
you can't really tell. Just keeps his ears warm.
No, that's right. It's not to communicate. He hasn't got. I mean, if he unzips his jacket, he's normally got his little baby pads on. As we look at now, they're obviously re-gridding the survivors. There's Stu Stratton Media, one of the media partners of the Kart Championship this year.
I think, Henry, that we can have a look at what happened.
Yes, now that we know the driver is A-OK.
Yeah, we've got the driver that is A-OK. So it was a very It was a little bit of a nudge from the X cart that goes off to the right, and then everybody concertinaed up in the middle. There was a cart that basically went sideways, and then unavoidable. You've got your foot in through turn one, you want to make ground, and then it's in the mid pack here that we get a cart that completely went sideways from a nudge to 27, and then unfortunately Elijah had nowhere to go, and I think what will have hurt him was the cart falling on him.
Yes.
But the good news is
on grass.
He was tended to. He was on the grass.
Yes, it was.
He was sliding bodily on the grass. However, the good news is that Elijah got up. He was tended to. He got up. He walked, and he looked reasonably fit and well there.
And by the time Elijah's shoulder met the Earth's surface,
he was on the grass,
which, as we all know, is manicured and as soft as a hotel pillow up here at the Jewel of the Northeast, Karting Northeast.
Yes, good news is,
Paul
though,
has
that
paid me to say that.
the cart was worse off than the driver,
Yes,
which is always what we want to hear. You know, being motorsport people, we always, and we do this in cars, you know, we have in the car racing that Nick and I cover, you go to the driver, and the first question is the car all right?
Yeah.
And then we think, oh, hang on, I should really...
Are you okay?
Yes, I should really ask about how you're doing.
Yeah. But here we are.
So we're about to get going again.
Yes,
and
indeed.
with the carts being re-gridded back into their original grid position. We didn't complete a lap, so that's a complete restart, Henry.
Yeah, a complete restart. You can see the officials here at the Kart Championship re-gridding the remaining drivers. Now, there's been a bit of a cull of wagons. Bit like 1883, one or two of the wagons have been picked off en route to this point of proceedings. But yes, we've got, there's Mr. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I make 17 of the original 21 starters. Will take the restart. Looking at Ethan Barth's car just outside the media centre, here is his mechanic tries to figure out what's caused the car not to fire. Hang on a second.
Bless you. Although he didn't sneeze, I don't think you say bless you, don't you?
No, it was
Henry's dying here.
It was okay. It was probably the use of products that we'll not talk about because it'll upset people on the. Yes.
I'm being told that little bit digression that we had. Jan Lammers who left it in fourth gear to the end to win Le Mans. Thanks, Gazbury.
Oh, there we go.
Our media delegate who's watching at home.
Yes,
a big sports car fan.
Yes.
Yeah, and when they got the gearbox back, when they won the race, won the 1988 Le Mans 24 hours, they got the gearbox back, they took it out, and the primary shaft broke in half. It was actually in half, and by keeping it in fourth gear, it kept the torque, keeping the shaft together.
And stories like that instantly go down in motorsport lore.
Yes, law spelt L-O-R-E.
Yes.
Right, I think we've got the grid for Mr. Ashton there with those very distinctive furry yellow earmuffs there. I think is happy. He gives everybody the wave off. And we get another rolling lap. Now then, the protocol is for Mr. Ashton has given them 2 warm-up laps. I think he may give them another 2 warm-up laps, considering this is a complete and fresh restart.
I would. He will have communicated to the drivers. Interesting, you see. But while we're on that subject, you mentioned the earmuffs. When Vera Duckworth was written out of Coronation Street, some of her props were auctioned off, and those yellow bits of fur that Mr. Ashton wears was off Vera Duckworth's slippers.
I can see that now.
Yeah.
I can see that now. Yeah,
true story.
Yeah, that is.
Story.
Yeah, I don't. There's no. Why would I disbelieve you?
Right,
here we go then. Let's just have a reminder of who is still in this race.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we've lost quite a few runners, haven't we? We know that Thomas Harper is still at the front. Ethan Bath has gone missing. The number 11 is there of Cooper Campbell-Leet. He moves onto the front row. We've got a Hunter Motorsport cart there. Number 16 is Zach Mackay. And here we go. We are going to give them another run round as we've got the grid completely spread out. Or have we set them away? Is this green?
And of course, no, we're not green. But of course, the annoying thing is for Ethan Barth is that his kart broke at the start before the start of the first race. It wasn't running when it was red flagged. His mechanics now got it fixed. However,
he's not allowed to rejoin, is he?
He won't be. Any kart that is not on track, is not running when a red flag is called, cannot take the restart.
That is a shame. That is a shame, but that's the regulations.
And another driver has stopped at the top of the circuit. So, like you said, because there's so many novices, you'll see that obviously there are families that are just getting into the sport. That are new as well.
We are racing, Henry.
Oh, we are we?
Yes, you were, yeah.
With 20 more minutes to go in the
race. Yes, I'm not sure about that. That'll take no notice of that. We are racing, and we've got a Hunter Motorsport driver at the front of the field. Zach Mackay has made his way to the front ahead of Cooper Campbell-Leet, Thomas Harper, Zach Jennings, Charlie Thompson, Lewis Gilbert 6th, Oscar Pitt, Alfie Forrester, Noah Clark, and it's Miles Clearworth who rounds off the top 10. We've got everybody on that timing screen. That is
Hartley, Ralston, Jameson, Lucas Olofsson, not Anders Olofsson. That'll be another one.
That's another story.
Samuel Yeaton and Oscar Chesenich. So we don't. I will look down to see who we don't have. Miles Clearworth is there. Elijah Hagelwood, obviously not with us. Ethan Barth, Pierce Whitehead, also out of this race. I can't see Zach Jennings is there. Charlie Thompson is also out there. Harry Ward is another driver who has not made it to the start of this one, and Oscar Pitt. Sorry.
We've got a battle there on through turn one there, and I think it's two teammates there. I couldn't quite see the livery. I think they're both from the Origin team.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
And it's the number.
That's the X-Kart teams, the 69.
Two X-Karts. Yeah, the black and white livery of X-Kart there. The 69 is Zach Jennings, and he's just had a little nudge from Cooper Campbell-Leet there at the second centre there. I'm not sure how that'll go down in the judicial office, but these two.
I saw a slippery surface flag. I wonder, has it started raining over there? Because 3 or 4 of them have all gone off at the same time.
Well, what can happen is if somebody goes through that puddle and brings onto the track a lot of dirty water, that can bring out the slippery surface flag. The number 15, Thomas Harper.
That was the race leader.
No, he was in second.
Oh, sorry.
Thomas Harper, who was in second, has gone off at the back chicane, and then coming through there was the number 69 of Zach Jennings, who was following his teammate through, the number 11 there, that we have in shot. However, he got it all wrong. These were having a right old inter-team ding-dong with the X-Karts. And now it's all settled down. Zach Mackay is leading, and Zach is already at the back chicane as second place. Cooper Campbell-Leet comes out of centre and into the chicane now as Zach Mackay heads towards the gasworks. He's got a huge lead, Henry.
Yeah, and you can see the danger zone. You can where the slippery surface flag. And I do wonder, has somebody just gone off and just dragged the swimming pool onto the circuit? Of course, it is very cold, which means the water isn't going to dissipate. But Zach Mackay, local knowledge in terms of the team paying off here, and finds himself with a 4-second advantage now over Cooper Campbell-Leet. Harper has done well to recover into P3 for the Ultimate R team, and Alfie Forrester and Miles Clearworth rounding out the top 5. That is, understandably, after all the incidents, a little bit spread out.
So Zach Mackay is leading over the chicane, and just looking at that chicane, the conditions there, the track looks fine. It's just on that exit, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Hunter Motorsport team here, their headquarters, their newly built headquarters, brand new building there. You can see in our long shots on the camera. So local knowledge and all that knowledge and experience that have come with being with that team. We have got we've had coming up to 5 minutes
yes.
of this race. And I know we're showing 17 minutes to go. It's 5 more minutes of this race, I can tell you.
Darren Beavers hasn't said, "Oh, it's my birthday. I want an endurance race."
Yes,
he hasn't. He hasn't done that.
Pit stops and refueling coming to the fore. Mackay's got it. You know what, Henry? Zach has got not that much experience in karting. He's very much in his beginning formative years, and this is where we learn a lot about how to control and the psychology of leading a race. Is when you actually get to do that, it can all go to rats, certainly from my experience. It's like, oh, I'm in the lead, what do I do now? I've got no one to follow.
No amount of testing, practice can set you up for that time where you first find yourself leading a race. Then that comes down to the intangibles that no coach, they can talk about how you react, but until you're in that situation and you can feel the emotion, the nerves, the adrenaline, you don't know exactly how as a human being you're going to react to that sort of pressure. Some people crumble, some people thrive on it, but everybody has to wait and experience that for the very first time. And then you find out, what you're made of.
It's so easy to make a mistake. That's the number 17, Miles Clearworth, who is currently in 5th there, and Isaac Jameson, the kart, the number 19, another of the ex-kart team here, Matty Street's team, very well represented in the Kart Championship, as you would expect, on the TB kart. And the number 19 catching Clearworth, and then Clearworth, who looks like he's on a novice plate there. They're on, in fact, both of these drivers on the black number plate with the white numbers, denoting that they are novices, which means they are within having done, I think it's 10 races these days, isn't it? 10 signatures?
I thought it was a bit, it's around it. Certainly, it's, you won't run out of fingers when you're trying to count. Which makes it all the more impressive. Because there are lots of other drivers in this race that haven't got novice plates that are trailing in the wake of these two.
Absolutely. 3 minutes remaining then. The gap is coming down. Thomas Harper there, a bit of a recovery drive from Thomas after that spin, puts in a fastest lap of a 54.6. The gap between Zach Mackay leading this race from Cooper Campbell-Lees has come down from what was about 3.6, now down to 2.2. So the gap is coming down. We'll keep a wary eye on that. In fact, the leader just coming out onto the pit straight as we continue to monitor the progress of the number 19. We'll maybe pick up the leader in a moment because we need to watch for the leader as that gap has come down another 0.2, and Cooper Campbell-Lees breaking that gap down very, very slowly as Thomas Harper, another fastest lap from the number 15, 54.35. There's the leader there, the number 16, Zach Mackay. Mackay?
That's a question, yes.
Yeah,
we grew up watching Porridge, which means it's Mackay.
Yes, that's the way I'm going to say it, yes. Yeah.
Until we're told otherwise. One driver, Oscar Chesovich, for the Cato Motorsport team, started from the back of the grid, has made his way up into P7. And is another one of those drivers on a novice plate.
He was very, very quick the other day. In fact, I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure he was on the front row of the grid after time qualifying. Was Oscar had a very, very good run, or he was pipped at the very last part of that session. This is the battle for the lead, though. The gap has come down to it came down to 2 seconds. It's gone back up to just under 2.2 again. So Zach, as on that number 16 there, has responded. Or has he just, he's just gotten on with it because...
Well, this is the time where now Zach Mackay is finding out what he feels, how it feels like. Because, with the race, we've been 9 minutes in, so we're getting towards that final lap. This is where, and of course, it's no surprise that Cooper Campbell-Lees is beginning to close up a little bit because, we're in a superheat. It's not a final, but it is a superheat, so it does carry a certain degree of weight of importance to it.
We had. Am I right in thinking? And I did find this out the other day. The heats yesterday formed the grid for the superheats.
Yes.
The points from the superheats are the only points going to the grid, or is it an amalgamation of yesterday?
I think it might be a full amalgamation. They combine it all. And normally,
it's all the points,
there are more points available in a superheat than a regular heat.
Nick's doing that, which is basically pointing at the sky, which means all of the points,
all of them
points goes toward the grid for the final.
Every point on God's green earth that goes into the finals. But so this race, it does have a significance. The gap is 2 seconds. Last time around,
Mackay's responded, hasn't he?
Yes, and now he's learning about himself.
But what is happening with the last lap board on the checkered flag? We've got the checkered flag waving. There they are, through.
Yes.
It's the timing that threw me out there. Zach Mackay takes a very fine win for Junior Primo Superheat 1. Cooper Campbell-Lease. I saw the gap diminish to Thomas Harper in third, and I got excited.
Yes.
However, if we could just hold the checkered flag for another 10 minutes, that would be great. Alfie Forrester was fourth, Isaac Jameson fifth, Miles Clayworth sixth, Oscar Chevich is in seventh. Then we got George Ralston, Oscar Pitt, Charlie Thompson rounding off the top 10. There's only 16 karts, might as well read them out. Samuel Yaden 11th, 12th was Lewis Gilbert, Zach Jennings was 13th, Elijah Hartley was 14th, and Lucas Olofsson 15th, with 16th going to Noah Clark. What were you spotting?
But look at that there. Forrester, Jameson and Clearworth qualified 11th, 16th and 21st, avoided, the chaos at the start to come home 4th, 5th and 6th. Good learning lesson.
The best news out of that lot is that Elijah Hazelwood has been to the medical centre and he has been cleared fit to continue.
Yes, over to you, Chris Harvey and the X-Kart team to get the wagon fixed now, which is great news because you've got one driver who realised that, hey, coming out of your kart at high speed, it may not be something I want to do regularly, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Let's go. Come on, I want to get back in now.
He's a bit bruised, but I think he's going to be fine. And I'm pretty sure X-Kart will be able to fix his kart. Right then, Micromax for the first time on Karting Live TV for 2025. Micromax out for their superheat. The grid looks like this. Ethan Lloyd on the pole position with Alfie Garrett alongside. We've got Charlie Page and LBJ Stubbs on row 2. Row 3 is Lewis Kirkcaldy, the Scottish champion, and Ansel Murray. Row 4, Sebastian Crawford and Max Armitt. Jensen Darlow, hello to Tim and Sarah, that's his parents. He's on row 5 with Zach Andrew. We've got Noah Wicklow and Henry Algar on row 6. Ethan McClelland and Freddie Walker are on row 7. Dean Singh Pahal shares with row 8 with Freddie Blackshaw. Carter Jackson and Oliver Woodall are on row 9. And Teddy Roberts rounds off a 19 kart field. Just want to mention Noah Wicklow, our Kart Championship Bambino champion.
Yes.
The C50 Bambino champion. Coming into Micromax, the faster, more grippier kart. And Noah, I think, really enjoying the faster kart.
Yes, but he's
just getting the grips.
A Motorsport UK champion, Noah Wicklow.
Here we
go. A number of very, very good drivers in this race.
Here we go, as Mr. Ashton happy with these Micromax karts getting off and towards the first turn. And into the lead has gone the number 66, Ethan Lloyd. We've got a spinner there down the field, couple of karts on the grass. They've rejoined.
LBJ Stubbs was one of them. Yep, out from 4th on the grid for LBJ. 5th in last year's Micromax standings in the Kart Championship. Races, and there's a bit of racing out in the United Arab Emirates as well. There's Albi. Also gets occasional help from the likes of Josh Jade Edmonds.
Right, yes, of course he does. Yeah.
As these Micromax karts launching themselves over the curve there, that shark tooth curve. There's the number 12 kart of Henry Algar. Top 7 in last year's Watersworth Restricted British Championship for Henry.
All right, moving across to Rotax. Here we go then. One lap completed then. Here we go, Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Garrett. They're not very far apart and they will close up before the end of this race. Henry Algar, the number 12 in third, as Henry mentioned there. Ansel Murray, Noah Wicklow moving up 3 places to 5th there for Noah, really finding his feet in Micromax. Zach Andrews 6th, Freddie Walker, Charlie Page, Dian Singh Pahal in 9th, and then it's Lewis Kirkcaldy, the Scottish champion. Lewis from 5th, dropping down a few places. We'll watch that rejoin, and we've got side-by-side action through the centres, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Now, there is, that's one of the Kiddix Junior carts, the number 12 of Henry Algar, that sort of official junior team from Kart Republic. Ethan Lloyd for the Richardson Chassis Engineering team has moved up. There's Ansel Murray and the number 27 of Zach Andrew squabbling over the same piece of tarmac, and that was unfortunate. And I think, is that Charlie Page in the white and green, innocent bystander?
Let's have a look at what happened, Henry.
Ansel Murray,
you know what? Yeah, three wide through the horseshoe. It's a one-line sequence of 3 apexes, 3 wide. Even with Micromax, there's just not enough room with Kart sliding through the corner, and that was inevitable, I think.
I think Ansel was a little bit upset at getting squeezed wide by another driver coming through Gasworks, was a little bit amped up, and then went for a gap that was closing.
Yeah, there's typical Micromax.
Charlie Page on the outside, unfortunately, was the recipient.
Yeah, there was just not enough room there. The field clawing their way through the back chicane there, and a little bit of a difference of opinion as to what line to take there. We've got a bit of a 3-car battle there. That's Seb Crawford on the number 16.
Yes,
and
Dian
Sebastian.
Pahal.
It's Dian Pahal that Sebastian Crawford has gotten behind there. Ethan McClelland is the kart that he has in front of him. Lewis Kirkcaldy just ahead of him. It's the number 29 of Dian Singh Pahal that gets cleared by Crawford, and Pahal coming back at him. This is a cracking battle as Sebastian Crawford moves up to 7th.
Last week at the O Plate, Dian qualified 3rd, had a collision with Charlie Page, unfortunately, on the very first lap. They both dropped to last in Micromax, and Dian came all the way back through to finish P2 in that race. So he's sort of looking to build on from there, but they've all got a lot of work to do. Ethan Lloyd showing the rest a clean pair of heels, and Alfie Garrett, who was impressive last weekend, is clear in 2nd as well.
And that's Lewis Kirkcaldy ahead of the number 12, Henry Algar, and up to 4th. But I just wanted to mention, we were watching the number 16 and the progress of Sebastian Crawford, the Origin Racing Team driver, had a terrible timed qualifying.
Right.
Got took out on lap 1 out of coming together. So he's been recovering. It's been a recovery drive through the heats yesterday, and that continues through this superheat. So he's now up to 7th in this superheat. So we'll see, and if he can sort of keep on going and scoring points, he'll be where he perhaps should be in this field going towards the final.
Out of the race, we saw LBJ Stubbs running wide on the first corner. He then got involved with it in an incident, I believe, with Max Armitt and Oliver Woodall. 2 drivers, or Woodall coming out of the Might E Bambino, where he finished 5th last year, and Armitt coming out of Bambino Coma, where he finished 18th last year. They've retired. Obviously, Freddie Walker, who was involved in that incident between Page and Ansel Murray, he's dropped. He's still running, but he's some way back. He's the last kart running in 16th position, as Lloyd continues to circulate unopposed.
This is a kart on the charge. The Scottish champion finding himself down the grid order a little bit in 5th. However, we've now got Lewis Kirkcaldy, who did drop down to just inside the top 10. He's back up and onto the rear end of Noah Wicklow, the current Kart Championship Bambino champion, moving up into the Micromax class. Now has a very experienced driver behind him, so Noah's going to learn a lot here. Yes. How does he keep the S-plate behind him? We're going to find out. Noah, really, duck to water comes to mind when we look at that number 53 there, the orange and black kart. Noah, who we saw race all last season and always was at the front, hence he became the champion, of course. Here he goes, though. He's got to keep the Scottish champion behind him. Kirkcaldy down the inside into turn 1 and makes the move stick, and he's a very, very hard driver as Lewis. Of course, he's got the family blood running through his veins.
There's pedigree there.
His uncle Andrew was no slouch in both karts and indeed single-seater and sports car racing in the day.
Yes, indeed. I've got that familiar as LKM or LQM logo on the back of Lewis's crash helmet that adorned what I believe was a Ferrari 360 in British GT Championship Grand Prix.
Well, they went to Le Mans, didn't they? With
yes.
What was that? Chris Miakos, Greek.
Oh yes,
Greek driver, Greek team owner.
But
we digress again.
There's some go-karting
car racing. Yes.
Freddie Blackshaw, Zach Andrew rounding out the top 10 here as we watch Lewis Capaldi cross the line. And Noah Wicklow doesn't need to panic. Sometimes you have drivers, they come out of Bambino and they take a year to fully get to grips with the extra power. Well, it's taken Noah Wicklow just a couple of months and he's at the sharp end already.
Yeah, and you know what, there's no real critique of him not being able to keep the Scottish champion in the form of Lewis Capaldi. Very experienced in Micromax, of course. Noah just finding his feet. He's going to be joined very soon by the black and white kart of Sebastian Crawford, who continues that recovery drive in this event after that nightmare of a time qualifying session. Sebastian just managing the engine temp there with a little bit of altering the flap on the radiator, but he is catching Wicklow. And Seb, in his second full season, he's done some Kart Championship, he's done some UKC, and I think this year he's going to focus on the British Championship. So again, another driver using the Kart Championship as prep.
And Ethan McClelland is next behind Crawford there. McClelland fourth in the Bambino Championship 2 years ago, so he's taken that more traditional sort of amount of time to get up to speed. So 2 years ago, top 5 Bambino. Now, a year of learning, and now here's McClelland in the top 6 in micro. But
it's very, very close now. The black and white kart there is Sebastian Crawford. The orange sleeves on the youngsters' overalls catching the black overall Noah Wicklow. Noah having the more experience in Micromax, certainly. Noah's got quite a few laps under his belt himself, but just finding his feet and being very composed, I've got to say, not panicking when karts are coming up to pass him. He knows how to be overtaken. He knows how to overtake. And I think Noah Wicklow is going to be one of those drivers that we're going to see very much to the fore, maybe towards the end of this season even. He's going to be a front runner as Sebastian Crawford. Down the inside, the gap wasn't quite there, was it, Henry?
No, but again, Wicklow gave Crawford just enough room. Now, of course, as a champion last year in Bambino, Wicklow is more used to going forward. He's more used to overtaking than being overtaken. Now that he's moved up against drivers with an extra year's experience in this class, he has to learn not to panic when he gets overtaken, because these races, they are very long. And I say that, we call them sprint races, but when you're on track, and when you're 8-9 years old, like these drivers on your screen are, there's plenty of time. You don't need to panic and try and win it all at turn number 1. Page, meanwhile, Diabahal's dropped to 10th. Charlie Page recovering after incident to 11th.
Certainly at the start, Henry, but now we've got one more lap, and that momentum I spoke about in one of the earlier sessions, where you get the momentum to catch the kart in front. You've got to keep that momentum. Yes. Sebastian Crawford has now had that momentum stifled. He's behind Noah Wicklow on this final lap, and opportunities and chances of making that move are reducing. And as I say that, down the inside at the first of the centre hairpins, Crawford has made that move, and it will go forward into 4th place, and that recovery drive continues. We've got Ethan Lloyd, Alfie Garrett and Lewis Capaldi ahead of him, of course, with the gap from Ethan Lloyd back to Alfie Garrett. We'll maybe try and pick up the leader as we do. We do for him taking the checkered flag there with a gap of about 4 seconds, is it, as Alfie Garrett takes? 4.5 seconds, the gap at the flag. Here comes Lewis Capaldi on the S-plate, and there's that battle that we've been watching. Finally going the way of Sebastian Crawford with a very, very calculated move on Noah Wicklow. Ethan McClelland 6th, Henry Algar 7th. The rest of the field coming through, Henry.
There is Zach Andrew crossing the line in 8th. And I've got to say, it didn't give Alfie Garrett much coverage. The MLC Motorsport driver doing a very, very solid job in second position. Alfie, who finished third he was atop. He led the O-Plate last weekend for a brief amount of time. But there, and looking down the order, Zach Andrew 8th, Charlie Page 9th, Freddie Blackishaw 10th, Dean Pahal 11th, then Carter Jackson, Teddy Roberts, Freddie Walker, Jensen Darlow, Ansel Murray, sadly retired, 15 finishers, Albie J. Stubbs, Max Armitt and Oliver Woodall also failing to go the distance. But you're now looking down at the assembly grid area. This will be the second Junior Rotax Superheat. Now, this is Group A versus Group C. We saw Group Group C earlier on against Group B. So for some of these drivers, this is their second and final Superheat. For the Group A drivers, which will be on the left-hand side of your screen, it's their first Superheat of the morning. They'll be led by number 229. You can just see the bottom corner of your screen. That's Daniel Minto. Daniel, for the Hunter Motorsport team, drove superbly here at the Rotax Grand Festival at the end of last year in a bid to make it to the Rotax Grand Finals. He has been there before as a Micromax driver back in 2022. It wasn't quite to be last year. So as they head out on to their rolling lap, I'll give you the full starting lineup now. It's going to be Daniel Minto on pole from Oliver Fabricius. On row number 2, Nathaniel Gray and Joel Dixon Cohen. Joseph Mills and Marcel Popcool on row 3. Ewan House and Kian Bernard on row number 4. Kian, of course, the Team UK representative, FIA Karting Academy last year. Amy Peacock and Charlie Very round out your top 10, ahead of Jack Harrison and Kenya's Shane Chandaria. Then we've got Elliot Surtees and Ellis Dealey, Shea Hilton and Daniel Hartley, last year's Junior Primo champion, James Tate, Lewis Sumner, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Alfie Lambert, George Cole and Zach Kane, Kevin Ivanov and Tyler Richardson. Laurie McVie rounds out your 25 kart grid. As they move into formation, the lights go out and we are off and racing, and Minto gets sideways into turn number 1 in front of the field, saves it, drops to P3 however, as the rest of the field thread their way through the dogleg down towards St John's. But it is Oliver Fabricius who has the advantage, and of course earlier on Fabricius, Dixon Cohen, Poppercool, etc. They had the worst of the conditions, mixed track conditions. Now, even though there are still some damp patches, the track is, for all intents and purposes, stone cold and dry, but it is cold out there, so the drivers will still be struggling to get a little bit of heat into their tyres. There's Joel Dixon Cohen for the George Whitbread Racing team, the GWR team. Joel, who came to the British O-Plate last weekend as well, and certainly didn't disgrace himself, as something flies off a cart coming through Brian's bend. I'm not sure if that was a chain guard or just a piece of graphics kit. We'll soon find out. Fabricius leads Poppercool in his wheel tracks in second position. Then it is Dixon Cohen, followed by our pole sitter Minto, and then Kian Bernard for the Zip Factory team. And looking what is definitely chain guards on the front. There is a marshal running to post 2, holding a chain guard. Now. I wonder, it looks like, well, I can see on our screen who I think it is. However, the officials on circuit, they have to identify the cart, because that is a mechanical flag, So I will allow them to do their job. Oh, and there is a side-by-side Chandaria, and I think that was Kian Bernard discussing the same piece of rapidly diminishing real estate. Now there come the leaders. Papa Cool now has the lead. Oh, it was the 267 of Joel Dixon Cohen getting squeezed there by Daniel Minto. And Dixon Cohen, he goes, I don't want to be in that puddle. Came back across the track into the path of Minto, who has continued. And yes, Daniel Minto is the recipient of the mechanical flag. I did earlier as the great work by the Karting Live TV camera crew there coming out of the final corner, because they honed in on a chain guardless rear axle of Minto's kart. So Minto lost his chain guard earlier and has now had to retire to the pit lane. Papa Cool, the Kato Motorsport team, leads and continues to pull away from Fabricius. Who is that also retired? Oh, Kian Bernard bringing the 282 kart into the pit lane as well. The Zip Young Guns entry. And so that's not good for Zip Young Guns and Kian Bernard, but it's Popical Fabricius. Chandaria now third. Lewis Sumner up at the P4. Nathaniel Gray is fifth. Then it's Joseph Mills, Joel Dixon Cohen, Charlie Berry, Daniel Hartley and Ellis Dealey. The top 10. And we've got 24 drivers. 23 drivers. We've lost Daniel Minto and we have lost Kian Bernard, arguably two of the more favoured drivers. And of course, in a class with a bigger than capacity entry, so bigger than grid capacity entry, some drivers run the risk of not even making the main event. There's a good move. The number 263 of Daniel Hartley. The Ultimate R team, as we look at that quick action replay, and there is the perfectly executed move at going into Gas Works hairpin. The 237 of Charlie Very was taking the racing line, and just as Very moved outside the track to set himself up to turn in, when the weight of the kart was just slightly, angled towards the exit, Hartley, hard right hand down into the inside line, then got it slowed down on the apex, so he didn't wash out on the exit of the corner, as Kian Bernard heads back out onto the track. I wonder if Kian got the numbers mixed up, may have had a warning flag, thought the mechanical flag was for him, came into the pits, and then he was told, no, it was for somebody else, because he's gone back out on track. Side by side, here comes Hartley again, passing the number 291 of Joseph Mills. Well, Daniel Hartley almost picking up where he left off last year. Interesting that Hartley there, we've got 3 minutes remaining. Popical leads by 2.7 seconds from Fabricius, with Chandaria another 3 seconds further back in fourth. So the main action is following here, where Daniel Hartley is picking them up and putting them down. In addition to making that move, he's just set the fast lap of the race, 53.10 seconds. And so Dan Hartley, interesting, Dan and his dad Ian, Ian decided, well, for a treat, half-term treat, I'm going to take Daniel down to the O2 Arena for the Formula One team launch. And he went to a ticket-selling website, bought 2 tickets that were very expensive, got hotel, went down there on the train, and arrived at the O2 Arena to be told, on the way down, he had an email on his phone saying these tickets are no longer valid. We've refunded the money, we ain't going in. And that was heartbreaking. And so Mr. Hartley, now nursing went up to the O2 and the staff at the O2 were looking at tickets to insert. We understand, yet you have been scammed. That you bought a good thing. Oh, the leader's out! And the leader pulls off with a bent rear axle.
Bent axle, yeah.
Oh, so as Poppercore defends, now at least this is the end of the story, Poppercore out of the race, the staff at the O2 Arena, they were very kind, and Daniel and Hartley did go to watch the Formula 1 team launch. Apparently they started bullying apparently. As that was going on, so Poppercore was all on his own in the lead.
So Poppercore is one of the transponders not picking up, is it?
No, he was there. He's already disappeared.
He disappeared, right, okay.
Just before the start-finish line, Poppercore was all on his own. Why he would have the problem? Fabricius now has the race lead. From Lewis Sumner, Chandaria, then Gray, Cohen and Hartley, your top six. But that's incredible. I'm almost wondering if it was a wheel coming loose, possibly. Kieran Bernard has gone back out. Minto has been mechanical flagged for a lack of chain guard. And the story has been Daniel Hartley siding his way at the order. He's now passed the 267 of Joel Dixon Cohen to move into the top 5. And I'm looking down, Hartley started 16th.
Yeah, Daniel's had a bit of a torrid time, bit of a character building time qualifying. I can't remember quite what the issue was that put Daniel down, but again, there was a reason for that. We know Daniel's fast enough. There was a reason why he wasn't. I think it was a tyre pressure or something he was having. But Daniel's on a bit of a recovery drive now on the number 263. He's up to 7th last time round. Next on his list is Nathaniel Gray, and that's the orange with the blue trim, the 215 numbered kart there. The blue helmet, the red shoulders on Daniel Hartley, gaining. And this is the race that we're focusing on because everybody else is spaced out quite considerably.
Well, I mean, this is the best advert for the junior primo class. Spend a year in the primo class, learning your craft. You're far better prepared to swim with the sharks when you move up. And Hartley, the ultimate R-Kart, Ben and Matty Hingley, the team based out of Abergele in North Wales, as we take the checkered flag comes out. Well, Hartley's going to be a factor before this day is done. Oliver Fabricius has the lead, and this is the second or third move he's done. Absolutely inch perfect going into Gasworks. Doesn't let the karts wash out too much on the exit. And
textbook.
Yeah, absolutely
textbook move. Fabricius then, he takes the win after Marcel Poppercle had gone out. Also, commiserations to Daniel Minto, who started on the pole position and then lost a chain guard. That's a shame for Daniel. That's going to put him down the order in the grid for the final after hoping to do really well. Hunter Motorsports driver here on home ground. So the win, Fabricius, Lewis Sumner second. Shane Chandaria takes the next up. Daniel Hartley in 4th place. Joel Dixon Cohn was next up. Nathaniel Gray, Charlie Very, Joseph Mills and Ellis Daly in 9th. Ewan House 10th. Amy Peacock there, Amy, just outside the top 10 in that 11th spot. And there's the remaining finishers there on the screen for you. Senior Rotax.
Yes.
The first time. So, the Kart Championship can no longer brag that they are a kid-only championship, Henry, because what we found in the Kart Championship as the years have gone by is after
goodbye to them and they don't want to leave.
After junior karting, you lose your customers, you lose your drivers, you lose your grid. Well, the Kart Championship have thought, you know what, let's create a senior class. Our junior drivers can then stay with us, and here we are.
Yes, and of course, you know, it's for the inaugural grid. It's good to see that so many of them, nearly 20, have decided to stay put. So Darren must be doing something right.
He is. Johnny Lynch took Heat 1 yesterday. Then in Heat 2, just scrolling down on my screen, where is Heat 2 for Senior Rotax? Heat 2, Joey Brown taking Heat 2. So Johnny Lynch and Joey Brown are the drivers to look out for. Joey Brown, therefore, takes pole position. That's him there on the number 74, just underneath the camera.
Well, here's a rarity, Joe. That's a Fusion Motorsports graphics kit on a Rotax-powered kart.
Yeah,
Joey Brown, who races in lots of different classes, he's sporting a rather healthy mullet as well these days.
Thankfully, he's got a helmet on. We don't have to see that.
Yes.
Alongside him on the front row is Morgan Hudson-Brown. Row 2 is Liam Phillips and Ewan Hughes. Jason Duchess and Brandon Truman share row 3. Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Daniel Callahan are on row 4. Johnny Lynch, heat winner yesterday, on row 5 with Alex Timmons alongside. Kyle Dunford and Ryan Sayers are on row 6. Lucas Blanford and Taylor Dixon are on row 7. Archie Hogan and Bradley Caton are on row 8. Row 9 is Michael Ambler and Noosh Safa Leathers, with Aidan McDonald rounding off what is a 19-kart field here, Henry.
I think we're going to have an 18-kart, a 17-kart field.
What happened there? The
number 43 of Taylor Dixon ground to a halt on the run towards Senna 1, and coming out of Senna 1 and in completely separate news.
I think that's Brandon Truman,
That might be Uncle Tyrone himself, Brandon Truman, who's got the Dan Holland Racing graphics kit, but is running with the Hunter Motorsport team, I believe, this weekend.
Here we go then. We might get the green flag here. We are indeed racing, and it's side-by-side action. They're getting very busy into turn 1. They sort themselves out through turn 1. By the time we get to the dogleg via Brian's Bend, the leader, the number 74, Joey Brown, has pulled a few, certainly a breathing space there, but all action kicking off behind, and pick that one out, Henry.
That's Morgan Hudson-Brown going around the outside of one of the Ultimate karts, the number 30, I couldn't quite see who that was. I think it was the 39 kart. They take second position. There's Hudson-Brown, who was a winner at Glannet Gorse very recently. Also took a win up at Wigan, I believe.
Well, he was winning. He was winning back here in November in the Winter Series here, until the gasworks on the final lap, where he was taken out.
I have seen the social media clip.
Outrageously.
Yes, outrageously.
Yes.
But yeah, there's two more teammates. So actually the two Ultimate are teammates, Hudson Brown and the number 39. It is Ian Hughes. Gabe Fairbrother was testing for Ultimate R yesterday, former Kartmasters GP play champion. So I'm wondering, as I haven't got Hudson Brown on my entry list, I wonder if Fairbrother had stepped in while Hudson Brown probably went to school or something unimportant, trivial, something trifling like education.
We do know that Morgan likes Warden Law. He knows his way around, but whether or not he can do anything about Joey Brown, who's already gone 2.5 seconds clear after just one lap. We'll see what the gap is this time by what will be after 2 laps. This is the battle for second that we're watching here. So the two Ultimate R karts going together now, battling for second and third. There's the leader across the line. The gap to second is 3.8. And the reason being, Henry, is that these two, indeed three, are squabbling. The number 17 there, Jason Duchess, he's on a Cosmic, and he's wanting to split these Ultimate R boys up, isn't he?
And there's, again, a great mix of privateer entries, older drivers, who want to step up from club racing into a national series, but not the Motorsport UK British Championship. It's great for them, but then you've got drivers and teams that race at the highest level coming in, fighting head-to-head. So, like I said, the stat, even in its very first race as a senior class in this championship, the standard is going to be extremely high, which bodes well for, drivers to drop in and out, the championship, but also, junior graduates who want to stay at the highest level, but in this friendly surrounds of the Kart Championship.
Well, considering, Henry, that the Rotax British Championship Round 1 will kick off here in a month's time, here at Warden Law, this is great preparation for any drivers that are competing in that. The Premier British Series, you can't really argue that one. The Premier British Rotax Series is the Vera Tools British Championship. So the Kart Championship that we're here with this weekend is ideal for drivers like that to come into this series and just get together, But what you said earlier was that the competitors that run regularly in this championship are no easy pickings.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
They're absolutely not at all easy.
Shall I say something that'll get me in trouble with my paymasters? Racing here has been a lot cleaner so far.
Well,
oh
yes.
dear, did I just say that? I only say what I see. I'm like Roy Walker in catchphrase. I just say what I see. And
what I see now, mate, is two ultimate arc drivers coming together, and I think that's a change for position. The 39 of Ian Hughes has gone ahead of Morgan Hudson Brown, and that was all to do with sliding through turn one. And I think that damp patch, which is reducing and minimising itself as we get into the afternoon. But I think Hughes now, he'll be intent on pulling away from his teammate Hudson Brown.
I mean, Joey Brown is 5 seconds up the road. I mean, I know Fusion Motorsport, they do a lot of work in OK out in Europe in the World Championships. I wonder if they've accidentally bolted an OK engine on as opposed to a Rotax power unit.
And a change for position there for fifth as Lucas Blanford went ahead of Liam Phillips. Liam, easy to spot on that number 31. He's the yellow fairing with the bright white nose, and the reason it is in its virgin white is because he's saving weight. The sticker kit, I think I've heard quote, is between 0.7 and 1 kilogram of weight on a sticker kit.
Yeah, it's several hundred grams.
Yeah.
And of course, as drivers struggle to get to the 162 kilo weight limit, there's the move from the Cadet Junior. Well, that's the Kart Republic. Is it the Cadet Junior team? Yes, I believe that is Lucas Blanford, who was British Grand Prix, Kart Masters, British Grand Prix, other events as well. Performing well. There's the 84 of Elliot Dalton Ayres for the Hunter Motorsport team. And you can see, apart from the leader, who has been very unsporting and driven off into the middle distance, we do have a good group of drivers, evenly matched drivers, battling from second place back to, Kyle Dunford in the number 40 kart in 8th. Alex Timmins is 9th. So second through 9th is very closely matched. There goes Joey Brown.
He's unbeatable this weekend, isn't he? Joey Brown took the first heat, and then I think he had problems in heat. He won heat 2. Let's check.
He wasn't in heat, I suppose, because they've had to mix they've had groups A, B and C.
No, that's juniors.
Oh, that's juniors, of course, they're the seniors. Yes. I'm so used to talking to Joey Brown as though he were a junior.
Yeah, of course.
I forget that he's moved up to senior. Now Lucas Blanford is starting to look at the rear end of Morgan Hudson Brown's kart with a renewed degree of interest going through. There's the move going up. Good move, wasting no time. Momentum, keeps momentum, Joe.
Just behind these three there, the yellow helmet there, the blue and white shoulders, Elliot Dalton Ayres. 3 consecutive laps now have gone purple for Elliot Dalton Ayres. He's here with Hunter Motorsport. He's got his dad's his mechanic. They're with the team. They're on Venator racing engines, and he is the fastest kart on the track at the moment. And I think he's just gone ahead of Liam Phillips. He has indeed. And it's Lucas. No, he hasn't just gone ahead of Liam Phillips. That's Liam Phillips on the number 31 ahead of him there. This is the number 84 kart we're talking about. And he's got that momentum. He's moving through the field. And if he doesn't get stifled here, it's not going to be long before he heads goes forward.
What was I saying about racing being cleaner? I know.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Let's see if we can see exactly what happened there. There was a little bit of a coming together there, a little bit of contact there, just making that move. So that might become a little bit of a deficit there for that move there. Not our job to adjudicate on that. But that's really gone the wrong way for Liam Phillips, who's lost out another place on that one.
Yes, because of course, you get pushed offline, the tyres cool a fraction, maybe pick up a few marbles or what have you. You said about Venator racing engines that are doing so well both here and overseas, and I think that there must be Reese or somebody in the Hunter workshop on the dyno, sort of those countless hours, where they come out into the sunlight and are blinded because they've been in a darkened dyno room trying to eke every last thousandths of a second
They are.
worth of pace.
That dyno room is constant.
Yes, yes.
It is constant development going on.
They've soundproofed it so that when it's running at 3 a.m. in the morning,
yeah,
a lot of these engine builders.
But you know what? I think
I
they're all the same. I mean, Nigel Horner with HRS, he'd be doing the same in his workshop, and has been doing it for years. And just trying to eke out that little bit extra, that marginal gain, as we say.
They're blinded by the light as they come out. You know,
yeah.
It's been 3 days since I went into the dyno.
It's a long time since Nigel had a tan. He hasn't been abroad for a few weeks now, has he?
Yeah.
Here comes Elliot Dalton-Ayres now on the rear end of Ian Hughes. The number 39 just steps a little bit out of line.
Wow.
And there, look at the grip that the number 84 had. He's really on it here, is Elliot. And this is a great drive, and already up into third place ahead of the number 39. There is a problem there.
Has he got a puncture, I wonder?
I'm not sure. He's dropping back.
Let's see if we can see. Sits down on exit of the corner.
Well, Morgan Hunter Brown, who dropped way back behind him, has now moved forward. It's the Ultimate driver, Ian Hughes, and he's picked up speed again. No, he's going backwards. He's losing time, and it doesn't look like a puncture, Henry.
No, I mean when he turns into the corner, as he come out of the final corner to start the last lap.
Yes. I'm just got overly excited watching that. We're trying to see and fathom out why all of a sudden Hughes has gone backwards. He's lost about 3 places in a very short space of time.
If there is a tyre problem, it's with one of the front tyres.
That right-hand tyre, that right-hand rear looks really soft.
Okay, yes.
It looked really soft as it was deforming through the corner, and that would explain
why coming out of the fast left-hander.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch,
he's the man to beat, isn't he? Joey Brown is on fire in this superheat as he comes through the final turn. The gap was 3.8 seconds. He's going to extend that at the flag from Lucas Blanford. Crossing the line now. Here comes Lucas Blanford on the Kart Republic, 2.8. So Blanford did take it out of him a little bit with the fastest lap at the very end there. Elliot Dalton-Ayres third. He was a further 2 seconds behind. And then we had Hudson Brown, Liam Phillips, Kyle Dunford, Jason Duchess, Ian Hughes, Alex Timmins, Michael Ambler. Might as well go at the end. There's not that many. Daniel Callahan, Noosh Safa Leathers, Archie Hogan in 13th, 14th was Johnny Lynch, Bradley Caton 15th, Ryan Sayers is in 16th. So that is the superheat completed for Senior Rotax. A welcome addition to the 2025 Kart Championship. Another welcome addition to the 2025 Karting Championship is Rover Oils. Rover Oils is a partner now with the series. And a big hello to the Racers Official Apparel, who are another partner. They can be found in the paddock. Merchandising and teamwear. If you are needing someone to manufacture your teamwear or indeed some team merchandising, then pop along. They are just beside the Kart Championship headquarters, where you'll find Mr. Beavers. And another big thanks to Scan, who are powering our sim racer, which you'll find in the cafe restaurant at the just on the edge of the Karting Northeast pit lane. Pop in there. It's a free to use sim, and it's running a competition that will see us go to the end of the season. A competition that is running is another competition that we've got running to round 4 is our TB Kart raffle. It's £10 a ticket. The draw will be a pair 5 for round 4 of the series. And you can win a brand new rolling TB chassis, a TB Kart available there. Certainly worth £10 into the series coffers to help the series progress. So that is very much worth a punt. In fact, I'm thinking Nick Damon and I are going to buy a ticket as well. What we'll do with the car, I do not know. As Nick and I could probably only last about 4 laps before we needed oxygen. We've got the that actually, everybody, has concluded our first superheats. We're into our second round of superheats now, and with the Bambino parents and helpers making their way down to the grid to greet what will be the second superheat for the mighty Bambinos. Same grid as we had for the first superheat, of course. They were formed from the results of the heats that we had yesterday. So the grid looks like this. Heath Smith and Arthur Rhodes. Heath Smith on the pole position, Arthur Rhodes alongside in second. Ethan Hume and Freddie Dye are on row 2. Jack Harper and Luca Pede, who is indeed the son of Ed Pede, that we suspected it was. There, in fact, there's Ed Pede right in the middle of the shot there. Tall lad with the black jacket, arms on his hips, waiting for his son, Luca, to come through. Ed I know from Clio Cup racing, actually. Very, very good peddler in a kart as well. Khaled Tennant and Felix Tandy, who has also got a very good driver in the form of his dad, who's now known as Felix Tandy's dad internationally. They're on row 4. Elliot Hitch and Jensen James Williams are on row 5. Row 6 is Logan Edwards and Freddie Pennell. Arthur Thompson and Harry Wass are on row 7. Row 8 is Bobby Slater and Noah Brad. Frank Pearson and Nico Mohan share row 9. George Algar and Oakley Howlett are on row 10. Row 11, the final row of this grid, Oliver Yap and Teddy Smith rounding off a 22 kart field. Rover Oils, partner for this year in 2025, adorn our screen, as does Samsung, as we get the lights going out, and we are indeed racing in this, the second superheat for the electric-powered Bambino karts. And into turn 1, the whole field stream through turn 1 and then through the left-hand sweep at Brian's Bend and then on towards the dogleg. And very, very orderly formation. Nobody having problems there. These youngsters, remember, 6 to 8 years old before they then move into one of the cadet categories. The Bambino class has become very popular, and Might E especially has become very popular. The electric-powered karts are a little bit less faffy, let's say, than the petrol-engined counterpart. You'd spend very little time actually looking after the motor, but you then have more time to fiddle with the chassis dynamics. And we've got it coming together there, the number 3, Heath Smith, coming together with Arthur Rhodes, and they've got 3 wide racing through the horseshoe. Let's have a look at the replay. And down the inside, and the number 3 there, just trying to squeeze inside the number 82 of Arthur Rhodes. That's allowed Ethan Hume on the number 11 to come through, but they all sort themselves out as they come across the line. They are very, very close indeed. And another challenge and another bit of wheel banging into turn 1 as Heath Smith, from the pole position, gets back to that first place. And, does he? In fact, he's down to third because we've had a change. Who is that has come through and into the lead? But the lead changes back as we go back from the number 6, Jack Harper, who led for a few metres. And then Heath Smith took it back because Jack Harper lost momentum coming out the horseshoe. They're tripping over one another with 7 minutes of this superheat remaining. They're tripping over one another. And we've had 3 place changes there for the lead, and we're only half a lap through it. Phenomenal driving from these youngsters. Very, very hard not to pick a Bambino race as our race of the month on Karting Live TV. Side by side through the horseshoe. There's only really Bambinos can do that. And it's the number 82 that moves ahead of Jack Harper. Harper, though, latches onto the till. They're all beginning to concertina up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts now forming a train behind Heath Smith. And they will want to work together. Still plenty of time here. We're still a minute and a half away from half distance here for these electric Bambinos. The mighty Bambinos always deliver when it comes to racing. If you want to know how to race a kart, or indeed anything, whether it be a single-seater race car or a international sports car, have a look at the racecraft on these youngsters. You can learn a thing or two about giving each other room. In fact, the Formula One boys need to have a watch of these youngsters. They'll learn a bit from that. We've got a change for third. Heath Smith still leading out of the back chicane on towards the gasworks. Heath Smith just making the line a little bit narrower. It's the number 17 of Freddie Dye. He's the driver in the white helmet there with the white side pod. Moving on to the back of Arthur Rhodes now, and Arthur with the yellow and black helmet there just in second place. The leader though is Heath Smith across the line to complete 3 laps. Arthur Rhodes second, Freddie Dye, Jack Harper, Felix Tandy, Jensen James Williams, Ethan Hume, Luca Peed in 8th, Callie Tennant in 9th, and Logan Edwards. That's your top 10. Heath Smith has really been the mighty Bambino to beat here this weekend in the Kart Championship, as down the inside into St John's. That was all about momentum coming off the right-hander at the dogleg, and Freddie Dye has gone ahead of Arthur Rhodes and into second. But because of this place change, the karts behind, as we've seen always in this form of racing, just concertina back up onto the rear bumper of Freddie Dye now, who has a train of karts, Henry, just queuing up behind him to challenge for what is now second place.
Yes.
And here they come already. Arthur Rhodes making that getting that second place back.
Rhodes was very impressive in the earlier heats, and I have to say that Freddie Dye, I knew I was going to do it. Freddie Dye went backwards a little bit as the race progressed in the opening superheat of the day. A lot of these young drivers, they're very, very quick over 1 lap, but then it's piecing together 8 consistent laps. And though there was a move going on into turn number 1, and suddenly we are side by side. Felix Tandy looks at the inside of Dye there, but has to stay in what is 5th position as Jack Harper has fought back to take P2 temporarily. Here comes Rhodes again, and
this is brilliant.
Yes, good stuff. And Dye round the outside, so a slim shady.
Oh, that's
3 wide as well.
That's Felix Tandy. He's gonna pay the price though, because that's a long way to go into the back chicane. I've just been told by Gaz Bury here that Rhodes and Hume finished race 1 at the Clubby last weekend, as we've got a spinner.
Oh, that was Jack Harper.
Jack Harper.
And you could see him, he's the 4th kart in line here. And
he got
on the power a little bit too early.
No, I think he tripped over the kart in front. I think that's what it was. He pivoted round.
Yes, he got the
I
power.
don't think they've got the power to break traction. I don't think they've got the power. Here we go again. A little bit of nudging and boring, bashing and boring there into turn 1. Felix Tandy seeing an opportunity arise there. He finds himself on the outside again. He's doing all he can on that E-plate. That's the black cart at the tail of this 4-kart train. And he's trying all he can, not stifling any momentum there through St John's. Can that black cart on the E-plate, the English plate holder from last season, carrying that all the way through till the English plate event this year? 4 karts now then out towards the chicane. This is allowing Heath Smith to disappear, and with 2 minutes on the clock, this train in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th are not going to catch him, as we've got to move for 2nd.
And that is the number 7 plate, Jensen James Williams, JJ Williams. If only the Wales rugby team had JJ Williams back with them now. But Jensen James, I'll have to call him Jensen James, because if I call him JJ Williams, the current situation in Wales, I'd start weeping openly in the commentary box. Felix Tandy tucking in. Here comes Rhodes again. And Felix Tandy this time realises it wasn't high, wide and Hansen. The inside line is key. Yeah. Gains a place as well.
He's got it, hasn't he? Down the inside has gone Felix. He's got Rhodes ahead of him though, and Felix has made his way up to 3rd. Where was he on the grid? He was 8th on the grid, so he's just picked his way now down the inside. The E plate of Tandy has gone to 2nd. And if these lot behave themselves, which I doubt very much they will do, they may indeed have a chance of catching or indeed reducing the gap to the leader, Heath Smith. As we head out towards the gasworks, then it's a drag race down to the braking area. We've got a change for 3rd. As through into 3rd has gone the number 7 JJ Williams.
Oh, yes. Well, that's Freddie Dye.
Has he gone through?
Undercut the pair of them coming out of gasworks. You could see Di was at the outside going into the 3-wide situation, going into the corner. Just, late turning and just drove, diamonded off the corner. That's
whatever.
Yes.
I understood what you meant.
Yes, I'm good.
Everybody did.
I got really good English and grammar in it.
Look at this, though. Heath Smith off into the lead, and behind him, Felix Tandy has broken free from that train of carts. He's been able to pick his way through ever so gradually, and he was beginning to look like he was getting frustrated. However, he's kept his head, and he's made his way through to that second place now as Felix, and he's broken free from the squabble that is ensuing behind.
And Ethan Hume has now caught Arthur Rhodes, so those two sort of blue, white and red liveried machines just behind the two we're watching here. They're now worked together. The clock has struck 0. And Freddie Di just runs a little bit wide, manages to keep J.J. Williams behind him.
They'll see the last lap board though here, Henry, and this is when it starts getting. It starts getting frantic. It's been frantic from the very off, I would say, but time's running out now. If J.J. Williams is going to make a move on Freddie Di, time is running out. He has a look down the inside of turn 1. Always an awkward place to pass in these electric Bambinos because it is flat out. It's absolutely flat chat, so there's no speed difference. The four of them come together then. Freddie Di, Jensen James Williams, Arthur Rhodes, Ethan Hume. They are absolutely together in a 4-cart train, as up ahead of them goes Felix Tandy in second and Heath Smith slightly ahead of him in the lead, but we'll focus on this for the next few corners.
Yes, indeed. Now we'll see Williams in the number 7 cart. Will he try to look underneath Di? Now, Di is going to have to defend going into Gasworks, but then cannot run out wide on the exit. He's left the door open, however, and there's an experience, but now can he cross them over like he did? Oh, wheel to wheel, 3 wide, and they somehow make that work. Arthur Rhodes tried to be the filling in the sandwich and then backed out of it, but here comes
the leader, Heath Smith. And look at Felix Tandy closing that gap. That gap was huge. The gap was nearly 4 seconds. It's come down to 0.6 of a second. Bodes very well for the final.
And
with Felix Tandy, fastest lap of the race of 69.93 was the lap. Here is that battle, 3 wide through the gasworks. You don't see this very often.
No, an inch perfect there, the middle of the corner. Then Freddie Di just sort of ran out of track as you're seeing some of the tail enders cross the line. Noah Brad, Frank Pearson, Teddy Smith. Here come the last group of finishers, and that's what you want to see. 4 drivers there: George Algar, Nico Mohan, Oliver Yap, and Oakley Howlett, crossing the line, battling over last place, nose to tail, however, which is great to see.
Brilliant. The mighty Bambinos absolutely always deliver. They promise a lot and never ever fail us. Another class of racing that promises a lot and tend not to fail us is the class that we've got out next. It's the Superheat number 2 for the Honda Cadet 200s. And let's have a quick look at the grid. The grid is exactly the same as what we saw in Superheat 1. They were formed from the heats that we had yesterday. Archie Cannon and Elliot Bourke share the front row of the grid with Archie Cannon on the pole. It's Riley Blakemore and Ronnie Jones on row 2. Row 3 is Jack Wykes and Luke McGall. We've got Jane Prakash and Arthur Muffet on row 4. Archie Loveridge and Ollie Knox are next, with Mason Becker and Theo Hamilton on row 6. Oliver Ratton and Finley Thursfielder on row 7. Jerry Dufficy and George Quinlan row 8. Row 9, Dino Rowlands, Arthur Roberts. Row 10 is Harry Surge and Shaylin Srikantan. Sawyer Henderson and Jaden Bond are row 11. Bradley Sutton and Reggie Dufficy are row 12, with Luke Jardine and Seth Wright on row 13. Row 14, Madison Horsepool and Jensen Fathers. Joshua Adoti and Maximilian Mikalski, with Arthur Bath rounding off a 31-cart cadet field, Henry. Honda Cadets have always been a big favourite of mine. They remind me so much of certain other formulas and racing series that we get to see, because the racing is just so close.
Yeah, and just before we get started, we're looking at, obviously we've got a couple of young ladies in this race, and Motorsport UK have collaborated with Team Sports Karting,
the indoor place.
Yes, to create the Girls Karting Academy this year. It's open for girls between the ages of 8 and 12. There are 10 venues around the country that girls can go to, special sessions, develop their skills, and then, places like Bristol, Crawley, Coventry, Leeds, Nottingham, Southampton, Manchester, Newcastle, Charlotte Tilbury, who have come into sponsoring females in motorsports a lot. They're providing some free sessions over the course of the year, and then they'll select several drivers to participate in Club 100, the junior category of the next step on the karting ladder next year. So keep a lookout for the Motorsport UK Girls Academy, open for girls between the age 8 and 12.
The red lights go out and we are racing with pole position driver Archie Cannon leading into turn 1, and this gaggle of 31 Honda Cadets make their way through that very fast turn 1. The equally fast Bryans bend the left-hand sweep and then onto the dogleg. They remarkably make their way through the dogleg all intact, and they're already off towards the centre infield hairpins, Henry.
Yes, and 2, 4, 6 drivers all together at the front of the field. Now, the driver that I'd be interested to see his progress is the one in third place there, number 14, Elliot Bourne. He didn't finish the opening heat race, had a mechanical issue with that. So it looks like it's an Ambition Motorsport one kart. There is the number 25 going for a spin. That was Sawyer Henderson.
Oliver Ratton as well getting involved in that. That was just somebody. And see what happened. I got it all wrong on the inside in the curb there.
And 1, 2, 3, 4 karts directly behind, nowhere to go. That's
going to split them up towards the back of the field. Henry will gather the names as they come through as stragglers now. Unfortunately, they were running so well, but that just shows, we take for granted that these drivers can hit their braking points and hit their apexes, and sometimes they don't, and sometimes it can all go wrong. This is forming into quite a battle there, and there's the hand gesticulation from that second place driver of let's work together. There's no working together there though, is there?
No, that was Archie Cannon decided to do the crossover mid-corner coming out of centre. Marshall runs for safety there. Great work there by the track staff, the Orange Army, to get those 4 beach carts off the quagmire that is up there at the top of the circuit. As we're looking at the number 70 kart now, Ronnie Jones trying to wrestle second place away from Cannon. Blakemore, though, is clear at the front. Then you can see Borg in the third kart in line, followed by McGall, Wykes and Archie Loveridge.
Absolutely no reason to get excited unless you're Riley Blakemore, who went very wide there at the dogleg across the curb. It's the Scottish champion. We've got another Scottish champion here in the form of Archie Cannon carrying that S-plate. Now the thing is, as the number 13 spoils what I was about to say by moving down the inside of Elliot Bourke, I was about to say these drivers will start working together. However, you can see what happened there. The number 15 now has a huge gap to the kart in front of him, and that's broken them up. It's going to take another lap or two before these kind of constantly are back together, as the number 70, Ronnie Jones, goes ahead of Archie Cannon for second.
Yes, the Zip Young Guns logo back in karting. We've got the Zip Factory team have been back. Earl and Tuesday Hines have brought the Zip Factory team karting name back, along with Luke Hines as well. But now, this year, they've broken out the famous Zip Young Guns logo. Are they resurrecting the Young Gun program?
I
believe they are. I know that. There's a young lady, Esme Rosie, who I think competed in this championship last year. She has been given the number 42 in her class. Is she a micro or a mini driver? One of the two. She has been given the number 42 Zip Young Guns kart, which when the late Martin Hines was still around, that was the number that he wanted. I know Lewis Hamilton had the 44, but the number 42 Zip Young Guns.
Yeah, I mean that's where we give Hamilton his start, wasn't it?
Yeah,
And,
yes.
You know, the support from Martin Hines.
It's one of those things. It's like the number 27 Ferrari Formula One car, the number 43 NASCAR, for example.
Yeah.
There are certain numbers in certain categories that resonate. And the number 42 Zip Young Guns, it's a number that is not given out lightly
To anybody.
Yes.
This is still a battle that is raging on and allowing Riley Blakemore to get off into the lead on the number 68. Everybody has caught him up. He did have a huge gap. He had a bit of a cushion, and that cushion is now no longer in existence, because right on his rear bumper is the number 70 of Ronnie Jones, followed by Archie Cannon on the S plate, Archie Loveridge, Luke McCall, Elliot Bogue, Jack Wykes. These are the karts that are queuing up to have a go, and very composed, I've got to say, from Blakemore, who has had a couple of frighteners there, sliding very wide at the dogleg, but he seems to have himself composed now and holding on to that lead as we've got a back mark coming into play.
It's the number 24, Arthur Bath, and he's been caught in the worst possible place. The whole lead group have to sweep around the outside of turn number 1 to avoid Arthur, who was, there were blue flags out, and Arthur is doing his very, very best to get out of the way, I have to say. But that was, a little bit of added and unwanted excitement for the lead group, and Blakemore now has been
under pressure. Ronnie Jones choosing that moment at the dogleg, not seemingly the favourite part of the track for Riley Blakemore. He struggled there into the gasworks now, and out of there into the horseshoe. Can Blakemore come back at him? Ronnie Jones looks like he's pulled a gap, perhaps the biggest gap. However, 3 minutes on the clock. There is plenty. Pick a winner. Impossible. Absolutely impossible with 3 minutes to go. I do not think we're going to see Ronnie Jones disappear. I'll be amazed if we do, as once again, Henry, we see everybody beginning to space out before they settle down, and then they'll come back together towards the checkered flag.
And with the greatest of respect to Ronnie Jones's team, I'm not sure if that's BSR or maybe Robsor Racing and the likes of Ambition Motorsport, who have done a great job in this class over the last, 5, 6 years, maybe 10 years. But watching Project One Racing and Zip Young Guns battling it out at the head of a British cadet race, all is well in the world, if you ask me. It's great to see two teams with so much heritage. Their founders both having sadly now since departed us, but they're the second generation of their team, people with a great, eye for the history of our sport, taking over the mantle. Project One versus Zip in a cadet race. That could be any decade. Choose a decade: the 80s, the 90s, the noughties, or the 2010s. And those two names are inextricably linked. The very forefront of what has been a wonderful training ground for several generations of British drivers around the world.
Blakemore hanging on to that second place, while behind him they kind of disagree with who's going to take that third place away, and that's gone Archie Loveridge's way at the moment. The blue helmet there just moving ahead of Archie Cannon. The two Archies battling it out there, but it's now Blakemore. Oh, and a little bit of a nudge from the Scottish champion, and the Archie Loveridge thinks, well, what are you doing, mate? You've just pushed me out the way. Well, that's kind of not deliberate, it's just momentum that these drivers end up tripping over each other. Ronnie Jones, I can tell you, as he crosses the line, has got a gap of just over a second now. 1.13 is the gap there, but everyone behind him now queuing up. Blakemore, Cannon, Bourke, Loveridge down to fifth as they cross the line. Wykes, McCall, Becker, Prakash, Ollie Knox is the driver in 10th place. But this is where the action's at, Henry.
Oh, yes.
With that second place now. Will they make it round? There was 40 seconds on the clock there. I think they're going to make it round for another 2 laps of racing here.
Yeah, just luckily for us. As Bourke then gets squeezed wide, and of course, after retiring from the first heat in that number 14 kart, he can't, he's already looking at that. Oh, and there's 2 wheels on the grass as Loveridge tries to is that Blakemore? Sorry, it was Blakemore trying to repass Cannon. and Cannon giving him short shrift.
And these two in second, Blakemore and Archie Cannon now, they're queuing up behind them. Elliot Bork, Archie Loveridge, there was about 5 seconds on the clock there as they come through. So we have got 2 more laps of racing, and the drivers here will want to gain as much advantage as they can. This is the second superheat for Honda Cadets, and how they finish in the first superheat and the second superheat, all the points that have been accumulated go towards yesterday's points acquisition, and that will form the grid going forward into the final. Still, we had karts that looked like they were about to pass, but then they all just settle into the back chicane, out of the back chicane, chasing after Ronnie Jones, but no changes.
And Loveridge in the number 73 has now, that's the 13 Project 1 kart of Jack White, but Loveridge in the number 73, he's now had 3 really concerted efforts at trying to pass Archie Cannon, and Cannon has defended vigorously on each occasion. Now Cannon goes to the move going up for P2 on Blakemore as they start their last lap. And how has that panned out? It's all worked in Cannon's favour. Loveridge has gone with him. Loveridge is not finished with Archie Cannon yet.
This is when we knew it was going to kick off, and this has played nicely into the hands. Let's not forget, Ronnie Jones, the number 73, Archie Loveridge, finds himself on the grass, as does the number 14 of Elliot Borg. This has played very nicely into the hands of Ronnie Jones, as everyone behind him has been squabbling over positions. This has allowed him to break free by about 2 seconds, and the battle for second is very much not over, as Luke McGall, as the leader, comes through the final turn. Ronnie Jones it is who takes Superheat 2. Then in second place, who's it going to be? Archie Cannon on the S plate. Luke McGall, the 15, moving up into third. Incredible.
He was just far enough behind. I noticed them going 4 wide. I think we're going to see right here. Great work there, replay queue. There's 4 wide. McGall in the yellow. Loveridge.
That was almost 6 wide.
Yes. Loveridge and Bork, and McGall thought, right, I'm going to take a wide line in, a nice tight line out, and like the Reds and Moses of the Red Sea, the seas parted, and he was able to pick up several places. A little bit further back, Jensen Fathers, don't forget that go-kart was stolen on Friday, returned last night. Jensen in the number 20 kart, finishing 21st. Overall.
Yeah, that's a great story.
That will make Fathers proud. I don't know what Jensen's dad's name is, so we'll call him Fathers. And I think Grandad is here as well, so Fathers will also be happy.
Restored faith in humanity, that did.
Yes.
And getting that car back for that youngster to be able to compete today was exactly what we wanted to see. Continuing with the cadet categories, this time the Intermax cadets. They've been on the smaller 950 chassis now for a couple of seasons.
Yes.
Before this class was on the full 1050 chassis with the wider tyres. And quite frankly, youngsters found it very hard to hang on to these karts.
Yes.
The grip level through the corners. I think a sensible approach by MSUK, bringing them onto the narrower tyre. The smaller chassis, however, the engines remain the same. Slightly less restriction than a Micromax,
yes.
Slightly more restriction than a junior kart. So just stifling the power. The karts have to be driven smoothly.
Yes.
It's a momentum formula, and that's what we're about to see, Henry.
Indeed, and the racing has improved as a result, I have to say. It does make the jump from inter to junior that little bit trickier, that little bit, bigger, because of course not only do drivers, when they move out of this class, they have to cope with more power in the engine, they also have to cope with the bigger chassis as well, so it's bigger surroundings and faster speeds. But we're going to see Joshua Griffin for Global Karting on pole position, James Fabricius on P2, Larry Price and Jensen Sale on the second row of the grid, Logan Rolfe and Oliver Barton row 3, Buddy Hugo and Benjamin Lawn on row 4, Lucian Smith and James Roots. The Roots is on fire. James, who raced out in Orlando with the Rotax Winter Trophy and took a win in one of the finals out there. He rounds out the top 10 on a 24-strong grid.
We are racing.
What is it? No, we're going
around.
Oh, yeah,
again. False flag. False start flag. Good spot.
And let's not count out Josh Cormack and Josh Cook starting on the 6th row for the KR Sport team. Cormack running the 9 seed, 9th in the British Minimax Championship.
I've got a shout out.
Yes,
I have a shout out.
Shout out.
Because we have Tilly Cook, sister of Josh Cook, out there in the stands on the main straight with her.
Well, she's got Go George.
She's supporting George Algar.
Well, why not?
And the mighty Bambinos. Well, that confused me. So we've missed Tilly, but well done, Tilly. We'll have a look out for you when it gets to the finals for the mighty Bambinos. Nice sign as well. She's made a Go George sign for George Algar in the mighty Bambinos. So we'll
wait for the Bambino.
I thought she'd be cheering on Josh Cook, her brother.
Why would the younger sister cheer off?
Exactly.
Older brothers are icky.
Exactly.
Older brothers are just icky. There we go. Here we are then, coming out of the final corner into the tram lines, and now lights are out. Here we go into turn number 1. It's James Fabricius, the BSR racing driver, takes the lead from Josh Cook. Somebody goes over the grass. It was a KR Sport delivery machine. Another driver coming wide, coming out of turn number 3. It was the 144 of Lucian Smith that went wide, and there's carts coming to green.
Yeah, we've got a couple of carts off at the first centre there, but I think they've just rejoined. I think it was a bit of a half spin. Driver puts his arm in the air. The leaders are already through the back chicane and heading towards the Gasworks airpin. Lovely shot of the whole of this field of Intermax coming through there. That was the cart there at the back of the field. That dropped to the back of the field. We haven't got quite a cadet kind of train of carts, but we've certainly got a close battle that's developing as they all come out onto the main straight there. Let's see what the order is then as they cross the line. James Fabricius leads across the line. Joshua Griffin in second. Larry Price third. Logan Rolfe, Benjamin Lawn, Josh Cormack, James Roots, Josh Cook there in eighth.
Yeah, and it's Plusky Sale has slipped back a little bit. Over through the water there goes the number 197 of Larry Price. It's going to slow him down temporarily back into P5. It's also going to give his Mechanica a muddy problem to solve at the end of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tricky until that mud scrubs off the tyres. It's the leader, James Fabricius, now with Joshua Griffin now on the number 5. Just you kind of get the feeling he's just kind of going to play a bit of a waiting game. Now these drivers are running flat out at this stage of the race. 7 minutes remaining, but there's no need to make any kind of rash decisions in how to get by people. They're going to Joshua Griffin there in that second spot, just going to wade up the orange cart over the leader, James Fabricius, through the dogleg there. Great view of how much curb they're using there all the way, and that curb is not smooth, Henry. That is quite a vicious curb.
It is. Now Griffin closing in on Fabricius, trying to go around the outside, and that leaves the door open for Logan Rolfe.
Yeah,
left grab P2.
That's the number 132 there, and you just saw that happening, didn't you? As did Logan Rolfe. You saw Griffin there trying to get by down the inside, but left the door wide open for Rolfe. Now then, Henry, is Logan Rolfe going to have a go at getting past Fabricius? Here they come then across the line. 3 laps completed now, and there he is, straight out of the slipstream and down the inside into turn 1.
And that was just on pure straight line speed alone, as the 2 global karting teammates, we mentioned Josh Griffin an awful lot, Benjamin Lawn, the second of those bright yellow and black carts. Benjamin is now feeding off the experience that Griffin has, as Griffin opens the door, and Fabricius just slams it shut before Lawn can make it through, but then Lawn looks to the inside. Good move, Benjamin Lawn. And it needs to be a good move, because behind these 4, as Fabricius goes back in, crossover, the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook, Josh Cormack are closing in. They're the two of the KR Sport carts as well.
Yeah, they're going to do that because this squabbling is playing massively into their hands, and they can just see what's happening there as once again Fabricius has a challenge once again into the first turn, and that's going to allow into the 4 Josh Cormack, Benjamin Lawn. They are now latching onto the back end of these 3, and who's that? The 197 of Larry Price is involved as well now. So this is now a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kart train at the front of this field. However, Logan Rolfe has pulled a gap.
He has, and now it's a case of can Logan maintain his composure, hit his marks, and not, get a little overawed by the fact that he's a good move there from Cormack on Lawn. Josh Cormack, the driver from Falkirk in Scotland, picks up a nice couple of people.
Textbook, wasn't it?
Yes.
Momentum out the chicane, down the inside into the gasworks. Let the kart just sort of use the incline to scrub the speed through the corner. And now it's kind of relatively settled from what we've seen previously. Logan Rolfe, Joshua Griffin, there in the bright yellow. The orange kart there is James Fabricius. And the number 9, we know what the number 9's intent is, and there it is. There's the move for third as the KR Sport driver in the form of the number 9, Josh Cormack, moves up. And can Cormack now make ground on that second place, Joshua Griffin, and maybe even further his objective going forward?
Yes, and this sideways behind us, Fabricius now trying to get back on terms with Cormack. Roots is still 8. Sebastian Clark, Cameron Tipping round out the top 10. Jensen Sale and Ronnie Smart are next in line. Then it's Buddy Hugo, Aidan Hammond, Lucian Smith has recovered well from last on the opening lap to P15 ahead of Hugo McCluskey, Oliver Barton, Noah Clark, Ben Hunt, Noah Jefferson, Charlie Queenie and Jaden Patel Scott.
Jaden moving up from Honda Cadets there, just finding his feet. What a lovely little chap that fella is to have a chat with. Have you ever chatted to Jaden?
Yes, I think I have, yes.
Brilliant character. His dad very, very proud, and glad to see he's staying in karting and moving up the order. At the front of the field though, Logan Rolfe, Joshua Griffin, Josh Cormack, James Fabricius, Benjamin Lawn, Larry Price, Josh Cook. That's the as I see it, that's how close they are. And this is not over yet with 2.5 minutes remaining. Logan Rolfe looks comfortable at the front. All it takes is for a few mistakes, though, and that gap's going to disappear to Griffin. Yeah,
and you can see Cook moving up the order, so the Cookie Monster. Championships, don't tend to favour Josh Cook. The big one-off events is where he comes into his own. Joshua Cook, he won 3 big races last year. The O-Plate, again, a one-weekend, one-off event, British Open type. He won the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans, a one-off international event. He got his ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno. The best in the world, a one-off event, he wins. Championships, he's always there or thereabouts. But when it's one big race, winner takes all the marbles on the table, Cookie Monster, Josh Cook seems to excel in that type of situation. Drivers develop their own characteristics, this, Joe. They call Kevin Harvick closer because, a cold enemy karting. Those last 2 laps, when, every move is important, they pick the right ones and they seem to come from nowhere to win right at the end. And the Cookie Monster, he is, called big time champion.
He really is.
It's a one-off event, and it's all or nothing. He comes away holding the points.
Well, he's not got very long to improve on that 6th place where he's currently lying. There's your top 3 though: Logan Rolfe, Joshua Griffin, Josh Cormack. Now beginning to just ease together very, very slowly. And for us, that's perfect timing because we've got about 50 seconds on the clock. So it's another 2 laps remaining in this Intermax Superheat, the final heat of the day for these. The next time we see these karts, they will be going for the all-important final for round 1 of the Kart Championship here at Warden Law. And we are already heading towards the infield hairpins with Logan Rolfe just looking over his shoulder there. Yeah, the number 5's there, the number 9 is there, all seated drivers there, the number 5 and number 9. As we head towards the back chicane, and they just come together very, very slowly. Time's running out for Griffin or indeed Cormac to have any kind of challenge there, and it looks to me that very composed sort of driving style of Logan Rolfe, who kind of lets his neck just do what it wants.
Yes.
He doesn't fight it, he just lets it do what he wants, and that's probably more comfortable rather than fighting your neck through the corners.
He's a tall lad, is Logan Rolfe. It's his first year out of Micromax.
That's true, yeah.
And last year it ended badly for Logan simply because he got too big for the class, but he wasn't old enough to move up. So he looks older because he's a taller stature driver, and of course this is his first year. Josh Griffin, this is his 3rd year as a Intermax class.
Yeah.
So this is youth versus experience. Nobody's over the age of 12.
Yeah, that is. We have to remind ourselves that they are children. You know, we see them as racing drivers. Here we are. Then we're into the last few corners, and Logan Rolfe, that composed stature and body language of Logan Rolfe has become absolute gleeful as he crosses the line and takes both hands off the wheel.
I mean, an 8.7 out of 10 for the victory celebrations.
Absolutely.
If he wins the main event, what are we going to do?
Yeah, absolutely. Joshua Griffin then finished 2nd. Josh Cormac followed along in 3rd behind the top three. Benjamin Lawn 4th. James Fabricius 5th. Josh Cook 6th. Larry Price 7th. Sebastian Clark 8th. James Roots was 9th. And it's Jensen Sale that finished in the top 10 and rounded off indeed the top 10.
Now, of course, we're lucky so far that the early precipitation this morning has not materialised. It has been dry all day. One driver to look out for should conditions become marginal. James Roots. James did something I've never ever seen before earlier this year at the Rotax Winter Trophy. On a drying track, James's dad put wet tyres on the rear, slicks on the front.
Love it.
And he won.
Love it.
Absolutely.
I call that creative engineering, isn't it? And it's always, I like to see somebody taking a chance and rolling the dice, as they say.
Yes.
We've got no opportunities for anybody to put slicks on any of these karts coming next, Henry, because these are our C50 petrol-engined Comas, and they are on the treaded LeConte tyre.
Yes.
For obvious reasons of safety for these youngsters, when you consider we have now got them 6 to 8 years old on these Bambinos, so we like to keep it straightforward for the youngsters. We've got the battle of the Retro Formula 1 stars out at the moment. Hendrix Fallard sporting his Nigel Mansell replica helmet alongside Calvin Simon sporting his Ayrton Senna. Freddie Purnell and Cole Parrish are on row 2.
We'll call it the Cannon Williams.
It's the Cannon Williams, absolutely.
Cannon Williams.
Yes.
Yes, and the race is on again.
Nah, it's not much of a race.
Well, no.
There's only certain people taking it seriously.
Yeah. I mean, these guys and girls at the back there. I mean, they spoil the fun for everybody else.
Spoil the fun for us, you mean?
For us, but there's our winner there. He's going to paint them one.
He's been consistent.
He's going to be competitive all day as that dad. Yeah, good form. But yeah, this is Mansell versus Senna versus Vettel in Bambino.
Yeah, that's what we established. Row 3 then, Tommy Lovejoy and Jensen Drummond. Row 4, Logan Edwards, Santo Amico. Row 5 is Lenny Barton and Max Saint-Hilaire. And then we've got AJ Halil at the back of the field on that number 17 there. You can just see forming the grid. Standing start.
Yes.
Again, so it's light controlled. Mr. Ashton in control of that one.
I believe it's Cole Parrish's dad who has won both races to the grid there.
Is that right? Oh, yes, you've checked that one out.
He's
right.
got the extra
I think it's the aerodynamics that have helped there.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the lack of drag.
Yes. No.
Clearly.
Yes. Something that I'm getting more and more familiar with, sadly, with each passing month.
Nicked me pen. As we go green, not go green, the red lights go out And we pick our way off the line there, and it looks like Hendrix Fallat has pulled a massive gap there.
Now, that is as close as the rest of the field got to Hendrix in the race number 1. Luckily, Calvin Simon has got a good start in P2, but as the rest of the field come out of the dog leg, it is Fallat, Simon and Parrish. Freddie Purnell, I believe, is there in 3rd place in the number 33 kart, that sort of blue and yellow liveried machine. Quite disappointed that, I'm sure by the next round, some of our Coma Bambino parents will have done the decent thing. Gone through some old copies of Autosport magazine, found a livery they like, and
to indulge Henry, that is. Indulge Henry.
Well, just it makes the go-karts easier to spot. There's the Dale Earnhardt, the man in black.
It's taken,
Max
I think it's indulging us, Henry, because it takes us back to those standing on the grass banks of the British Grand Prix in the late 80s and 90s.
Smelling Castrol wafting through the paddock.
Here we go then. Lap 1 completed. Fallat has pulled out a 1.3 second lead. Calvin Simon in 2nd. Cole Parrish in 3rd. From the back of the grid in 11th, AJ Halil has gone up to 4th. 6th place gain there, and a fastest lap of the race with a 1:13.7 for AJ Halil. And behind AJ, Freddie Purnell, Jensen Drummond, Logan Edwards, Lenny Barton, Santo Amico, Tommy Lovejoy, and the 11 kart field, Max Sendelaire rounding that off.
Now, in the first race, number 19, Santo Amico, he drove all the way up to 4th position and was celebrating wildly as he crossed the line, even though he started... Where did he start? We started 7th. He's made another poor getaway as we're looking at...
tripping over one another.
Yes. I mean, that driver there has got a sort of an old school Lewis Hamilton style, but that doesn't count. You can't... you've got to go the full hog in Bambino if you're going to do this game properly, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's AJ, who's come up from 11th there, the number 17, the white kart with the... Just see a yellow streak on the front of the nose section of the kart. But AJ under a massive amount of pressure from Freddie Purnell as the battle for 2nd comes together then. Cole Parrish on the blue kart, that's the Red Bull livery. And then the yellow and green and blue of Ayrton Senna livery on Calvin Simon's kart, just staying ahead of him.
And this is where we were in race number 1 in this class.
Super Heat 1,
Super Heat 1. Simon leading Parrish pushing and pushing and pushing. Cole Parrish left it too late to make the move. He only gave himself 1 lap to get past Simon at the end of Super Heat 1. What's he learned? I think we're going to see a similar situation. We got nearly 6 minutes plus a lap to go. So we'll see Parrish work with Simon as he's doing now. But I would imagine that Parrish has probably been told, look, you've got to sort of go for the move, but you give yourself more than a full lap to try and get past Simon. So we'll see how that progresses, because they are pushing away from AJ Halil, Freddie Purnell. I've got to say, there's AJ Halil. Yeah, there he is in 4th, just the back of our camera shot. Purnell 5th, Drummond 6th, Edwards 7th, then Amico, Barton, Lovejoy and St. Hilaire.
Parrish there on the blue kart, the 74, in the wheel tracks of Calvin Simon. We've watched them go around this lap there last time by, and we've got a retirement there just peeling off as Parrish just follows the wheel tracks of Simon. I'm not sure if he's got any kind of extra performance to maybe have a go. We've got Hendrix Fallat that leads, but Cole Parrish has found some time, Henry. With a 1 minute 10.3, he's going to put the fastest lap of the race. So last time by, he was the fastest Bambino on the track at this time on that lap. So he's still been... He may have put the fastest lap in, but he's got a kart literally centimetres in front of him.
Yes.
So he can't go any faster, even if he could. In fact, he's nudging there, just a slight touch between the front and rear bumpers there of that 2nd and 3rd place kart there. Let's see what the gap is this time. Fallat across the line, 1.8. Then it's another 0.1 of a second between Calvin Simon and Cole Parrish. That's narrower than a tenth
Yes,
on certain parts of this track.
Yes, you couldn't fit a cigarette paper.
No.
Between the rear bumper of Simon's kart and the nose cone of Parrish's kart. Where possible, Parish is still sort of just nudging Kalman along. AJ Halil, he is getting closer. Last time around, Halil in the number 17 machine with the Project One Racing graphics, Project One Racing Group graphics on the kart, although I think AJ may have finally been passed by Freddie Purnell. So Freddie, whose mum does all Freddie's mechanicking, she is mechanic number 1, chief mechanic. And speaking of, so Amanda Lasso in the paddock again. Amanda, ex-junior driver, has driver coach and kart mechanic for a lot of teams and drivers in the sport.
I wonder what challenges she's finding with these C50 Bambinos, because you talk as we finally got Parish finding the performance to go side by side.
Yeah, 3 minutes ago. He's gone early. He's gone a lot earlier.
Yeah, he's gone earlier, but I think he may not have had a choice. But I wonder what challenges she's finding with these C50 Bambinos, because you hear complete bewildering stories for me. The lengths and the changes and the things that you can actually do on these Bambino karts.
Yes.
There's very little to them, but it's amazing what you're doing just to find that little marginal gain.
Yes, and I mean, it's great from a parent starting out learning the finer points of tuning karts. However, as a first step into the sport, you want a nice easy first step into the world of karting. And I've got to say, it's why we've got a 24 strong Might E Bambino field, and 11 in the traditional internal combustion engine class.
Yeah, that's not to deter anybody, of course. That's, it's whatever suits you, because there are people out there who love this thing. I mean, once again, Parish alongside Simon, but Simon knows that. He knows where he's coming.
Yes.
And it's, momentum out of the final turn there and across the line, plenty of time. If anything, Cole on that blue kart in second place, the Red Bull livery kart, needs to get past Kalman Simon somewhere around the lap and lead onto the start-finish straight. However, the way I said that was very easy.
Yeah.
And it's easy to say it. It's not easy to do it. And we're finding that because, you know what, Kalman Simon knows Warden Law very well indeed.
Yep.
He's been here lots and lots of times. He knows where to defend. He knows where he needs to put the kart to the right instead of the left, etc., and vice versa, etc., etc. And he does so here towards the gasworks. Then he goes out to the left, optimises the line through the turn. Here they are at the horseshoe, and we're going to have the same again, I think, Henry, as they come out of the final turn and head down the start-finish straight.
You talk about local knowledge. I'm noticing Kalman Simon coming into gasworks. He uses the front tyres to actually scrub speed off. He'll jink to the outside just before turn in so that he has to snatch the wheel harder. He knows the back end's not going to step out, and those front tyres at a different angle, that helps slow him down and prevents the kart from washing out wide.
He didn't go to the right there because he could feel the kart had enough performance on the straight that he wasn't going to be threatened by Parish. And it's maybe, the previous couple of laps where we saw Parish move alongside, Kalman Simon felt like, oh, hang on, I've made a little mistake there and I'm not going to be as quick on the straight. I'm talking very, very small differences here, of course.
And of course, now the clock has struck 0, will Kalman take the same very wide entrance into gasworks? Now he's clinging the inside line there. Now he swings away. There he goes.
Yeah.
And then that sharper turn, using the front tyres to scrub off a bit of speed. He was, gotta say, he was lucky that Cole Parish wasn't just a couple of inches further forward, because when he swung over to take the racing line going in, if Parish had been a little bit closer or a little bit further up the track, he would have sideswiped him. But now it's game on. Now he's going to have to cling to that white line.
And as if he's flicked the switch, Kalman Simon has pulled a gap because he's kind of reduced the threat from Cole Parish. This is the battle for second and third. That's kind of gone for the whole of this race. Out front is Hendrix Fallat already moving into the first of the centre hairpins, just ahead of these there, just in the foreground, or the background, I should say. And there's Simon. Little bit of defensive move there. He's just closing off the opportunities for Cole Parrish as we head towards the flag. I'm not sure what Cole means by that, let's go and catch the leader, because we have totally ran out of time here as they go through the chicane. Now, this is where Parrish might want to have a go, but no, because Calvin Simon is really good through that chicane. And here he does it again, optimises the turn into the gasworks. Let's pick up Hendrix Fallett, though, who's coming out of the final turns now. There he is, representing Nigel Mansell, and that Cannon Williams livery lives on in the form of Hendrix Fallett and his C50 Bambino, who takes heat, superheat number 2. And there, oh my goodness,
on the line,
I can't believe we broke away to give the winner, the leader, the credit that was due. And behind him, after following it for lap after lap, Cole Parrish eventually got by Calvin Simon, and unfortunately, viewers, I can't tell you how he did it.
Well, I mean, he wasn't. It must have been coming into the horseshoe. Must have set him up coming into paddock, and then got the undercut coming out of the final corner, because he didn't make the move going through going through the gasworks hairpin. But I also noticed that, of course, the Motorsport UK Coma Bambino number backing plates are orange. In true Nigel Mansell fashion, Hendrix Fallett's dad has made that orange a little bit darker, so it almost, from a distance, looked like it's a red plate for the Red 5.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. Round of applause.
Attention to detail.
He's a lovely guy as well, is Hendrix's dad. Right then, we're moving on. We're moving on to Superheat 2 for Groups A and B in the Junior Rotax field. As Henry mentioned earlier, 40-odd entries or so. That means we have to split them into 3 groups and work it out. We'll leave that to the organisers to work out who goes where. Daniel Minto starts from the pole position with James Kell alongside. Now, Daniel had a nightmare there, went out with, or he was meatball flagged, wasn't he? Because of a chain guard. Daniel will want to make amends for that one. He's got a tough job on his hands, because alongside him is James Kell. Behind him on row 2 was Nathaniel Great and Riley Bishop. Row 3 is Joseph Mills and Eric Smith. Row 4, Ewan House and Bella McConville. Amy Peacock and Braith Murdoch share row 5. Jack Harrison and Jake Anders share row 6. Elliot Surtees is on row 7 with JJ Plowman. Shea Hilton and Lewis Holt are on row 8. James Tate and Jack Robinson row 9. Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Riley Mason Lewis are on row 10. George Cole, Matt Scott are row 11. Kevin Ivanov, Matthew Clark, Laurie McVeigh and Ralphie Branscombe round off the 26-cart field for this Junior Rotax heat.
And of course, this is where we talked about the fact that they've kept Cadet, Mini and Inter classes at the smaller chassis, so the step is much greater. Well, Ralphie Branscombe, white cart with a pink crash helmet at the back of it, he's stepping out of Cadet Honda directly into Junior Rotax. That's like saying
Kevin Ivanov as well.
And Kevin Ivanov, yes, they both are, and they're both they're both very, very talented drivers. Ivanov last year, he won a round of the Cadet Honda British Championship, I believe, at PFI or Wilton Mill, one of the two. It's a big jump.
Here we go then, Carlos Sainz CS55 and TB card at the front of the field, and it's the bright green TB card that looks like it's leading into turn 1. Minto slides wide and loses about 3 or 4 places there. Going through Brian's Bend, he's down to 4th place already, but it's the TB cart of James Kell that leads out of the dogleg and heading towards St John's now. It's the 2 X-Card drivers. The bright green one is an X-Cart, that's the TB Works colours. The X-Cart colours on the cart in 2nd place, that is Riley Bishop, I think, looking at the number, but Daniel Minto will be kicking himself there from pole position to 4th now and chasing after the leaders.
Turn 1, lap 1 has not been kind to Daniel Minto in both his superheats. In the first superheat, he got clipped from behind and almost spun on the inside of the curb in an incident that unsettled his chain guard and eventually knocked it off. And here, trying to avoid that, he runs wide and still loses out to a few positions. Kell leads from Bishop. Nathaniel Gray in the white crash helmet, black race suit. He's got the orange, white, blue and black livery of the Kraft Motorsport team. But I'm not sure if he's running with Kraft this weekend. There is another one. So Minto, who, of course, not everybody is going to make the main event. And Minto, retiring from his first race, he wants to. He cannot afford a bad result.
It's looking very likely, though, with that non-finish, that he's going to be in the repechage.
We have a repechage.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do.
So he wants to avoid that because, of course, that will take another race out of his tyres.
That's true.
And now, whereas Kell and Bishop, they can, they can't take it easy, but they've already got one good result in the bag. They can now control things as, we've got a retiree. It's an X-Kart, it's number 253, it's Jake Anders, sadly, out of the race. Now, what the two leaders comes from Senna 2, Minto second, Braith Murdoch is 10th, and Braith has been part of the Kart Championship since, I believe this championship started in 2018. Right. 2019, Braith Murdoch was the Bambino champion.
My goodness.
In the number 214 kart, so he's been a loyal supporter of this series since its very nascent stages.
Do you think we're going to see any team orders here from X-Kart?
I would say even if we did, are they likely to be obeyed? This being junior Rotax and all.
I'm not sure you can give team orders in karting.
Or you could try.
Yeah, you could try.
They
won't listen. I mean, they're both the same carts. They're both on TB carts. Very big in Europe, Matty Street was telling me. These
TB
carts, very popular, yes.
Yeah. And the United States.
And the United States, not so well known. I mean, the OTK brands, the Lando Norris, the Carlos Sainz, the Red Speeds, the Kia, the Cosmics. They seem a more popular brand of kart, so it's good. It's kind of refreshing to see another brand of kart out there.
What a lot of people say is that the other brands of karts, your Birrells, your CRGs, your Paralins, your TB karts, the sweet spot is it's easier to find a base setup on an OTK kart than it is on some other brands. However, if you work hard and find the sweet spot for something like a TV kart, like an X-Kart,
sorry to put in here, Henry.
Well, there's the result. First and second.
There's the team orders coming into play here.
Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof. Riley James Kell has just waved Riley Bishop through.
Okay, yes.
His hand come out and he pointed at the apex of the centre hairpin and Riley Bishop went through. So James Kell, more than fine with that move. I mean, half distance as well.
And also maybe sort of Kell, I can't recall who finished higher than who in their earlier race because they were in the same group earlier on. So Bishop and Kell, but maybe you're one of you spotted.
I've spotted a fastest lap, which is as I was looking at it, disappeared. So Daniel Minto chasing these two down that we're looking at there in third place, just put in a fast lap 51.74. And then JJ Plowman down in 11th. JJ, I believe, is with SD Racing, 51.65. So JJ will be on the HRS engine with ST. That's the fastest car on that lap for sure.
And JJ Plowman just behind Jack Robinson, who runs in P10. And Robinson, in turn, is just behind Bella McConville and Amy Peacock, who do a very good job running in 8th and 9th. Isabella Stanmore Wilson is down in 20th. It's been a while since she's been out, I think, in a kart. Our two Honda graduates, Kevin Ivanov, has gained 11 places up to P12. Ralphie Branscombe has gained 5 places up to 21. So, getting used to it's not just the power, it's the spatial awareness.
Yeah, well, everything's happening a lot quicker. The corners are coming at you a lot quicker. The brake, because you are travelling faster, the pressure on the brake pedal will have more of an effect. It'll, you lock the rear brakes and something that you have to learn to do on a Rotax Max car. Whereas in a Cadet, the last thing you want is to be locking the brakes because you lose that momentum. So it is a different world, and you will have to find your feet. And the more time in the seat, that's all you need. You need to just be going round and round and round. And Turner going round and round and round. Is Daniel Minto closing the gap? Let's see what the gap is. 1.2 to that bright green card. But there,
look at those lap times.
Fastest lap of the race for Riley Bishop. But there's Jack Robinson in 10th, a 51.3 now. So we've got fastest laps appearing not just at the front, Henry, but all the way down the field in the midfield area as well.
And the fastest driver of the top 5 is the driver sitting in 5th position. We've hardly mentioned him, if at all, and that's a good thing, you know, when you're just busily going about your business, and that is Eric Smith in the number 219 cart, quietly. Gets through the first 7 minutes as things pan out and spread out, finds himself sitting in the top 5.
Yeah, steady drive, 2 minutes on the clock. I'm not sure we're going to see any fireworks from the two X-Kart drivers, even though James Kell's come back towards that rear bumper of Riley Bishop. Riley not under any pressure from his teammate, or are we seeing some shenanigans going on here and James Kell just lulling him into a sense of security by allowing him through, and then he's going to snaffle it back in about a minute or two's time. So we'll wait and see. Daniel Minto is not making any ground on the two TB carts ahead of him. The Carlos Sainz 55 not able to quite catch at the moment, and the gap gone out at 1.4. So just in the foreground, but he has got a comfortable third place from Braith Murdoch in 4th. Eric Smith, a composed 5th. Yes. House 6th. Bella McConville. Bella, another top 10 run for Bella, who hasn't really done much karting in the off season, the old-fashioned way when you didn't do any karting in the off season.
But there was an off season in karting.
There was an off season. Amy Peacock, battle of the female drivers. Here going the way of Amy Peacock at the moment as she's just overtaken Bella McConville. So Peacock up into 7th, McConville down to 8th. Jack Robinson and JJ Plowman, the drivers that are rounding off the top 10 at the moment.
And I was going to say, that battle between Peacock, McConville and Robinson, as we're talking about quite a calm top 5, that scrap for 7th, 8th and 9th is anything but calm, I have to say. They are fighting over every single piece of tarmac as we look at the two teammates.
Riley Bishop heard me, didn't he? He said, what do you mean? What do you mean lulled into a sense of security? Here we go. And he pulls out a little bit of a gap. The 2 more laps though, Henry.
Yes.
There was only about 18 seconds on the clock as they came through there. And look at that. Riley Bishop responds to the more presence that he felt from James Kell. And he puts in a 51.31 and puts in the fastest lap of the field at this stage there on lap 10, and he's putting in fastest laps. But I tell you what, he certainly sent a message of intent to James Kell. Don't even think about it, mate, because I've got this under control, and I'm just going to let the gap come back to you, and then I'm going to pull it back out.
I mean, there's no better advert for the TB cart that you could win. I think you can buy a ticket, and I think you hold a raffle. It's £10 a ticket, and I think they said they're going to draw on at the 4th round of the championship. PFI is looking at to get a TB cart running right up at the front. That bodes very well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to give away a chassis. Oh yeah, but where's the best place for one of these carts? 19th. That's a tougher sell than win on Sunday, buy a ticket on Monday. NASCAR added.
Or buy a ticket on Monday and win a car
in July
in round 4. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, got to be done. Last lap then it is for Riley Bishop, who has a very, very composed and controlled race at the front of this field. The TB kart from the X-Kart team has led 1-2 for pretty much from the flag. Daniel Minto on the pole position, slid wide, and this man here, Riley Bishop, has made his way through to the checkered flag and takes the second of his super heats. And in second place then teammate James Kell on the Works TB kart livery, the green and white. Daniel Minto for Hunter Motorsport takes third. Braith Murdoch in 4th, Eric Smith 5th, Ewan House 6th, Amy Peacock finished in 7th ahead of Bella McConville in 8th, Jack Robinson 9th, and then JJ Plowman, SD Racing's John Stewart's team, finishing and rounding off the top 10.
Further back there, Branscombe rose to 16th. And Ivanov fell back to 19th there at the end, but that is, and Shea Hilton, another Honda graduate, finishing down in 24th place. Now there'll be nerves as the calculators were into action as we try to figure out who has made the main event and who has gone into the repechage.
Yeah, we'll wait and see because that is well, you've just said that, haven't you? The last of because it's Junior Primo that's coming next, of course. So that's the Junior Rotax concluded.
Yep.
We'll wait because we don't know what happens in Tech as well.
Yes.
So we call the
nose cone penalties.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that.
Yeah, so we call the result, but that result will always be provisional.
Yes.
On the Karting Live TV screens. We wait and see if those carts clear technical inspection through scrutineering. For now, though, let's concentrate on Junior Primo. This was quite an incident-packed, the first of their super heats. We've got a grid of 21 carts.
Hopefully.
And it looks like we might. I mean, we had quite a few carts needed extensive repairs, and he's just counting down the carts in the collecting area while I read down
we may have a full house.
Wow, that's well done, everybody in the paddock. Thomas Harper there, just at the bottom of the TV screens with that purple and silver helmet. That's the Silk Cut Jaguar livery that his dad puts on that cart. Thomas Harper.
The Win Percy Jaguar
is on the pole position. Ethan
Group
Bath
C
alongside.
Jaguar.
Now Ethan Bath didn't get off in the Super Heat.
No.
And considering he's qualified on the front row,
he's there.
That will be good to see him actually take part in this second of the Super Heats. Cooper Campbell-Lease is alongside Oscar Servich.
Yep.
You were going to say something?
No. I'm looking.
All right, you count them down. They're on row 2. Row 3, Pierce Whitehead and Lewis Gilbert.
Yep.
Row 4 is Zach Mackay and Samuel Yeadon. Oscar Pitt and Charlie Thompson share row 5. Alfie Forrester and Noah Clark are on row 6. Archery Watson and Zach Jennings are on row 7. Elijah Hazelwood,
who is there?
Glad to see. That's in the orange helmet there, just beside the green scrutineering bit. Elijah had to have some medical treatment after that quite scary incident there, and brilliant to see him back out. Isaac Jameson alongside on row 8. Row 9 is Harry Warden and Elijah Hartley. George Ralston and Lucas Olofsson are on row 10, and then rounding off a 21 cart field is Miles Cleworth.
But so well done to Chris Harvey and the X-Kart team there, Chris and X-Fireman there. So would have got to work in a hurry. As he got that kart fixed to the rest of the team, and after the incident-packed start, shall we say, to the first Junior Primo heat. Now this is a really good opportunity to see what the class can offer, a full grid, because I have to say, Ethan Bath, we had lots of controversy because that was where we had the puddle in the middle of the chicane.
That's right.
Accounted for several drivers. Just
to remind everybody as well, Henry, Junior Primo, that these are exactly the same carts as we've just seen in the Junior Rotax class. They are a Junior Rotax category. The Junior Primo is a class that was created by Darren Beavers and his team at the Kart Championship to enable the 12 to 14-year-olds a chance to find their feet, and especially because we kind of see it as quite rare for someone coming into karting at the age of 12. They usually when they can start at 6.
But you want them to.
There's still people out there who start karting 12, 13, 14 years of age. And this, rather than being really getting in there with people who have been racing since they were 6 years old and are now 14, 15 and nearly 16, because this gives them a chance to find their feet in what is a very, very quick race kart.
Yes, and of course the last thing you want to say is that, if you don't start karting when you're 6 years old, there's no point.
Absolutely not. No.
So this is a perfect class to say, well, listen, you played football, rugby when you're younger, now you want to go karting as a teenager. There's a class for you. This is it. And we come to the line, and that will be a false start.
Yeah.
The formation looked, it was like Wales's rugby defence.
I didn't start karting until I was 23. I did it backwards. I got a Formula Ford first.
Well, yes.
And then realised I didn't have enough money to run it. And then Nick was 42. You were 42.
24.
Oh, you were 24. There you go. So I quickly, a mate introduced me. Mate took me to Rowra. We'll have more of that at Rowra when we visit there on round 5. And I thought, why am I wasting all this money to race a Formula 4 when I could be doing this?
I did lots of racing when I was younger, but at the indoor track, and then I didn't go outdoor racing on my own equipment until I was 18, because back in the day when we had what was known as a student loan.
Listen, you need to hear the story of our track manager here at Warden, Paul Bainbridge's stories. He is going to have to write a book, Paul Bainbridge, if you can hear me. We need a book on your how to go motor racing using other people's money stories. Moving on, we've got the start of this race that's about to go green. The red lights have gone off, and we are indeed racing with Thomas Harper on that orange and white kart, sliding a little bit wide, everybody tripping over at the number 11, Cooper Campbell-Lees, into second place comfortably there, as everybody's still scrambling for grip, because effectively, even after 2 warm-up laps, they're still on cold tyres.
Yeah, no, and of course, with a lot of these drivers being on the less experienced side of the scale, learning how to warm tyres effectively is not a skill that maybe all of them have developed yet. But I have to say, we have had a very clean first lap. So, unlike race number 1, that is good. They're all going. Curse the commentator. Ethan Barth, he may have dropped a position, but this is now a full lap further than he went in race number 1.
And it's great. Yes, absolutely, because he didn't get that cart away. Here we go then. 1 lap and in the bag, as they say, in the can. And it's Thomas Harper, Cooper Campbell-Lees, Piers Whitehead, Ethan Barth, Zach Mackay, Oscar Savage, Lewis Gilbert, Oscar Pitt, Alfie Forrester, and Samuel Yeadens, the driver. That rounds off the top 10 in Judy Primo.
Out of the St John's corner. Oh, that bump. Coming into Senna 1. Barth under pressure. There's the number 16 of Zach Mackay making the move. And that puts Barth down to P5. Be interested to see what Oscar Chesovich can do, because he rose to 7th. I think he was 5th or 7th in the first super heat. That was from starting from the back of the grid. He did start from his actual allotted grid position, which was P4, and he slipped back a place there in the number 29 Cato Motorsport kart, but he's got plenty of time to move forward.
Keep an eye on that purple and orange kart of Zach Mackay, the number 16, on the Hunter Motorsport colours, winner of Super Heat number 1.
Yes.
Now, I know there was a lot of action that kind of put people out around him.
Yes.
That kind of give us the false impression of how he got to the front of the field. A little bit of a different task in front of him here, as he's got, I think, 3 karts before he takes the lead. And they are Piers Whitehead, who's that kart that's directly in front of him.
On a novice plate.
Is he on a novice plate?
He's on the black plates. He's a novice, Piers Whitehead.
Oh, Piers Whitehead is, yes, absolutely. And again, perfect, and epitomises why the Junior Primo class is there. The number 11, Cooper Campbell-Lees, he's on a black plate as well.
Yes, I mean, he's on a black plate, but I mean, he's not coming up on our screen as entered as a novice, so I'm wondering if there's... But Piers Whitehead, let's not forget, he got involved in that accident in turn 1, and so he hasn't done as many laps on his tyres as some of the others.
Yeah, Zach Mackay there tried to squeeze down the inside of Senna 1. It didn't work out for him because he was out off the line for the second Senna hairpin. It's a left hand first and then a right hand, so that can happen. However, we've got a Battenberg flag because we have another incident on track.
And there's a cart on the inside of the run down towards the gasworks.
There's a couple of carts on the inside at the horseshoe.
So Harry Ward, Isaac Jameson and Charlie Thompson have not come round. Now, I can see one driver standing in the marshal post, the green crash helmet. And, there's a cart at the side, 2 carts. I can't see any mechanics, or I can't see any track officials running to the aid of a stricken driver. So maybe there was a cart in a dangerous position, possibly. as our Karting Live TV crew now, camera crew, scan the venue.
We might want to remind everybody as well what there might not have been just joining us. The Battenberg flag, that's the yellow and black squares. Yes. That's about to be replaced in 2026 with a slowdown board in line with what they do in Europe.
Well, I think that's disgrace because you can mention cake. Anytime you can mention cake is good.
I think the Battenberg flag is about to go in. That basically means that the leader, who is Thomas Harper, takes on the role of safety car. We're staying under Battenberg. We had this in the first superheat. However, we then went to a red flag. I think we're going to stay under Battenberg for at least another lap. And basically, the leader reduces the pace to half race speed. That's what the regulations say. Oh. Not sure we're at half race speed there, Henry, but that's another matter.
57.8%.
Yes. And then basically he basically becomes a safety car. You might be more familiar with safety car rules in car racing. And he will control the pace up to the flag. He's going very, very quickly though.
Yes.
Is Thomas. I know we've cleared the incident that brought out the Battenberg.
There's a couple of people saying slow down.
Slow down. That's why I think they're changing it to the slow down board, and it reminds drivers that the point of this is to go slowly.
Yeah, we're staying out.
Yeah, we're staying out.
Now, where's Mr. Ashton? I believe this now, because I cannot see a problem with the circuit. Mr. Ashton will soon be finger wagging, saying, no, yes, Battenberg, slow down. Although all the field is quite close together.
Well, they're still going a little bit too quickly for a Battenberg. That's the thing. Now
yes.
Thomas is slowing them down now.
Yes.
So he's beginning to gather the grid up.
Someone has wagged a finger at him.
Somebody's wagged more than one finger, I think. So Thomas is bringing them round now. It's hard not to get carried away, remember. These are all just youngsters. Thomas, was it last season in Cadets? I think his first proper season.
Cadet,
first full season, certainly, in juniors. And here he comes then. He's got them nicely concertinaed up. He's got to do it all again. He's got a bit of an advantage because he's not just coming off the front row with someone alongside. He's got an advantage over Cooper Campbell-Lease. The Battenberg is
still out,
staying on, and we've got someone spearing off to the right there, and I'm not quite sure why that happened.
Because they assumed that it's the Cato Motorsport kart. They assumed that we would be going racing, and now the red flags are out. Red flags are out.
I think we may have incurred the wrath and sort of encountered the chagrin of Mr. Ashton.
Well, yes, there's a possibility. But so no drivers. I mean, we've lost 3 drivers. There are both. You've got Charlie Thompson, Isaac Jameson, and Harry Ward. I can see 2 of them. Carts parked, drivers up and okay. So it's not for that reason, but we won't try and assume anything.
Right. While they sort themselves out on track, let's talk about what we've got in store for us in the Kart Championship this coming season.
Yes, let's.
Right. Round 1 here at Warden Law. Mm-hmm. Round 2, 26th, 27th. Is that the 26th? My eyes. 26th, 27th of April.
Yes.
We go to Shennington.
The grand old lady of British karting.
Old school track.
Banbury.
Old school airfield track. Oh. I raced at Shennington back in the late 80s, early 90s, and it was one of the top tracks that are in the country. We are pulling these karts in. So at the moment then, with the karts pulling into the paddock, Thomas Harper, Cooper Campbell-Lease, Pierce Whitehead, Zach Mackay, Lewis Gilbert, Samuel Yeadon, Oscar Savich, George Ralston, Ethan Bath and Elijah Hazelwood. That is your top 10, and that will be called as a result. Right, We've got time to talk about the calendar.
Yes.
Round 3, Glenegores, North Wales. Beautiful, picturesque track, quite unique aesthetically because of the infield. The track is so far away from each other, we don't need any tyres on the infield, so it gives you the impression of rolling hills, doesn't it?
You could run it either way. it's one of those things that, like a lot of the tracks in the United States, for example, they're reversible. But yeah, Glenahot. So we go from the Jewel of the North, the Grand Old Lady of British Karting Shannington. Then we head into the Welsh, the Snowdonia foothills, the National Park.
And then for round 4, we go to PFI International.
Home of British karting.
PF International.
Yes.
The home of British karting, yes. Round 5, we go up to Cumbria, Rowra, another
classic.
1964 we started racing there.
Yep, the Cumbria kart.
I hadn't even been born.
No, I mean, I wasn't even a twinkle in my father's. No, yes.
And then we round off the season at Wilton Mill.
Again, the next kart track in the UK that is aiming for full CIK homologation.
Yes.
You know.
And you know we are here, don't you?
Yes. So
yeah, that's good news, isn't it?
Yeah. So you've got the Jewel of the North, the Grand Old Lady, the Welsh Mountains,
yes,
the home of British karting,
yes.
A quarry in Cumbria, a classic quarry in Cumbria.
In the Lake District,
the Lake District, and then Wilton Mill, centre of the country.
Yes.
Now looking to try and become the best circuit in the UK.
A track with arguably the harshest chicane curbing in karting.
It's great for anyone who likes to do slow motion Instagram reels,
which we do.
We love a reel.
Karting Live TV will have curb cam at the Wilton Mill chicane.
Yes.
I don't know what that means, Nick, but we are having curb cam. On
the last curb, not the middle curb, because that would last precisely one lap of heat number 1 of the very first class.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a little bit stand-up. I mean, that's the season ahead of us. We've got a lot of karting to get through on Karting Live TV. We have... we'll talk about that at the end, actually, because right now it's all about what's coming next. And what's coming next after that Junior Primo heat was called to a halt prematurely. You've got Micromax. That's going to come out next. But talking about the season ahead of us, and I know we're already talking about the end of 2025, all of those tracks, I was talking to Joe Millward, we have got the Paddock Show coming up, and I did grab and hold on to Joe Millward because he's very shy behind the microphone. Yes. However, it's a great interview. And we talk about the tracks that we're going to visit, and we talk about the differences. And even though they're all kart tracks, but they've got their own character, haven't they?
I mean, I'm a huge proponent, and the problem with the UK is that we've got some fantastic tracks, but there are fewer facilities that can now host major events because of size facilities. You know,
we're capacity here at Warden Law this weekend.
But Warden Law it's got a restaurant. It's got viewing areas, big scrutineering area, a media centre. They're building offices and viewing and all these things, and we're able to put power cables in so that we can power all the things that we need to run a national level karting event. And there are some tracks that are fantastic, but the facilities haven't caught up yet. But I'm a great proponent is that you cannot call yourself a national champion at tracks that they're all the same. You're billiard table smooth, designed. Yeah. So you have got. I mean, everyone says that the tarmac here is unique. Then you go to Shannington, old school, just flat, featureless, flat out, old airfield drags. PF International. The fastest track in the country.
Yeah, you attain the fastest top speed, don't you, through that?
Of course, you're driving up and down a mountain.
It's beautiful.
Rowra, you're in a quarry.
Yeah.
You know, and again, the undulations, and then Wilton Mill, where there is not a single corner that is not got negative or positive camber. So
it's a great mix.
Yes.
It's a great mix. Well done to Darren Beavers, Joe, Matty Street, Joe Millward, of course, and the team at the Kart Championship for putting together, because it's very, very hard to put together a calendar, because there is so much, and there are so many national championships these days.
Well done to the accountant for doing the deals to hire the track.
And even more so that, and great to have everybody here supporting this championship in the way that they do. I can hear engines firing up behind us, Henry.
Good. I was getting concerned.
That means, well, we're sticking to the timetable. That means that we've got a grid of Micromax that have been released onto the track. And this is the order they've been released in. Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Garrett, they're on the front row of the grid. Charlie Page and LBJ Stubbs are on row 2. Scottish champion Lewis Kirkcaldy is on row 3 with Ansel Murray. And then we've got the recovering Sebastian Crawford, recovering from a very disastrous time qualifying. He's on row 4 with Max Armitt. Jensen Darlow, improving all the time as young Jensen, alongside Zach Andrew on row 5. Noah Wicklow, our current Kart Championship C50 Bambino champion, moving up into Micromax. He's on row 6 with Henry Algar, who's got young Miss Cook supporting him out there on the main straight with her
poster. I wonder if we could see if we see the poster being held aloft for young Master Algar.
So behind row 6, row 7 is Ethan McClelland and Freddie Walker. We've then got Dean Singh Pahal and Freddie Blackshaw sharing weight. Row 9 is Carter Jackson and Oliver Woodall. And then Teddy Roberts rounding off 19 carts. And we are racing, Henry.
Off we go. And Alfie Garrett in that MLC Motorsports kart squeezing Ethan Lloyd to the inside, makes the move. Great start from Garrett. And Charlie Page, well, that was Ansel Murray v Charlie Page Mark II, and I've got to say, Murray, I don't know if there was any issue after the first collision between those two, but Murray took another swipe at Charlie going into turn number 1 there, and
we've got a couple of carts, one of them climbing over the other one, I think. The drivers are stepping out of the carts. They're on the infield, just out of the centre 1 hairpin.
And so one of them has got to hurt his hand.
I'm not surprised. We had them literally climbing over. I think we're under yellow at that area of the first of the centre hairpins.
Yeah, well,
the yellow flag fly. That's a local yellow there. It hasn't affected the rest of the track as the field come through. Alfie Garrett's our leader. Alfie Garrett leading across the line from Ethan Lloyd, Charlie Page. Ansel Murray, Lewis Kirkcaldy. It's Wicklow and Ethan McClelland.
Yes, so and it was Noah Wicklow who I think it might have been taking his gloves off in disgust and slamming them down rather than having hurt his hand, because they're both drivers are now standing and trudging away from their carts.
Yeah, that's a shame. To the safety of Marshall's Post P4, is it? Or are we going to get them even more safe?
Wicklow decided, I want gone. I want to be back in the pit so I can go and complain. And jump into Dad's arms. Noah had a cracking season in 2024. The C50 Bambino champion in the Kart Championship, but this right now is all about Micromax, and it's a 3-card battle at the front with Garrett still leading. However, I think we've had a change. Charlie Page up to 2nd, Ethan Lloyd 3rd, Lewis Kirkcaldy 4th, Sebastian Crawford up 2 to 5th, Ansel Murray, LBJ Stubbs, Zach Andrew, Jensen Darlow, he's up to 9th, and up 1, Dean Singh Pahal, up into the top 10 goes Pahal. Now we saw Ethan Lloyd sort of march away from the rest of the field in a way that you're not used to seeing Micromax drivers. Although we had a Benedictus Masiokas won by 8 seconds at the O plate. The weather had a little bit to do with that, but this is the more the style that we're used to seeing. Closely packed up at the front.
It's cadet karting, isn't it? You know, they know how to race nose to tail in packs. This is a pack of 3 that are through the horseshoe, just navigating the 1, 2, 3, 4, or 3 apexes, isn't it? 1, 2, 3 apexes. And then across the line, 3 laps completed.
And here comes Page.
Here comes Charlie Page, fastest lap from Ethan Lloyd in 3rd as well. And Ethan Lloyd in the orange car trying to follow him through. But it's the number 14, Charlie Page, into the lead. And he will lead into, and indeed out of the dogleg. And it's Alfie Garrett just recovering from that, it seems.
Now, I'm looking at the body language of these karts, and there is Lloyd coming off the corner. Look at how much quicker when Ethan puts the power down, suddenly that kart lights up coming out of the corner. So, what that is, I don't know how they've worked on the setup of that kart. I don't know, but certainly...
So you mean he's punching out the corner?
Yeah, he's punching out of the corner. But of course, he's not used to running with the British Championship contenders. Page and Garrett are.
Yeah.
And I suppose they thought, right, yeah, look at the gap that he pulls coming out of that corner onto the straight. Now he's closing in on Page. Of course, Page and Garrett, they finished last year's British Open Championship second and third. So they're no slouches in this class. But yeah, as he picks at the gas, he just gains a kart 2 lengths on the race leader. But now they're thinking, okay, you've come to play, but we're the big boys. In Micromax, we're the big boys.
Well, we've just clicked by half distance now, 4.5 minutes remaining. So Ethan Lloyd, is he going to prove Henry right? Has he got enough punch out of the corners to get on terms with Charlie Page? He's on the green and white kart there, just heading towards the Gasworks hairpin now. The leader turns in, and it looks pretty like, well, the gap was just under 3/10. It's about that, I think. So no great ground gained. Let's see how they punch out the corner, though. This is where we think he's got a great punch. That's all about gearing. It's all about bottom end on that motor, and the gap is still about 3/10. So, but they are losing Alfie Garrett.
Yeah,
these two, Charlie Page and Ethan Lloyd.
The gap shrinks there as he comes out of that first corner. Little blip on the power, and boom, gap closes by a kart length.
Yeah, and it's he's not quite close enough to challenge for the lead. And behind them, it's quite spaced out. So behind the three, and Alfie Garrett, as I've said, falling back from these two, but he's falling back towards the clutches of Lewis Kirkcaldy on the S-plate. Sebastian Crawford is there in a gaggle. Albie Stubbs in 6th. Dhyan Singh Pahal up another place and up to 7th. Ansel Murray, Zach Andrew and Henry Algar. He's the driver that's rounding off the top 10. Jensen Darlow has gotten himself a penalty for some reason. I'm not sure what that's for. To be awarded an in-race penalty,
that could be a start line or a tram line infringement, or there's someone seen something on circuit and call it straight through. That is a stonewall penalty. There's no appeal. I wouldn't want to speculate, but certainly now Page is able to keep Ethan Lloyd at bay.
He is,
and of course Charlie. We didn't get a full chance to see how quick Charlie was in race number 1 because he got involved in that incident with Ansel Murray. So this is the first chance we've seen, Charlie really running unobstructed. Garrett's going to have an issue, and it's going to be an issue in the form of Lewis Kirkcaldy and Sebastian Crawford.
That's a midfield coming together of Henry Algar, the number 12, who seems to have bounced off. Zach Andrew just bounced off and continued on.
Well, of course, it's not Henry Algar that young Kitty's cheering. It was George Algar.
It's George Algar,
George Algar,
yes.
Mighty Bambino.
Of course, it's that. No wonder she's not on the sideline.
We'll go to sign watch later.
We got our Algars mixed up, didn't we? I think you're right about Charlie Page, though, Henry. Inside of 2 minutes now, Charlie Page has kind of controlled the pace. I know these drivers are going as fast as they can pretty much from the very outset. Once the tyres come in, then you've got a balanced kart underneath you. You can just keep on pushing, and that's what we've seen. And we've seen very little movement in the top, at least the top 6, 7. And now it's all settled down to 7th as Dhyan Singh Pahal has taken that 7th spot. The 66 here, Ethan Lloyd. He has been and proven that he can play with the big boys and girls at the front of this pretty high standard of field. Charlie Page, we know how quick he can be, and this is where the action is, though. Look at this, the 47, yes. Alfie Garrett, Lewis Kirkcaldy, Sebastian Crawford and Albie Stubbs, a 4-kart train going into the final minute, and this is going to pay dividends as to who's going to make the move and improve their grid positions for the all-important final.
Yeah, so let's take a screenshot there. We've got a minute to go, and the order amongst this 5 is Garrett, Kirkcaldy, Crawford, Stubbs, Pahal. What are the odds that they're going to finish in that order? I would say I've got more chance in winning an Olympic gold medal in 100-metre sprints.
There's more chance of one or two of them not finishing at all, actually, when the 2 minute when the last lap bell rings, as they say. The leaders are already heading towards the start finish line, so they'll get 2 more laps, 18 seconds on the clock, 2 more laps of racing. Charlie Page through, Ethan Lloyd through, and then we've got this cracking battle here. Alfie Garrett leading the field, or this string of karts. The S-plate of Kirkcaldy, Crawford in his wheel tracks there through the dog leg. Everybody in each other's wheel tracks. Alfie Garrett's controlling it from the front. And Alfie Garrett, you know what? These drivers are absolutely flat out, Henry. There is absolutely nothing in it. And that's why we're not seeing anybody go for a move, because they haven't got any extra performance.
And, what did Dian Pahal do there? I was just about to say that Pahal, at the back of that group, was looking really strong, and then he seemed to run a bit wide, but I'm not sure if that's a problem that's beginning to manifest itself for the driver of the number 29 machine.
He's disappeared. He's disappeared off the back of this train, and this is all important because it's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place here. The leader's already through. Last lap board has been seen by them.
I actually think it might have been a mistake from Dian.
It might have been, yeah. We take it for granted that these kids are not going to get anything wrong there, is it? You know, and when they do, we're like, what's wrong there? It's got to be the kart. But simply, it's very, very hard to do this. They make it look easy. It's not.
A 10-year-old misjudged his race. A 10-year-old misjudged his racing line by 6 inches.
I know.
Shock.
It was like shock horror.
Yeah.
It's not easy out there, I can assure you.
When I was 10, I could sometimes misjudge putting my dinner in my mouth and getting it all down my front.
Absolutely. Kept falling off my bike, I did.
Yeah. Because now Dian is coming back into play, but it's Garrett defending from Kirkcaldy, Crawford, Stubbs, and then Pahal.
This is Pahal's coming back onto them as well as the leader comes out of the final turn. There he is, the number 14. Good. Nick's a wonderful producer, isn't he? Yeah. There he is, getting the checkered flag right for Charlie Page and Ethan Lloyd, and it's going to finish like it has been for pretty much the whole race.
Wow.
Alfie Garrett, Lewis Kirkcaldy, Sebastian Crawford, Albie J. Stubbs, Dian Singh Pahal. Great racing, and you know what? Round of applause to those drivers, because they didn't get drawn into making a silly move that was never going to come off, because they were so equally matched.
It's almost like they were told, listen, this isn't the main event. One mistake here, and you'll mess up your final. And it's almost as though they listened. Yeah,
well, it's almost like they had the brain space to actually read the situation beyond what's just happening around them.
Absolutely remarkable.
Has Nick had enough? He's off, is he?
All right.
We're going to be stuck with this picture then.
That's birthday boy Nick Damon doing a fantastic job as a producer.
Sharing a birthday with Darren Beavers, our series organiser.
Yes.
Or as everyone in the organisation calls him, God.
Yes. Thou what holds the checkbook, otherwise known as God. In senior Rotax, which will be our last race before
the lunch,
the God earlier on was the driver of the bottom left-hand corner, Lewis Brown, who turned up and won by a mile.
Joey Brown,
that's the one. Lewis Brown. Lewis Brown. Somebody else.
All right.
Joey Brown. Sorry, with a mullet. Joey Brown, and turned up. Would have won by an awful lot more, but eased off at the end of the race.
Saving his tyres.
Saving his tyres.
Again, brain capacity to make decisions outside of what's happening just in front of you.
Yeah, and he's got the Fusion Motorsport graphics kit on his kart, and Fusion, so he's not running with Fusion this weekend. He runs with Fusion in other series, does Joey. But he is. Let's see if he's going to give the others a chance in this one.
Right, let's have a look at the grid, Henry. Joey Brown, you've discussed in great detail on the pole position. Alongside him, though, no slouch here at Warden Law, is Morgan Hudson-Brown. He knows his way around, does Morgan. Behind them on the second row is Liam Phillips and Ian Hughes, did I say that right?
Yayan. And I spoke to Yayan, and he had a spark plug issue.
Okay.
Which is what slowed him. We were speculating that it was a puncture.
Yes, we did, yeah.
But it is, in the Welsh parlance, it was a dim puncture. No puncture, a spark plug.
Okay. Jason Duchess, Brandon Truman are on row 3. Elliot Dalton, we saw how quick he was in the first of the surveys. Keep an eye out on him moving forward from 7th. Daniel Callaghan alongside. 5th rows, Johnny Lynch and Alex Timmins. 6th rows, Kyle Dunford and Ryan Sayers. And then we've got row 7, Lucas Blandford and Taylor Dixon, with Archie Hogan and Bradley Caton on row 8. Row 9 is Michael Ambler and Noosh Safa Leathers, with Aidan McDonald rounding off a 19 kart senior field.
The first senior field in championship history, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, yeah. Oh. First for the new for 2025 is the SKC, the Senior Kart Championship.
Yes, because I have noticed that I'm wearing last year's championship garb, which has got the BKC, Bambino Kart Club, CKC, Cadet Kart Championship, JKC,
Junior,
and now in resplendent blue and white we have the SKC.
Yes.
Senior Kart Championship.
Senior Kart Championship. And it makes a lot of sense because the championship was a kid-only championship up until 2025, and when the youngsters moved out of junior Rotax, they went off.
Yes.
They flew the nest. However, they can stay for a little bit longer here and race literally from Bambinos through the cadet classes, junior Rotax,
until they retire at the age of 87.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with you don't have to go off and do the British Championship.
No.
This is a great national championship to get your teeth into as a competitor.
And also, the British Senior Rotax Championship is world renowned. We produce world champion, grand final champions in Rotax.
Is that how it's perceived abroad?
Yes, it is. People come from over the world, they say, because there's a bleep that, but you are crazy in the UK, in seniors. That is what, and drivers come from all over the world to race. I mean, at the Open Plate last weekend, we had drivers from Canada come over to race just because they need to experience the aggression levels. Now, if you have no inkling to move out of karting, you don't view karting as a stepping stone, you view it as a sport in its own right, which of course it is.
It is. I mean,
you can come and you can race the scene. You don't have, when you get to 20, 21, 22, and you want to race national level karting, as a senior driver, this grid will be the way forward.
And I can see Darren having his eyes on the 177 grid when these juniors get older, taller, bigger, heavier.
Karting's main problem globally is the fact that the drivers don't stay in it long enough. The demise of the amount of senior license holders has dropped so much. It would be a perfect way of keeping those senior license holders in the sport, I think.
This is the second superheat for Senior Rotax, and after this we'll be going to a lunch break. For now, though, we've got Joey Brown and Morgan Hudson Brown heading the field into turn 1, coming together there, bit of wheel banging, sorting themselves out, catching the slide, and up into second place with a great move has gone Liam Phillips, the number 31, with a bright white nose cone on that car, easy to spot.
There's a false start flag out.
A false start.
So, Joey Brown got away with one there, because you could see what Morgan Hudson Brown, so on the outside of the front row, Matty Hingley, Ben Hingley, the Ultimate R team, they would have seen what Joey had in race number 1 and say, if you give this kid a clean start, he's gone, and you're racing for second. So Morgan instantly cut across to pinch Joey Brown towards the inside, because on the run to turn number 1, on the inside line, there is still a puddle.
You are risking it, though, aren't you?
Morgan Hudson Brown wants Joey Brown to be in the path of that puddle.
Yeah.
He does not want to let Joey move out wide to take the racing line.
Here we go again. Then let's see what happens this time. Joey Brown on the left of your screen, and there he does it again. He pinches him. It's very tight in there, but Joey Brown forces himself to the left to get off that wet patch, and brilliant driving now. Liam Phillips unable to match what he did in that first false start with a couple of cars, and that's Elliot Dalton-Ayres. Elliot Dalton-Ayres off at the back of the field at the dog leg, and that's his race effectively over. It's a recovery drive now for him. Meanwhile at the front though, it's Joey Brown and Morgan Hudson-Brown off through the chicane, and it's Liam Phillips going with them.
Yep, and again, you know, that looked very aggressive, and it was, but both the front row drivers, they knew what they had to do. That's all fair.
They know how to deal with that.
Yeah, they know.
They know how to deal with somebody leaning on you. You've got to learn how to go wheel to wheel.
You didn't get in front of me, so I'm going to elbow you out wide, and that's fine. Hudson Brown, I think, if I only, you know, didn't quite get it done, and now they carry on. The race is on, and it is a race because Superheat 1 was a procession almost behind Morgan Hudson Brown.
Challenge. Yeah, the Ultra Menard cart. I'm trying to identify. Is that SFR?
No, it's a Fusion motor.
It's a Fusion.
Livery,
you said
and
that.
Here we go.
There's the Ultra Menard of Morgan Hudson Brown making the move there towards the chicane there at the second of the centres. He's looking over his shoulder there. Yep, that cart is still there of Joey Brown. And Liam Phillips coming up the back end of him as Brandon Truman connects as well. 3 carts conjoined there into the braking area for the gasworks, sorting themselves out before they get towards the end of the lap. And here they go then across the line, 2 laps completed and a new leader. Morgan Hudson Brown leads from Joey Brown, Liam Phillips, Brandon Truman, Jason Duchess, Alex Timmons, Ryan Sayers, Lucas Blanford, Kyle Dunford and Taylor Dixon is your cart that rounds off the top 10.
And this is where Joey Brown will almost be a victim of his own success. Everyone else saw how easily he won the first race, and they're going to think to themselves, okay, if I get half an opportunity to make a move, I'm going straight in. There's no sitting behind and trying to work with Joey Brown, because that's what they'll be thinking. I've got to go. And suddenly Brown, you know, he finds himself in and amongst the hornet's nest where he has to defend because everybody else knows how quick that package can be.
Yes, and he's falling foul now. He's got Liam Phillips, who's just moved ahead of him, so he's down to third. And who's this? Brandon Truman. He's on the Dan Holland Lando Norris card, being looked after by Hunter Motorsport this weekend in that yellow and blue cart.
Instantly, Brandon trying to take a chunk out of Joey Brown.
He knows he's got to get by, like you said. He knows he's got to get by. He can't let this settle. We've only done 3 laps. The tyres are beginning to come in. The carts are going to be coming to the point where they're balanced and where you like to be. And we're seeing this now from Brandon Truman, who demotes Joey Brown, winner of the Superheat number 1, down to 4th, and will, I think, Henry, pull away.
Yeah, and they got Lucas Blanford, in the Kiddix Kart Republic chassis up next, number 67. He just passed Jason Dukas. Timmins, Dunford, Dixon and Ryan Sayers are the rest of the top 10, from Johnny Lynch, Archie Hogan, Bradley Keaton, Michael Ambler and what have you. Morgan Hudson Brown continues to lead. I seem to remember one of Archie Hogan, I was asked to a cameo from Archie Hogan, his birthday. Yeah, I'm not quite at the same level as that guy from the In-Betweeners, Cameo's first millionaire, but hey, well, cut the quid.
The gap between the leader, Morgan Hudson Brown, and Liam Phillips is 1.1 seconds, and then it was half a second across the line, but it's not anymore, as we've got a little bit of bargy going on there. Joey Brown's been pushed wide by Lucas Blanford into the gasworks hairpin. Here they go then out of the chicane. And they're on the brakes there, just a little bit of contact, just easing him out of the way, and I'm pretty sure that will have caught the attention of someone in the judiciary field.
It is hard to slow down and turn in when you've got new wheels off the wheel.
Absolutely. Change for second, though, as Brandon Truman on the Lando Norris card goes ahead of Liam Phillips. Liam Phillips now dropping back. Now the question is, we're a minute inside the second half, so we're on the way out of this race. The last 4 minutes on the clock. Can Brandon Truman catch Morgan Hudson Brown? It's Ultimate Art versus Van Holland Stroke Hunter Motorsport this weekend.
There is just this is Joey Brown. I do apologise. Now trying to fend off the attentions of. He's fallen back a couple more places.
There is an issue with whatever they've done with that kart.
Undo it quickly.
That race setup that they've come out in this superheat has not worked. No. Whatever that might be, tyre pressures, whatever, caster camber, whatever it is, guys. No, it hasn't worked.
Okay, you were talking about can Brandon Trueman catch Morgan Hudson-Brown?
Yep. Perfect
example. Trueman, top 10 in last year's in last week's O-Plate. He is a regular in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Morgan Hudson-Brown, he is a regular in the Kart Championship and that sort of other national series, not the Motorsport UK. Let's see, perfect in a microcosm of the level of the two championships together. You know, you've got one Kart Championship regular, one British Championship regular fighting for the race lead. Joey Brown is...
he's struggling, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, the 74 there, Taylor Dixon, I think has gotten by him, has he? The number, what number is that, 43?
Well, I said earlier, if they put one of the OK engines on Joey Brown's car earlier, they might have swapped it out for a Mini-Max engine.
Yeah, I think so. There's something happening there as Joey Brown goes back even further. This is going to destroy his grid position for the final, of course. This is not what he wanted. It's going to really disadvantage him going forward into the final as we look across to the far side into the Gasworks hairpin. And that is the number 40. Is that the number 40? We're going to find out. That's Kyle Dunford.
It's Kyle Dunford.
That's Kyle Dunford. So that was Joey Brown coming back at Kyle Dunford. So let's have a look. So Kyle Dunford 5th, Joey Brown 6th, Taylor Dixon 7th, Timmins, Hogan, Elliot Dalton Ayres from the back of the field up into 10th. That's a recovery drive for Elliot, and without that coming off, he would have been a factor in the final. Whether or not that's going to be the case is going to be a tough ask for him going forward. So we are continuing to watch the struggle, that's the only way I can put it, of Joey Brown here on the number 74. And now he's got Taylor Dixon right with him. And he seems to have settled into a pace here, hasn't he? Yeah. He's been going backwards and backwards and backwards, and now he's kind of settled.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, if the setup changes that Joey Brown's team made cost him half a second a lap, he's now running at the pace that setup allows him to, which is about 5th, 6th, 7th place pace. So yeah, he's found what is the maximum of what the package has got for this race can give him.
Yeah.
Hudson Brown still lead. Trueman is closing in, but not hand over fist. The gap's half a second.
Yeah, the gap was 1.2. Remember.
A couple of
so we maybe take a look at that one. They're just coming out of the horseshoe now, and the leader just coming through Paddock Bend. So as we will try and pick up that little tussle, here we go.
Yes.
That's the leader there, and there's the Brandon Trueman, Lando Norris kart, chasing him down. The gap was 0.5 something, it's now 0.45.
Yes.
So it is coming down. Now, whether or not he's got enough time on the clock to actually do something about this, that's arguable. There's only 20 seconds, so it's going to be one more lap after this one. But he's closing the gap, Henry.
Yes.
And when he gets onto the straight, he may be able to get into some sort of slipstream and get a little bit of a pull.
He is going to ask Morgan Hudson-Brown the question. That is for sure before the end of this one. They'll see the last lap board next time around. Lucas Blanford, regardless of what may or may not happen afterwards regarding his move on Joey Brown, Lucas will want to get as close to these two as possible when sparks begin to fly. Trueman, as we start the final lap now, is close enough to at least force Morgan Hudson-Brown to defend.
Morgan Hudson-Brown can hear him. You don't have to see them, you can hear him. And now he looks over his shoulder. He knows what he's got to do. Whether he's got the cart underneath him, we've seen the momentum that Brandon Trueman seems to have had, and he's come through the field. He's now right on the bumper of Morgan Hudson-Brown, going towards the Gasworks for the final time. Hudson-Brown is going to have to defend, and he defends by going down the middle, forcing Trueman around the outside. It's not going to come off there. Last opportunity really is a dive bomb into Paddock. It's not going to happen though, as Morgan Hudson-Brown comes out of the final turn and then heads across the line to take the checkered flag for the second Subheed. That is a win for Morgan Brown. Brandon Truman in second place. Lucas Blanford right on the tail of both of them in third. Liam Phillips in fourth. Then we had that battle for fifth, sixth and seventh with Cal Dunford, Joey Brown, Taylor Dixon. Archie Hogan finished eighth. The recovering Elliot Dalton-Ayres, a fine drive from him from the back of the field after coming off of the dog leg. Elliot Dalton-Ayres made his way through to ninth. Should be very proud of that recovery. And then Alex Timmons is the driver that rounds off the top 10. Wow. And what a way to start 2025. Some brilliant racing we've had this morning.
Yes, and I know that we're going to have the lunch break. We've got the paddock show. You asked me a question earlier, and I think that we got some of an answer after that race with Hudson Brown beating Truman. You said, where does this rank? I said, well, it's a feeder series, the main British Championship. I think it's safe to say that it's a viable alternative. But a B series, absolutely not.
No, it's not. It's top
absolutely
of the it's
not.
kind of top of the Championship to the Premiership, isn't it? Might even be a little bit. Might be the bottom of the Premiership.
We're knocking on the door.
I don't even think it's that.
We're knocking on the door, and those drivers, they're not shy about asking to come in.
No, absolutely. Well, thank you, Henry. We are going to go off and lie down in a very dark room and gather our thoughts for the heats. We're going to leave you with the paddock show that we filmed yesterday. Some interesting chats there and a technical piece that I hope you enjoy on the aerodynamics or some of the aero on these karts. For now, we'll go quiet. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. We'll put the time that we're back up on the screen when we're told that. So for now, Henry and I are going to go quiet and have a lie down. Enjoy the paddock show.
Well, hello and welcome to a new season of Karting Live TV and a new season of the Kart Championship. We're back at Warden Law, where we finished last year with this marvellous new balcony looking out over on the track, and we have an absolutely thrilling season for you. New classes, new drivers, returning drivers, more excitement. One thing that stays the same with Karting Live TV, and that is the marvellous Joe Bradley. Joe, 2025, you up for it?
Nick, does it get any better than this? Look at this. Warden Law, we're on the roof of the new garage building. We have got the Kart Championship here this weekend. It's a one. I know very much that you and I have been looking forward to this very weekend. We kick our karting season off, and what a way to start the Karting Live TV karting season. Round one of the Kart Championship. A little bit different this year. We've got senior karts, senior Rotax, and as we'll find, that the reason for that is we had all these kids coming through the junior categories and then it would disappear. And somebody came up with the idea, hang on a minute, let them race with us. So we've got senior Rotax for the first time. Pick a winner, I don't know. And especially here at Warden Law, the weather's going to play a factor as always. And as ever, Nick, it's all about the tyres.
Well, that's it, all about the tyres? Or is it about aerodynamics? Who knows? But what I do know is that Joe will find out with his famous paddock walk.
New season kicking off. Here we are at Warden Law for round one of the Karting Championship. And I've pinned down Joe Millward. Yes, I have. He's well known for being the father of the British Micromax champion, Luke Millward. But for now, Joe, you are one of the series organisers. You, Darren, Matty, congratulations. Here we are, another season ahead of us. And again, thank you, bit of self-indulgence for coming to Warden Law first. I sleep in my own bed. But again, great entry for round one. And I think going forward, we'll talk about the tracks in a moment, but going forward, this series seems to be going from strength to strength.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, first round, biggest numbers the championship's ever had.
Wow.
Ever had 186. We've hit the 170s before, but 186. So Warden Law is clearly an attraction, and I think the calendar we've put together clearly sees people wanting to come and do the championship.
Yeah.
The job that myself and Darren do, and the family environment we try and provide for people, especially for the children, is clearly working, and people enjoy it. That's the feedback we get. So that's what we're going to continue working at.
And we're revisiting a bit of history, certainly from my personal view. Shennington, round two at Shennington, old school track. I remember racing there way back, but what a great decision there.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, middle of the country. We've not been there for a few years, so really looking forward to going to Shennington again.
North Wales, Gleneagor, beautiful, picturesque track. PFI, PFI International. There's a reason it's called International. It's, arguably where everyone wants to race.
Yeah, we wanted that on the calendar for a while, and we work closely with a lot of staff there. They come and do our events similar to what they do there. It's a track that we absolutely love, and we've worked hard to get it on the calendar. And yeah, it's a little bit of a crown there, but all the tracks have their individual bits they do themselves and how good they are. So yes, I want to say PFI is great, but all the tracks have their own stuff, especially Warden.
Yeah, and just to round off the season, Rower in Cumbria, and then Wilton Mill. Again, tracks that are so different from one another, aren't they? And it's a great sort of an eclectic mix of corners and gradients and racing that we're going to see.
Yeah, Wilton Mill going back at the end kind of almost feels like the home of the championship, because it's kind of where it started, it's where Darren started, it's where I first started, or Luke did as a driver. So going back to Wilton's a fantastic thing at the end of the year. But like you say, and the new little kink at Wilton, love going and doing that and seeing what the drivers think of that, because they all have a different opinion on how to get through that. So looking forward to that one as well.
Yeah, the welders love that one. A little bit different for 2025. We used to be able to brag about being a child-only championship. We can't say that anymore because we've got senior Max here.
Yeah, 100%. Look, you can start as a 6-year-old and go all the way through to a senior with us. And I think that's the important bit we want to try and get across, is the fact that we've got dad and lads still. Yes, there's some teams here, but we've got our dad and lads that have been with us a long time. And we want them to continue to grow. And some of them have moved up to junior and they're like, I still want to continue to come to the championship. So let's put a senior on and we'll keep them with us and look after them.
It's a great idea. Thank you, Joe. Here's to a great 2025. I know it's going to be fab. I know I'm excited. We go racing tomorrow. Well, there's nothing more to say than let's go racing. Number plates are very important. They certainly are to me, because I can see who I'm talking about out on track. This particular lad has got the S plate. Now then, the S plate stands for the Scottish champion. And this guy here is the Scottish champion, Lewis Kirkcaldy. Lewis, you're carrying the S plate, and I bet you're very proud to be carrying the S plate representing Scotland.
Yeah.
And how did you actually get the S plate? What did you have to do to get that?
So on Saturday there was 3 races, and on Sunday there was 3 races. And Saturday there was a 5-minute warm-up and a 5-minute qualifying, and then straight into the races. I qualified pole, won the first race, came second in the second race, and won the third race.
Right, and is this an Intermax? Micromax, right, you're not tall enough to be in it, are you? So it was all about getting it right on the day, yes? So here you are at the Kart Championship. Are you going to be doing the whole championship with us this year?
Yeah.
Right, now that's a bit different, isn't it, than getting right on the day? You've got to get it right for the whole season, haven't you?
Yeah.
So who's going to get it right with you then? Who's your mechanic?
My dad.
What's his name?
Alan.
Alan, and has he raced before?
Yeah.
Was he any good?
No.
No? So you don't get that from your dad? You don't get this skill from your dad then? Of course you do. Somebody nasty to him.
My uncle.
So, Lewis, this weekend we're at Warden. You've been here before, haven't you? You've done the clubbies this year, but you've been here before. What do you think of the track?
It's good.
What's good about it?
Gasworks.
Gasworks? What? You like plunging into that hairpin, do you?
Yeah.
What about turn 1?
Mid.
Are you flat out through turn 1?
Yeah.
In the dry, not in the wet?
No, not in the wet.
No. But is it absolutely flat? Is it easy?
Yeah.
Wow, turn 1 flat. That's how quickly Lewis Kirkcaldy is going to be on the S plate. We've got the Scottish champion. Lewis, are you aware of the Scottish motorsport history that you're representing? Jim Clark, world champion, Jackie Stewart, David Coulthard, Colin McRae. There's loads, isn't there? Little place, little province, the top of the British Isles, and yet motorsport at the heart of it. Well done, Lewis. Best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
So, are aerodynamics important on karts? Are they even going fast enough to create downforce? We certainly know they create drag. Well, I am not an expert in aerodynamics, but I have a mate who is. In fact, I have a mate who's got a master's degree in aerodynamics. And what did he do with his master's degree? He went to work for Jaguar Land Rover, the most unaerodynamic car in the world. But however, let me introduce Naz Tremorian. Naz, I need to pick your brains, mate, because the variations on the ideas of aerodynamics around these kart fairings are absolutely like through the roof. There's so many different designs. So this is ST Racing's Kart Republic in Micromax. It's Freddie Blackshaw's. Here we have a completely smooth fairing to start with. So all of that study that you put in, all of that work you do during the week, tell us what exactly is the thinking behind this smooth fairing on this Kart Republic.
So let me just start off. This class of racing, you've got probably one of the smallest drivers in terms of age and height. So it means you don't have to work the air around the kart as hard, because the drivers are fairly short in height because of their age. So for this, it's to minimize drag as much as possible. And as you can see, the steering wheel is relatively square behind the NAS panel on this kart. And by having a single piece NAS panel, which doesn't have ducts, cuts, or vents, it means it's very cheap to manufacture probably, but at the same time, it's very aerodynamics because it doesn't need to work the air as hard. So as you can see towards the end of the NAS panel, you've got some ducts, and it basically, what it's trying to do is push the air outboard as easily as possible to reduce the drag. You want to reduce the drag because the driver is a brick going through air in a straight line, and the best way to do that is to optimize it by pushing the air around the driver.
So this is the one that I understand. It's about cutting through the air as fast as possible. I mean, we talk about aerodynamics being important. Certainly we know on racing cars, but are they that important? Are we going fast enough to kind of, you know, are we creating any downforce, for instance, or is it purely, certainly for a Micromax, about cutting through that air swiftly?
So with this category, it's mainly cutting through the air as cleanly as possible. They're not producing downforce at this sort of speed. You would have to go considerably quicker, but it's trying to clean up that airflow as these guys go down the straight. And that's one of the reasons you see drivers tuck in behind the steering wheel, and it's trying to reduce that brake going through the air, which is the driver.
Yeah, right. This is the simplest one that even little Bradley's head can understand. We're going to move on and have a look at some more technically sort of advanced thinking with regards to fairings and how we're going to duct that air around that driver, which is the most unaerodynamic thing on the kart. So let's have a walk. So this is the TB kart with this is in X-Kart colours. Now this is the NASA panel, which has the air going through this huge duct here and coming out of the slot here. So Naz, what's it doing? What's the air doing this time?
So basically what they're trying to do in terms of design, what they're basically trying to move the airflow around the driver as much as possible to reduce drag. These cars don't produce downforce, but it's just trying to manage the drag. By venting the air through the NASA panel, what they're doing is trying to get the airflow up and over the panel itself and across the top of the driver's head. There's different ways of doing it, and this is one iteration of that. With this, they're ducting through the panel itself to reduce the drag again. And from what you can see, the outboard sides of the panel, they're trying to push it over the driver's shoulders as well. Again, this is a different iteration. The front bumper itself ties in quite nicely to this panel. It's a almost sealed flat floor front end, which reduces the airflow and drag across top of the panel.
So once again, it's all about getting the air around that brick-shaped driver again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Staying with TB karts, this is another variation on a theme. This time, Naz, air going through this duct here at the bottom of the panel, and it's also coming out at the top here, but these vanes, now these are new, I think, for 2025. So again, right, Naz, resident aerodynamicist, what's this one doing?
This is the 25-year iteration. So this time round, they've lifted the front up off the bumper to allow airflow to go underneath. And I think what they're trying to do is maintain flow on top surface and the bottom surface of the NAS panel. I think the reason they've put the cutouts on the top surface is to bleed some of that air which is going into the duct. By doing that, they can control the flow on the top surface of the NASA panel, and again it helps to push that airflow around the driver. Instead of having a high velocity air going around the driver, they're bleeding some air off to maintain the surface contact with the top surface of the panel.
So why is it important to maintain that air's attachment to this body part then? Is there a reason for that?
So as soon as the airflow comes off the panels, you can't control it at that point. If you maintain the surface contact...
Is that when it's called dirty air?
Yes. So if you can maintain contact with the actual surface, you can control it. As soon as you have any sort of wake where it comes off the panel, at that point you've got no control of it. So it's trying to maintain that surface contact and trying to guide the air around the driver. The other difference you can see on this iteration, the 25 model year, is they've also got cutouts on the bumper ends. So what this is doing, they're channeling the air around the front tyre and guiding it to the side panel. Again, the name of this is just a reduced drag in a straight line. Round corners, the speeds aren't sufficient, I don't think, to affect the speed and the drag. It's down the straight, and that's why you can see the drivers tuck in like motorbike riders to reduce that drag. And it's, if you imagine the driver is a brick through the air and they tuck down, and it's fine when you're a smaller driver, but when you're tall, like some drivers we've seen, 6'6", you're an air brake.
Yeah.
So it's tucked down, hide behind the steering wheel, and let the airflow go around you rather than having a flat front. So the name of the game is to reduce drag and go a bit quicker in the straight line.
So here we have the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis, and again another variation on aerodynamic thinking. This one has got a massive, duct really going up the whole of the fairing. So what's the thinking on this one?
So my view with this one, it's obviously the most basic because you've just got a channel which feeds air over the driver. But if you look towards the end of that slope, you've got a very aggressive ramp up, which means that's pushing the air up.
So this bit here?
Yeah, that's pushing the air up and over quite aggressively over the driver's head. That angle heavily depends on the driver's height. So if you have a driver which is shorter, you would want less angle because you're working the air. Right. And the more you work the air, the more drag you produce. So this is quite an aggressive setup. I think it'll work best with a tall driver, but if you've got a shorter driver, I wouldn't say it's the best setup. But it depends on the driver and their height.
Well, this is senior Rotax. I'm not sure who the driver is. Who's the driver, Dan? It's Elliot Dalton-Ayres with Hunter Motorsport this weekend, and Elliot is a tall lad, so that's working well for this particular size of driver.
Exactly, yeah. If you've got a tall driver, I think this is the best setup. Right. If you've got a shorter driver in terms of height, I would say go down a different route. But again, you can see on the sides of the panel, it's sculpted quite well. And again, that's to feed air around the driver's shoulders as best as possible to reduce that low pressure zone behind the driver to reduce the drag.
So again, we're back at ST Racing. This is a Cosmic chassis, but this is completely different, isn't it? I mean, look at the detail that's gone into here. There's a little bit of detail here on the front bumper as well. That's actually, you can't really see that, but that's contoured with little ducting going there. But these veins controlling the air, or are they? You're the expert, mate. What have you got to tell us?
So what they're trying to do, in my opinion, with this setup is they've got to control the air over the driver and around the driver. But the problem you have is how do you control that air smoothly and consistently? If you have a duct, like some other variants that you see, with a duct, you can control it to a degree. As the air exits, that's it. You've lost control of it. You're just hoping that it stays in the place you want it to. But having fins and veins like this, what you can do is control the air from start to finish as it leaves the panel. And instead of just having a duct through the middle which guides the air over the driver's head, you've actually got fins which guide the air over the driver by having the ramp towards the end. And also you've got angled fins which are pushing and controlling the air around the driver's shoulder.
So you're taking all of that air that's flowing across the front and you're controlling some of it around the driver and some of it over the driver, rather than just relying on the physics and the science to get rid of the air off the kart.
Exactly. And the main difference with this is if you imagine if you're going around the corner as well, where the car is at an angle, at that point, if you've just got a simple duct, the air's going to bleed sideways.
Right.
Whereas this, because you're controlling it harder, you can control that airflow better, even around the corner. So it'll optimize in a straight line to reduce drag, but around the corner, I was a driver back in the day, and there's nothing worse than getting spray in your face. But with a setup like this, I'd be surprised if the visor of the driver is not clearer around the corner. Yeah.
Because you've got more airflow directly across his helmet.
It's going around his helmet. So
right, okay.
So the dirty air, dirty water in spray, this will guide away from the driver's face. Wow. So it might even help with visibility. But the beauty of this setup is you're not just relying on a single duct, which can, depending on the other variants we've seen, which is an aggressive ramp towards the end. The ramp on this is quite small, so drag is even less, and at the same time, it's still achieving what's trying to do. But for me, this is the best setup.
I was going to ask you, after we've looked at a lot of aerodynamics on these front fairings, these NASA panels. Is this your favourite?
For me, this is my favourite. If you compare this to a diffuser of a racing car, where you've got fins in the middle, by splitting certain sections of the diffuser, this is working in the same way.
Controlling air.
Controlling air in the direction you want to control it. Whereas with a single duct or single ramp up towards the end, towards the steering wheel, you can't control it as cleanly as you can with this.
And just to clarify and conclude, it's not producing downforce. It's all about cutting through the air as quickly as possible, and it's all about we use the term marginal gains, and that's what we're doing here. We're looking for marginal gains, aren't we?
Absolutely. With karting, you can see if the field in the top 20 is split by 0.1 second at most. Yeah. So even a tiny gain down the straights can give you that difference in qualifying, and in karting it can be hard to pass. So any gain you can get, either aero or whatever, is going to benefit you in the long run.
Well, Naz, thank you very much for that tech talk. I'm sorry, but you've got to go back to trying to get Range Rovers to cut through the air as best as you can. Good luck with that. And that concludes our tech talk for this week. Welcome back to the Kart Championship at Warden, just off the northeast coast of England, just south of the city of Sunderland. God's country. Karting Live TV bringing you all of the Kart Championship for 2025, and we are into the bits that matter, let's call it. Myself, Joe Bradley, and Henry Baudet will take you through to the final checkered flag of the weekend. Right now, out on track, we've got the repage, the junior Rotax repage, which is a last chance saloon. 8 karts have qualified for another chance of getting onto the back of the junior Rotax grid proper, Henry. And it is the first 4 that go through. So
yes.
The key, what we're going to concentrate on is 4th place, basically.
The bubble, as it were. Yes, 8 drivers, led by number 220, Lewis Holt. Matthew Clark, P2. Riley Mason-Lewis will start 3rd. Kevin Ivanov will go from P4. Matt Scott and Ralphie Branscombe, they're the first 2 drivers, 5th and 6th place starters, on the outside looking in. Tyler Richardson and Laurie McVeigh are our final 2 qualifiers. 8 into 4 doesn't go.
Well, we need 4. We need 4 to put on the back of the junior Rotax grid. How that's going to pan out remains to be seen, and it's all down to these 8 youngsters who are going to squabble for it. We can see the 2 karts on the front there, Matthew Clark, Lewis Holt on the pole position, and it seems a little, you know what, I always feel sad for the 4 that are not going to qualify for another race.
But, maximum grid sizes are the rules. But yes, it's there's going to be 4. They'll beat the traffic. Let's just say that. That's all. That's the only way that
I
you
hope
can
they're not trapped in the paddock. As I think we've gone lights out and we get the repage underway. It's an 8-minute duration, and it's Lewis Holt that gets into turn 1. We've got a spinner right in front of us. It's the Cosmic
of 256, Kevin Ivanov, the Honda graduate. And I was about to say, the one thing that none of these drivers want to do is go off at turn 1. And there we are.
Well, we're on cold tyres, and you can really tell by the amount of slipping and sliding around from these karts. We've got ST Racing kart that looks, I think it's ST Racing in 2nd place there, moving up into 2nd. And we've got the Honda Motorsport kart of Matthew Clark that is in 3rd, but that the cusp of where we need to be is that 4th place, and that's
Ralphie Branscombe.
Property of Ralphie Branscombe.
Oh no!
And he's over the top of Clark down the inside of the horseshoe, and that was unfortunate there. He's taken Matthew Clark out. That's his weekend over, and I think Branscombe weekend is over, because I think he's bent his axle riding right over the top, and I hope Matthew's all right there. They've gone on to the infield section of the hairpin, but
you saw Clark understeering going into the horseshoe. Now, we talked earlier about the jump from Cadet straight into junior. In Honda last year, that would have been a move that Ralphie Branscombe would have completed A-OK as we go under safety car conditions.
That's right, yeah.
Bigger karts, wider rear end, and that was the result. The gap opened when Clark understeered. Branscombe just put his nose in to make the move, and of course, there's less space to play with, and there we go. But now, Clark, unfortunately...
8 have become 6, Henry.
Is Branscombe still out there?
He looked like he had a wobbly axle. We'll be able to check that as they come through. We're under Battenberg flag rules, which is effectively the virtual safety car, where Lewis Holt, who's leading...
And let's see, will Ralphie...
That looks all right, doesn't it? 2-1-2.
Yep.
2-1-2 looks all right. I think he's gotten away with that.
He's still out there.
He's on.
Red flag. Red flag. Matthew Clark is still sat in his car. Mr. Ashton and 2 safety workers are there.
He got hit in the side, Henry.
And I can see the medical team entering the circuit. So a brief foray into racing this afternoon. Now, we haven't got to half distance, so Mr. Ashton can decide whether or not we have a full restart, although I think we may probably have a single file restart.
The red flag will always take it back to the end of lap 1. So if we will restart in the order at the end of lap 1. Now, I'm not sure whether our timing systems allow us to do that.
Possibly, I think it should. However, it does give me an opportunity. I have to say that the restaurant here, these potatoes,
garlic potatoes,
yes, they're not very social, but they're very, very tasty.
It's a good job you're driving home alone.
Yeah.
With Mr. Ashton holding up the grid of carts while we sort out Matthew Clark, who did get a bit of a hit in the side there as Ralphie Branscombe climbed over. Just to remind everybody, the TB kart raffle, that is going to be ran until round 4. He's a replay of what we've just seen. Just slid into him, didn't he?
Yep.
And then Bosch, Matthew goes off. Hopefully he's all right. He's being tended to now. The TB kart raffle going on now is a £10 a ticket. It's going to be drawn at round 4, so we've got round 4 to buy a ticket. So get your tickets in. You win a brand new TB kart, rolling chassis, brand spanking new. And it's very much well worth a punt at £10 a ticket. They're on offer now at the Kart Championship headquarters, position just opposite the entrance to the cafe in the paddock. It gives us an opportunity to thank Rover Oils, who are a partner with the series this year. And then also in the paddock, you will find them next door to the Kart Championship headquarters, is ROA. ROA standing for Racers Official Apparel, for all of your merchandising and teamwear. If you fancy creating some teamwear, if your team needs new teamwear, then ROA are the people to go and speak to. You'll find them next door to Mr. Beavers tapping away his computer.
And I've got to say, I noticed that Josh Cook, he's got some Cookie Monster clothing, and as more and more drivers get into, because every driver needs their own brand to help promote themselves and to give fans a reason to cheer, to give them an identity, to make them stand out from the crowd. Having an apparel store on site, I think, is an excellent move.
Yeah, I mean, so you get. This is a good question, actually. So if we wanted, right, I'm going to use this as an example.
Yeah.
Karting live TV.
Yes.
T-shirts, sweatshirts, whatever. Does ROA sell them from the paddock for you?
I would imagine that there would be a fee to sell them, and the percentage of the sales is split between the provider.
We'll find out.
Yeah, unless ROA, simply, they would. I'm sure they would take a fee for stocking. Selling stockings.
I know
others,
like
Torque
do that with British Touring Castle. I want to mention as well, OTM, our on-track marketing team. It's the series media company. We have also got Stu Stretton snapping away, and Stu Stretton Media will be that where he will make available the shots that he's taken from this weekend's event. But OTM is a media company that's aligned to the series, and that they will make any kind of content, video clips, video footage. Again, it's worth chatting to them, especially if you are on the hunt for some sponsorship, etc.
Yes.
And it's a good idea to put a professional video package together, a video presentation together. That's just one idea. You might just want to look at them. I'll put one stuff for your Instagram page to create more followers. But that is worth chatting to. I didn't get any information where OTM can be found, but the OTM marketing and media company are aligned with the Kart Championship, another series partner, let's call them.
Yes, well, they'll be in the pink tabards. So the pink army is the media, the press corps.
That's good information.
And if drivers are thinking, well, I could do social media. Newly crowned Intermax British Open champion Max Jolly has 75,000 followers on his Instagram page. From all over the world. And I was looking at the figures, the viewing figures from last week's event. Now, you would think that the senior Rotax final would have had the highest amount of viewers. Wrong. It was Intermax, because several hundred of the viewers that were there were Max Jolly's social media followers from all over the world who knew when he was racing, because he posts it. These are the broadcast times, and there's the links. And so, that also helps as well. So,
we had a similar thing for the Dubai 24 Hours.
Yes.
We had an Indian actor from not Bollywood, Collywood, right, which was a different language to Bollywood, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
In the stands, was about 30,000 Indian fans. That for the full 24-hour race, every time his car went by the pits, roared like you'd score a goal. Like at the Stadium of Light, when somebody scores a goal, there's a roar. 30,000 crowd.
Yes.
Nick, how many views did we get for Dubai? How many? It was 2 million. Yes, it was 2 million views. Normally that race gets about 50,000. 120,000.
100. Yeah.
Now that was purely from Mr. Kumar, and it was incredible. The power of the power of the population.
Well, it
was incredible to see, and that's what using Max as an example.
And it's people that aren't directly involved in this. But you want to get
Not
new eyes, and the media when you're flicking through Instagram and there's the various reels that come up, and there's an algorithm that says what the type of thing that you look at. The type of thing that you normally look at, and if there's karting stuff in there with the various tags and what have you, then more of these little bits of karting content pop up on your reels, and it helps introduce new people to the sport. So that's good.
It is absolutely. We talked last night about getting a job at the British Grand Prix down to my Instagram followers and stuff. And it's like, down with the kids. It's just reach, isn't it? It's just reach. And any potential marketing or sponsorship opportunity that you get using the sport as a marketing tool without that social media profile is minimal.
It's hard, and,
and
more and more drivers are getting nicknames. Like I said about James Roots, the Roots is on fire. He's got some T-shirts that reflect that the Roots is on fire.
Are you invoicing them for these marketing? Innovative marketing ideas.
There's something. But of course, drivers, they've got to run with it. It goes from being something in the paddock that they have a laugh and joke about with their mates to think, okay, if I want to be a professional athlete, I have to build my brand, and that brand has to include, it's a corporate logo. Crash helmet designs, that used to be the driver's lifelong brand. And more often than not, drivers change their crash helmet design.
I have never been a fan of that. Ronnie Peterson.
Oh, see, you know where you are with black, with like proper deep purple blue with yellow
Swedish
trim.
Blue and a yellow peak.
Yes,
that he clipped onto the helmet.
Tom Price. All you need 3 black stripes
down the front.
That's it. And we talked about we got the Nigel Mansell.
But they kept them for the whole career.
Whole career. Yes, because
they were identifiable. But you are gaining attention and exposure by changing your. We had a colleague who used to work with us in America in IMSA who would keep right on top of driver helmets, and she was always telling us about such and such has changed his helmet, and I'm like, I don't really want to know that. I want to know what setup he has in his car, not what colour helmet he's got. And he was like, whatever Corvette driver, he's got a new helmet design. Are you going to go down and have a chat with him? No. That's your
I'm not
job.
going to walk up to Johnny
Your Hello magazine.
Your
Hello
Johnny,
magazine.
How's your helmet?
I'm race car engineering.
Yeah, it's and I do get it. And the crash helmets are works of art. They are works of art. But
and back to reality.
Yeah, here we are. Now there's Mr. Manchester standing in the black there. He's about to. So I'm looking down there now. Matthew Clark has been assisted into the side door of the ambulance, not the back, so that's something. So he's up and out of the cart and standing. No, is he? I think he's just standing next to the ambulance, but standing is a good thing. And so, yeah, the ambulance is still on circuit.
I've got an opportunity then to tell everybody about our sim that is running.
Oh, yes.
The Kart Championship has a sim competition that's going to run at all of our rounds. You can find it on the entrance, the lobby area of the cafe. It's run by Samsung Thrustmaster, powered by Scan, and it's free to use. And who are there?
Iami.
Ayama. I need to write that down. Ayama. I'll do that later. You can free to use. Go on, have a try, and we're going to log your fastest lap. And at the end of the season, there's going to be a prize to the person who's put in the fastest lap. So you can have a go ahead.
So it's going to be the same circuit all year on the sim. So it's obviously you've got a season long.
It's using the F1 game. It's using the F1 computer.
So it'll be at a certain lap. So as I look to...
I don't know what track it is, though.
I don't know what track. As I look to my left and see Nick Damon, I look to my right and see Joe Bradley, and I see two ex-racing drivers people.
Well,
and
two
I look at myself...
two current sim drivers.
Two current sim drivers. And I look at myself thinking, who's never sat in a sim, but who does have 21st century racing experience, thinking that a competition therefore must be it's at every round.
The thing is, mate, on a sim, being overweight is not a disadvantage.
I thank God for that.
So we stand a chance.
I was waiting for the Rotax 277 class to come into the paddock before I announce my comeback. But yeah,
we should set a campaign away for that.
I think yes.
Do we really need 277? 220 will do.
220 will do that. 220 and a double XL seat.
Yes.
Did Tillett make rib protectors that big?
Don't know. Put two together.
Yeah.
Put two together. We're still under red flag conditions, everybody. We had an incident at the start of the Junior Rotax repechage. Matthew Clark has gone off to receive some medical treatment after taking a knock from a cart that came into contact. So we've lost at least one of the 8 drivers that are going to try and qualify in the top 4. The top 4 in this repechage race will qualify to the back of the grid for the Junior Rotax final, which is our final race of the weekend. I'm just going to clarify that. It is, isn't it, Henry? It is, yeah.
It is. We mentioned about the birthday of champions today, Nick Damon, and Championship Supremo, Darren Beavers. I found out during the lunch break that Darren Beavers and I are now the same age. So, ladies and gentlemen, who looks worse for wear? Myself. We both had a hard paper round.
There's no prize for this competition.
There's no prize.
I mean, you both look good for 32, to be fair. Sorry, I've said that the wrong way around. You both look good for 57.
57, yes.
Is what I should say. The fact that you're only 42 or whatever. Yeah. I said that. Can I come in again?
Yeah.
I'll come in again.
Right, here we go. I'll lead you in. We found out today that Darren Beavers and I are actually the same age. So, ladies and gentlemen, who looks worse for wear?
Well, you both look good for 57.
There we go. Nailed it. Second time of asking.
Unfortunately, you're 42.
Oh! +2.
There's no prizes as well for getting that one. We're just interested in your opinions.
Yes.
Who looks best? Who looks the best?
Who looks least worst?
Yeah, that's a good one, actually.
Who looks least worst?
That's a good one.
Now, the ambulance has left the circuit. The tyre barriers that had been disturbed have now been calmed down and are back in their rightful place. And hopefully we should be able to go racing. And of course, this point last year, we were making Motorsport UK British karting history with the mighty Bambino class becoming a fully fledged MS UK championship.
Yes.
And of course, Ralph Martin, made a piece. He is the, and I'll stand to be corrected, although I know that I'm right on this. He is the first driver in the UK in any type of four-wheeled Motorsport to win an official British title in an electric-powered vehicle?
I think you're right.
The karting championship last year.
I think we
Ralph
said
Martin.
we
Name
actually,
another electric.
We had
British
this
champion.
discussion, didn't we?
Who won a?
Oh
an
no!
official
Real life racing, not RC. No, I know it's real life, but you can't see it in
UK,
them.
Motorsport UK, MSUK, British
Championship
in motorsport.
There aren't any electric series in British Club Motorsport.
No.
In it, there isn't any national series electric powered. So Ralph Martin has made a bit of history.
Yeah.
Have you been on the Guinness Book of Records?
Well, I mean, that's something I would charge for. but no, this championship, this paddock, produced in years and years to come, when
I think
everything is electric, he'll be a pub. If they still have pubs in those future days, he will be an answer to a question.
I think the series, Darren, Mr. Beavers, I'm talking to you. You need to maybe confirm that with the MSUK and really
make something of it
and make something of that. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I only know that because I'm a sad anorak.
Yes, you do like stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean that is a good stat actually, and that's something that we could be talking about. You and I love our motorsport history, Henry.
Well.
We're trying our best not to digress here, Peter. When Henry and I come together and start talking about motorsport, we can easily digress.
Rose-tinted glasses are put on.
Yeah. All it takes is a Nigel Mansell replica helmet, and we're off.
Yes, yeah.
We're off on a tangent.
The drivers are now trying to keep themselves warm. Here's another thing I've noticed. I mean, this is how is it possible that in the People's Republic of Thailand, how is it possible that it's colder at 2 o'clock in the afternoon than it is at 8 o'clock in the morning? Because normally, with days, they tend to get a little bit warmer as they progress.
The thing is, Henry, right?
But it gets colder here.
We are looking out to sea from our vantage point here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you look out to sea from here, if you just angle a little bit to the left and point your finger, there's nothing between the end of your finger and the Arctic Circle.
Right.
And if that wind starts coming from that direction,
which it is,
looking at the flags,
yes.
Then if the wind's coming from behind us, we're fine. If it's coming from the direction it is now, there's nothing between us and the Arctic Circle, you see.
So what you're saying is,
we're on the northeast coast.
If the wind is coming from behind, it's a sub-Arctic, it's a sub-Saharan.
It's a sub-Saharan, yes.
And if it's coming from the north, it's Arctic. There's nothing in between.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's either Arctic or Saharan.
Also, this is the highest point in the borough of Sunderland. We have a Neolithic burial site over the road, which was because they chose that 5,000, 10,000. I think Neolithic's 5,000.
I think Monolithic as well. Monolithic is
10,000, isn't it?
Yeah, Monolithic is at Rissington. And
really?
Yes, and Neolithic.
So we're on high ground. So I live 2 miles away, right? And it's usually, on average, 2 to 3 degrees colder up here. I can be sunbathing in my garden. Don't even picture that. And then I come up here and think T-shirt and shorts in the summer.
Yes.
And, oh, my God, I need my big coat. Here we go.
We've got go-karts.
Yes.
The audience, I think, thank goodness for that.
I think they're going to send them round again, though, because the tyres will have cooled off. We're about to get going. We've got 7 karts now competing for 4 positions.
But they're back in their original grid positions.
They are
Ralphie
indeed.
Branscombe starts 4th. They've let him go. Let them all go, like Chris Economaki said.
We are on cold tyres, everybody. And we are racing, and the drivers will find the conditions and the karts underneath them very tricky indeed. So caution being the better part of valour, I think.
Yeah. Well, and I've got to say, so two drivers. And, of course, sadly, Matthew Clark is out of the race. 2 drivers will be thanking their lucky stars. Kevin Ivanov being the first of them. He is in 4th place. Ralphie Branscombe being the second. He's in P2. Now, without wanting to apportion blame or assume anything, to be on the safe side, if I were Ralphie Branscombe, I would like to have at least a 5-second advantage between myself and the driver in 5th. Just in case there is a little bit of afters in the steward's room regarding that incident, just in case, and that was just a speculation.
I see where you're going to do that.
I would want that buffer.
So we've got a challenge for second, and it comes off. Laurie McVeigh just eases himself down the inside of the kart in second place.
It was Ivanov passing McVeigh, sorry.
It was Ivanov passing McVeigh, sorry, that was the battle for third, the move for third. So now Ivanov finds himself in that vulnerable fourth place. We've got two ST Racing drivers, Tyler Richardson and Matt Scott are the drivers, the bright yellow and blue livery karts coming up behind him, but Ivanov, he's the kart we need to focus on. That's the red and green kart, fourth in the picture there. So if we can just latch on to him, he's the one that's vulnerable. That's the final qualifying position for this Rotax final.
In the classic Project One racing livery. Then the two, I mean, it's great to see John Stewart, the ST Racing team, because John, back in the good old days of Super One, before it became before Motorsport UK took control of the British Championship, John Stewart
control back, you mean?
Control back, yeah. John Stewart was a fearsome competitor in senior Rotax, a multiple national senior driver, John Stewart, running the ST team,
and his dad on the spanners as well.
Yes,
I remember John Senior. In my age, he's got comfortable, hasn't he, Laurie McVeigh? Because he's pulled out a bit of a gap of about 6/10 to Tyler Richardson, and at the moment these 7 karts becoming quite strung out, and importantly that red, white and green Project One liveried kart of Laurie McVeigh, he's the important one here, because he's the final qualifier for the final. So unless he can gain ground on Kevin Ivanov and take the pressure off himself by overtaking him, then the pressure's going to be on that purple and white Cosmic there of Ivanov. And I'm sure that's what's at the back of Laurie McVeigh's mind, is to do that.
And Ivanov, though, he's got the Red Bull livery on his crash helmet. I mean, I would, be trying to tap Red Bull up for some sponsorship. I mean, just give him a ring. Or, just send him a text. That way.
They can only say no.
Yeah. But now Ivanov is coming under pressure, and again, this is a Cadet Honda graduate going against Laurie McVeigh, who's a bit more used to these bigger karts, I believe. And now McVeigh closing in, but with 2 minutes to go. So we had a full grid restart, but only for we had 8 minutes.
Yeah.
5th place, Tyler Richardson. We were speculating about what happens if Ralphie Branscombe were to get a penalty, and I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could after that incident. I'm sure it was looked at. Branscombe is now right behind the race leader, Lewis Holt, and this is bad news for Branscombe, potentially. And of course, please don't think I'm willing a penalty on him. I'm just stating, there was an
potential, isn't it?
Yeah, there's potential. There was an incident. It will be looked at. Holt is now backing them up. Branscombe needs to go. He looks behind him, head down. He's got his old Honda sparring partner, Kevin Ivanov, right behind him. Branscombe needs to go and try and put that safety net, should he need it. At the moment, here are your 4 qualifiers, nose to tail. Tyler Richardson and Matt Scott aren't out of it either.
Yeah, but we thought that McVeigh would have a possible punt at Ivanov and take the pressure off himself. These 4 seemingly circulating together. The ST boys are hanging on there. Tyler Richardson, Matt Scott, Riley Mason-Lewis has dropped off the back of this train of karts, and if we're not careful, I think we're probably going to have a train of 6 karts here, the 4 and the 2 ST boys. So that could be very, I mean, it's all right, there's 43 seconds left, so we've got 2 more laps. So and I'm not sure there's enough time there for the ST Racing teammates to catch onto the back of that red and green kart.
And now if these 4 drivers are smart, they'll stay in position. So Branscombe is now, this is where he's going to be. He cannot get a gap of more than 5 seconds over 5th place. So they don't need to battle. There are already 30 drivers in the main event. So the winner of this starts 31st, 4th starts 34th. It's row 7, it's row 16 and 17.
The way I would always look at it is it gives me another race that I can get my teeth into. And it's
Yeah.
and you're then going to put in a personal challenge to yourself is how far up that 34-card field that you can actually get to.
But there's no point battling now.
No, not at all.
I fancy starting on the outside of row 16 as opposed to the inside of row 17.
There's an element of that you can kind of see.
Yes, they are behaving themselves.
I mean, they've been pretty sort of line astern since we went green, and they've kind of sort of. I'm not sure. I mean, they are driving as quickly as they possibly can, probably. So there's not any difference in performance. We haven't really seen anybody be in a position to challenge one another. However, again, we take for granted that these drivers, these youngsters, are not going to make any mistakes. And it's easy to make a mistake. It's easy to mistake there and end up sliding very wide and losing a load of time and maybe losing the place or even spinning off. So as we get towards the flag, though, Henry.
Yep. It's going to be Holt, Branscombe, Ivanov and McVeigh, your provisional qualifiers. Provisional, and everything we say is provisional, subject to post-race scrutineering, to nose cone checks, to the weighbridge, to technical inspection, and then, of course, to the stewards. So sadly, it looks as though at the moment, Tyler Richardson, Matt Scott and Riley Mason-Lewis, as well as Matt Clark, their day is done.
Yeah, we'll wait for the publication of the grid proper for the junior Rotax field. It's Mighty Bambinos now then. Is this going to be a one for the Joe Bradley Race of the Month? That's coming up later on, because we tend to have some fabulous kinds of racing from these Mighty Bambinos. Strange man lurking just outside of our box.
Well, yes.
Yes. He's a peeping Tom.
Stu Stretton Photography, Mr. Karting.
He's a voyeur for a living.
Well, yeah. Is that why he's got the camouflage on his...
I think so. So you don't see him coming.
Yeah. Or is that because he's a bird? He sits in a... What do they call them when they sit in a bush and look at birds? A hive. Yes.
A hide.
A hide.
Yes.
Sorry, a hide.
Bees live in
a hive,
yeah.
And Stuart lives in a hide. Anyway, we're teetering here.
We're teetering on the verge of going off on a tangent.
Yes.
Let's drag us back. Let's have a look at the grid for the Mighty Bambinos. So after 2 heats and 2 super heats, this is the grid for the Mighty Bambino final for round 1.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that's not good.
That was Felix Tandy spinning.
No way. He will be able to take up his position on the grid, though, I'm pretty sure.
Clear leader in the race to the grid there, and they're almost in quick step. They look like they've been watching Strictly. They're bouncing up. Oh, look at that! Excellent trotting there from the Mighty Bambino parents. And there's good style points there as well. I wonder if they've got together. Oh, look at that! Elbows out. There we go. And good work there. Good work.
Again, we should give them number plaque.
Absolutely. And that's the first time you'll see someone in a Ricky Flynn jacket at the back of any pack in the world of karting.
Well, let's have a look at this grid then. Heath Smith has earned pole position with 0 points taken. It's the one with the least points. That's a perfect score for Heath Smith. Arthur Rhodes will join him alongside on the front row. Second row is Ethan Hume and Freddie Dye. We've got Jack Harper and Felix Tandy. Hopefully we'll be able to take up his position on row 3. Luca Pede and Jensen James Williams. Luca only in his second event here. He was here for the clubby last weekend. So it's his second visit. I think his second visit to Warden Law. Might not be his second event. His second visit to Warden Law. Ed Pede's kid. Row 5 is Callie Tennant with Elliot Hitch alongside. Logan Edwards and Arthur Thompson on row 6. Row 7 is Harry Wass and Freddie Purnell. Noah Brad and Bobby Slater share row 8. Row 9 is Frank Pearson and Nico Mohan. George Algar, where's his fan club? George Algar fan club on the sidelines. He's alongside Teddy Smith.
Tilly Cook, please put up your sign of support.
And we've got Oliver Yap and Oakley Howlett rounding off what is a 22 kart field. Right, here we go, Henry. Standing start, lights go on. The engine revs don't rise, of course, because it's an electric-powered Bambino class, and off we go. And it's a great start from Arthur Rhodes there.
Yep.
And has Arthur Rhodes got enough momentum to get him into the lead? No, he hasn't. It's going to be Heath Smith on that orange helmet, but side by side through Brian's Bend. He's gone and made it happen. Arthur Rhodes with some really, really courageous driving there.
Excellent, good, respectful driving between both those the two leaders. They were side by side. They were side by side, wheel to wheel. They gave themselves just enough room as we continue now. But as I say that, the number 3 plate kart has retaken the race lead. So Heath Smith, who's not popping up on our timing screen,
he's in second on this one.
He's not on the scoring pylon.
The TV will pick that up. At the moment, we've got a great battle. 3 karts about to be joined by Felix Tandy to make it 4. Heath Smith back into the front of this field. He doesn't lose the lead for long, does he? He's had a maximum score here. 2 heats, 2 super heat wins. And now he's under a massive pressure from Arthur Rhodes, Freddie Dye. And here comes Felix Tandy, the English plate holder in that black cart, the yellow and blue helmet of Felix trying to get involved. And there's Arthur Rhodes taking the number 11, Ethan Hume, with him, or is he?
Yeah.
Side-by-side action into the dog leg. You can't go too wide there unless you're a Bambino, and they're going to prove me right, as Heath has gone down to 3rd, almost 4th as Felix Tandy around the outside. He gets pushed wide, but it's 3 wide now towards the first of the centres, with the number 17 Freddie Dye getting involved. They're coming together with Felix Tandy. Tandy is out and at the back of the field now. After a coming together, he resumes, but that's taken him right out of contention here, Henry.
Now you can see, look for the cart, the all-white bodywork cart of Freddie Dye. Just dives in. The door was closing.
I think it was Felix who came across the front of Freddie.
Yes, and
that's unfortunate.
The 2 teammates now lead, and they'll be breathing a sigh of relief because Hume was able to just push his teammate Rhodes past Heath Smith and out of that danger zone, because it was Smith, Tandy, and Dye that were wheel to wheel. Just behind them, so a fortuitous piece of teamwork there, timed it right, and now you could see Ethan Hume locked on the rear bump of his teammate, but Heath Smith, who's now reappeared on our scoring pylon, is there in P3.
He keeps momentum through the corners massively, does Heath Smith. And he's latched straight back onto the back of Ethan Hume. I thought these two were going to pull away. They were in each other's wheel tracks, literally glued to one another, Arthur Rhodes and Ethan Hume. They're the 2 karts at the front there. The bright yellow helmet is the leader. That's Arthur Rhodes. The second kart in the frame was Ethan Hume. And then Heath Smith, he's onto the back bumper now. And as they get round to and it's side-by-side action from the teammates with Arthur. And now 3 wide action into the horseshoe.
And there's still 3 wide, and Heath Smith cuts underneath, coming off the gasworks here, and then maintains momentum on the outside and sweeps around the outside of the horseshoe to take the lead. But you're looking at the single-digit numbers, because this is an official Motorsport UK British Championship. You're allowed to run your national ranking numbers. So Heath Smith, 3rd in Britain last year. Jack Harper, 6th in Britain. Jensen James Williams, 7th in Britain. They are allowed, because these are the numbers they earned in this championship last year.
Seeded drivers, aren't they?
Nationally seeded drivers. And they're showing why, in a longer race, they've all managed to make their way towards the front, as others have fallen foul of each other.
Great driving once again from Heath Smith all the way around the outside. Now the 2 teammates come back. Arthur Rhodes, Ethan Hume. They're not done yet, with just coming up to 5.5 minutes down the inside into the gasworks hairpin. Both of the teammates go through the number 82 and the 11 once again. And look at this. They're as one. They are working as one. They are one unit, but through into the inside. Heath Smith just let them go.
Yep, let them go. But
very composed and cool.
Very,
for
very
that young
good.
man.
As,
no change though, Henry.
Nope, 5 for the race lead. And Arthur Rhodes. Well, Arthur, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that 3 or 4 kart length advantage that you currently hold will not be there for long, because they will slipstream up behind you, as they have done.
Look at the momentum he carries through the dogleg. It's all about speed through the dogleg for Heath. Heath Smith is the fastest kart. If we could pinpoint the speed through that corner, Heath Smith knows to take that. He takes a less tighter steering angle, and he just keeps the speed up. And that how many times have we seen him do that now? Now he's ahead of the number 11, Ethan Hume. And now, can he get by? And he is. He's pulled alongside, and he's taken Hume with him, is he? Down the inside?
Well, Hume, I think, was helping Heath Smith along. Arthur Rhodes, he could thank his teammate for putting him into the lead earlier on. Now we can curse his teammate for costing him the lead in that one. But sometimes you have, in this level, in this age group of racing, your teammates change during the course of the race. You have to use different drivers to further your own advantages, in different ways as the race progresses.
Now that's not what you want to see teammates doing. Now they're tripping each other up. Now that's going to be to their detriment. They've lost third place there to, is that Jack Harper on the number 6?
Yes, it is.
Jack Harper now into third place and ahead of Arthur Rhodes. And that was because, I think it's Arthur Rhodes, isn't it? That's because Ethan Hume and Arthur Rhodes started wheel banging through turn 1.
Yeah, teammates.
And that was to their detriment. That's not what you want to do.
Worked together beautifully earlier on, not so much now. 3 minutes to go.
We're getting down to time running out for these drivers to make any kind of impression. Here we go again, though. Ethan Hume into the slipstream of the leader, Heath Smith. He's down the inside into the gasworks. Heath Smith stays composed, doesn't panic, just slots in behind and comes together. Says didn't panic. He made contact, and that's cost him momentum. I'm surprised he hung on to the lead, but he didn't want to stifle the momentum coming out the corner and just coming back off that curb. He made contact with the rear axle of the now leader, Ethan Hume.
He didn't want to back off, know. I mean, Hume wasn't blocking. He was just taking the racing line, and Smith just didn't want to ease off the accelerator pedal. I was going to say the gas pedal there, but I've got to...
Oh, here we go. See again, that line he takes, the wide, smooth line through the dogleg, absolutely assisted him massively there. So it's Arthur Rhodes now in the lead. Heath Smith second. Ethan Hume is the kart that now finds himself in third. Felix Tandy has moved up another movement as he's back up to 7th. He's now behind Luke Apede in 6th. But it's this 3, 4, 5 kart battle at the front there, as the karts for 4th and 5th, they're scrapping, aren't they? Jack Harper and Jensen James Williams, JJ.
And there's the chasing pack. Now, what is impressive to me is, as much as these 5 drivers, 3 drivers really, have been chopping and changing and battling and going side by side, passing and repassing each other, they haven't slowed themselves down enough to allow the chasing group of Pede, Tandy and Dye to close in. 90 seconds to go, and now Heath Smith defends down the main straight. Now that was called Conrod Straight, was it not? Or have we? When I first came here, it was called Conrod Straight, I'm sure. But I think
was it really?
Yes. That's what Mr. Hunter told me. I mean, he wouldn't lie, would he?
I've never heard it called that. I remember when this was all fields. And here we go. Here we go into the first of the centre hairpins, the left-hander. And it's Arthur Rhodes getting back ahead. Or is he? No, he's not. Or is he? The second centre, side by side. This is going to be to the detriment as number 6 there, Jack Harper, coming through. And who's coming with him? JJ Williams coming through as well. They're on the back end now, just resting up against that number 82 of Arthur Rhodes. And they'll want to make their way by. Now, all of this kerfuffling has allowed Heath Smith to just break away. Heath Smith's saying, what are you doing, guys? This is my This is my first place.
This is
I've won everything today. You're not going to snatch it from me at the final, and I'm going to leave you to scrap over second place, and I'm now going to take advantage of what you guys have done and slow yourselves down, and I'm going to go off 2 more laps, and I'm going to see that checkered flag first. That's his objective.
But, so there'll be 2 laps to go, and the next kart behind this group is now the fired-up Felix Tandy. I don't think he's going to catch this group unless they really, really start throwing haymakers at each other.
Yeah, they're going to really have to mess up before Felix comes back into the fore. However, on saying that, we've just had contact there with Harper and the number 11, Ethan Hume. If they got away with it, though, they're coming side by side, bit of wheel banging going on towards the back chicane, and Ethan Hume ahead of Harper. He's off after his teammate, who likewise is off after Heath Smith. I think Heath Smith, though, it's going to take a lot. It's going to take about 2 laps to get back on terms, without fighting over position. Yeah. These 4 are going to have to work together in this last lap if any of them want to be on that first step of the podium. At the moment, these 4 are squabbling and fighting, and it's great. We love it. They're fighting over the second and third step of the podium.
And as they start their final lap, the main prize is escaping up the road. I think they may have realised it for a little bit, because they didn't go side by side through turn number 1. Now the 2 teammates once again decide, okay, we've had our fun, now we'll join forces again. Have they left it too late? Because you know what, Joe? They are closing in, but they're going to run out of tarmac.
I don't know what the science is. Our aerodynamicist who was here yesterday might be able to tell us why 2 karts seem to go faster than 1, and they are just closing that gap to Heath Smith.
Oh.
Surely Heath Smith can hang on to it through the chicane, out towards the Gasworks hairpin. Here they go. He's got a massive gap. They're nowhere near to take this position from him, but they are gaining. A narrow line from Heath Smith there, having to protect it. They're right on his bumper now. It's only 1, 2, 3 apexes to go. This is the second. The last apex is the final turn. He's gone for the inside line. It's going to be a drag race to the line. And who's got it? I'm going to look at the timing screen.
Rhodes.
It is Arthur Rhodes. It's Arthur Rhodes and Ethan Hume. First and second. Incredible finish. Heath Smith demoted to the third step of the podium at the last lap.
Teamwork can occasionally make the dream work. With even if you leave it very, very late. Rhodes wins it by 0.09 of a second over Ethan Hume. Heath Smith from first to third on the final corner comes home 0.2 back. Jack Harper finishes 4th. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your first main event of the day is in the books, and the top 4 were separated by if you finished more than 1/4 of a second behind the winner, you were off the podium.
See what I mean about the race of the month? Are we going to better that?
Well, the challenge has been laid down. Jensen James Williams finishes P5. Felix Tandy was 6th. Freddie Purnell 7th, followed by Luca Peed, Arthur Thompson, Freddie Dye, then Logan Edwards, Elliot Hitch, Harry Wass, Nico Mohan, Teddy Smith, Bobby Slater, Oakley Howlett, George Algar, Noah Brad, Frank Pearson, Oliver Yap, and Calla Tennant.
Wow. Right then, if anybody's going to do it, it's the Honda Cadets, isn't it, usually?
Yeah, but I can see what's happened is that all the families, the parents, the mechanics have requested an early release down to the dummy grid. So while we're looking at the karts, on the track, they think they can get away with it. You thought you'd get away with it? Think again. There they all are. Oh, there's where the Project 1 guy's trotting along there in his grey puffer coat. Some speed walking there. That's an Olympic sport. They're thinking, they're only going to make fun of us. Well, no, now I'm going to this is the Ministry of City Walks. This is Monty Python all over again as they trot down onto the grid. They'll love it, really. They'll go home and say...
They absolutely do.
When they go home and say, how did the little darling do me karting? Yeah, but did you see me on the live stream? What did I look like on the live stream? Did I look like I'd been to the gym? No, is the answer.
I bet they're going to look back at the live stream and replay this one.
Yes.
Shall we have a look at the grid for the Honda Cadets?
Oh, let's do that.
So, Riley Blakemore is our pole position driver into the final here for round 1 of the Kart Championship for 2025. Ronnie Jones is alongside. We know how quick Ronnie is. Second row is Archie Cannon and Luke McGull. Gian Prakash and Jack Wykes are on row 3. Row 4 is Elliot Bork and Archie Loveridge, with Arthur Murphet and Mason Becker on row 5, Ollie Knox and Theo Hamilton on row 6, Jerry Dufficy and George Quinlan on row 7, Shailen Srikantan and Dino Rowlands are on row 8, Finley Thursfield and Sawyer Henderson are on row 9, Arthur Roberts and Oliver Ratton are next up on row 10, row 11 is Harry Search and Reggie Dufficy, row 12 is Jaden Bond and Bradley Sutton. Then we've got Jensen Fathers and Seth Wright on row 13. Luke Jardine and Joshua Adoti is on row 14. Madison Horsepool and Maximilian Mikalski are next up on row 15. And then rounding off 31 Cart Field is Arthur Bath.
And it was one driver late off the grid, the mechanic sprinting down to the grid. And I did notice an Ambition Motorsport kart in the middle of the pack, having a brief rotation, but
those cold tyres again, eh?
Yes.
Those pesky cold tyres.
Yes. Now there we are.
Standing start again for these Honda Cadets, so it's the tension builds. This one we will have engine revs rising before we get going, unlike the electric motored Bambinos.
Yes. The rumble in the jungle, as it were, especially fitting this weekend. And it's a 4-stroke rumble in the jungle. And everyone gets across. Last words of encouragement. The all-important, there's fist bumps.
There's Ben with the clear the grid.
And this is where the drivers, in Bambinos, you still get a couple of dads, kissing their heads. Good luck, son, love you. Here, I said, I'll take a fist bump, Dad, that's about it,
Yeah, absolutely. There's Ben with a clear grid. We've cleared the grid. And we'll be getting this underway very shortly. It's a sequence of red lights, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the 5-second board, the lights can come on at any moment now. And we just can't quite see the lights, can we, from that angle? So off we go. We are indeed racing. And from the outside of the grid, it looks like Ronnie Jones has just pinched that lead into turn 1. It has, but he goes wide. And Blake Moore says, I'll have that back. And following him through, I think that is that the number 15 of Luke McGall from the outside?
Archie Cannon is also in that group as well. The very, very bright pink liveried cart at the back there. I absolutely look. That's Madison Horsepool, I think. Well, they're commentator's assistant 101. Paint your go-kart or your crash helmet as bright as possible, because a commentator can always pick you out like that.
Bright pink cart there. Brilliant.
Excellent stuff.
We're going to talk about that one.
Yeah, up at the front there, it's a game on again. Archie Cannon, who was in the thick of the action earlier on, he's got, now that's the number 80, is it the number 88 cart of Arthur Murphy in that scrap as well. So that's for the battle of 8th and 9th.
Well, he's just lost a place to the number 14, has he? And of Elliot Bork there, Arthur Murphy just hangs on to the position. The number 14, I think, moved down the inside of Ollie Knox, actually, the number 28, not the number 88. There's the 15. That is the Luke McGall kart chasing down the leader. Riley Blakemore starting on the pole. He's the man to beat in Honda Cadets, or the child to beat, or the boy to beat, depending on what you want to say. He's off towards the back chicane and looking very, very composed there. Meanwhile, Luke McGall was using all of the exit curb at the second centre. The rest of this Honda Cadet field just streamed through the back chicane there. You see how they use the curbs there just to not stifle the engine revs and the momentum of the kart, just allowing it to breathe over the curbs. It's a little bit uncomfortable, of course. The curbs are a lot less smooth than the track, but you've got to use the curbs. You simply have to. Yeah. Off they go then. 2 laps in the bag. Riley Blakemore, Luke McGall, Archie Cannon, Ronnie Jones, Arthur Murphy, Elliot Bork, Ollie Knox, Archie Loveridge, Mason Becker, and it's Gian Prakash who rounds off the top 10.
We saw Archie Loveridge and the driver who is leading this group of karts, the S-Rate of Archie Cannon. They had, several discussions during the second superheat. I believe those discussions may have continued on into the lunch break in the steward's room. So they're both starting, I think, perhaps maybe a little bit further back than they would have or could have, or even should have, but there's definitely some new names. We haven't, Luke McGall has played himself into contention right at the right time. Arthur Murphy, Ollie Knox, Mason Becker, three drivers that we've hardly mentioned, suddenly, when it's the business end of the meeting, they're in the top 10. Whereas another, Jack Wykes, who we've spoken about, he's down in 28th position at the moment, and a few other drivers who are a little bit further back than you would expect.
We've got the usual effect that Honda Cadets have. So the S plate there. That's
there's some waving
Archie
going on
Cannon,
there.
and now we've got a change of lead.
Yes.
We've got a change of lead. I'm not sure what the waving was about, but Riley Blakemore doesn't like something that's been going on there. Maybe.
There's a Battenberg flag out.
Right, okay.
And there's a cart coming out of St John's. There is a cart parked backwards in the barrier. Driver sat in the cart.
That's what
Mr. Action.
That's what Riley Blakemore was waving at.
Yes.
Because Luke McGall clearly didn't see the Battenberg, and when Riley was slowed down for it, that was when McGall said, "Oh, thanks, I've got the lead."
And to be fair to Luke McGall, he then realised.
Yes, yeah.
And then okay, no.
And he settled it back. Right, okay.
And unlike the Junior Primos, these Honda Cadet drivers have actually
read the
slowed
regs.
down.
They've read the regs, haven't they?
Because I did ask what the situation was, why we had a red flag, and Mr. Ashton was saying, well, it's quite simple. They were going too fast, they wouldn't slow down, and then we had carts spinning under what is a safety cart situation, so I red flagged it.
It was too fast.
It was too fast.
It says, read the regs.
Read the regs. You're too
Half
fast.
race speed.
Important lesson learned. It's your track time, you're racing drivers, and so the Honda Cadet drivers are obeying the rules. The driver who has gone out of the race, it was Arthur Roberts. Was it Arthur Roberts or Arthur Bath?
Not Arthur Bath. Arthur Bath has just come through here.
Yes. So it's Arthur Roberts who is out of his cart and walking away. So the cart is now next to the barriers. Track staff here at Karting North East have done their job, and we are, I would assume, getting ready to go racing again with just under 5 minutes plus a lap to go.
So the Battenberg flag, effectively the lead car takes up the position of like a safety car and controls the pace of the whole field punch up like you're under full course caution, and then we go green where the Battenberg flag is pulled in, and we go green. We could go green this time by, or we might leave it another lap. Usually it's either or. We don't know what's going on out there. The clock has continued ticking, so it still ticks on down. We've got just over 4 minutes remaining, and we have gone green as we approach the start-finish straight, and it will be Riley Blakemore with Luke McGall right on his bumper. Luke McGall pulls off to the left. Blakemore takes the inside line on the inside entry, and McGall has...
Yes.
Failed there by leaving the gap for the S-plate of Archie Cannon, who slipped through there.
The freight train has come through.
It absolutely was. He was waiting for the door to be open. And who's this? This is Ronnie Jones. Ronnie Jones on the orange cart, right on the tail now of Arthur Murfitt. And Murfitt has gone ahead of Luke McGall. Luke McGall has been caught out on this restart and now finds himself what I think is fifth spot. Yeah, fifth spot there.
And again, it has been... I have to say, McGall has dropped from second to fifth, or maybe even sixth. He's just about hung on to fifth position. But of course, that's the risk that you run. The door opens and everybody else comes flooding through. Cannon started that move by being particularly aggressive going through Brian's Bend, and that forced McGall offline. And then these two drivers, the number 88 of Murfitt. Now I'm trying to see, is that a Rob Saw racing cart or is that another Private Year engine? Not quite sure. And then the 70 of Ron Jones. They slotted. They saw a gap. They thought fantastic. Archie Loveridge is the first driver who's now having a look at. As McGall, as Elliot Bork runs wide afterwards, and we've got a new leader.
Yeah, we have. Into the chicane, into the back chicane has gone the Scottish champion, Archie Cannon, who was a beautiful move out of the second centre. He had the inside line. They're already at the Gasworks hairpin though, and he's consolidated that lead with a bit of a breather, bit of a breathing space. Blakemore will want to get back onto the rear bumper of that S-plate cart as he comes out of the final turn. It'll be 7 laps completed this time by. And with still 2 minutes remaining, it's getting to that witching hour, isn't it?
Yes.
This is where you want to be in a position to get on the podium, and even better, to get into the front of this field. But I tell you what, Henry, 4 karts now coming together, almost 5, could even be 6 by the time we get round to the start finish.
Now we know what the Honda Cadet drivers were doing during the mighty Bambino final. They were listening to us, and they heard the challenge that was laid down to them, and they thought, yes. we shall not go quietly into the night. We shall give Joe Bradley a headache when it comes to him deciding what his race of the month is going to be. Thank you, drivers. Challenge accepted. There's a move. That is Murfitt suddenly moving into P2. After not being in the top 5 all morning, we got a minute and change to go, and Murfitt now finds himself in with a chance of taking the win.
And Riley Blakemore's wondering what on earth he has to do here. He started from pole into this final. We are almost, in fact, we are now inside the final minute, and 1 lap remaining after that minute has concluded. So maybe 3 laps to go. Archie Cannon using the curb there on the exit of the dogleg. He's under pressure here. Murfitt is looking racy and down the inside, side by side, through the first of the centres. Blakemore forces him wide. Around the outside has come the 73 of Archie Loveridge, and it's Loveridge in third, Blakemore now in second. Oh, and there's Ronnie Jones. Ronnie Jones latches onto the back as well. It's vicious out there, isn't it? But it's, you know what? It's quite clean racing what we're seeing here.
Yeah. I mean, it's the last lap of a national level final. Those elbows have to be sharp. It's simple as that. And if they're not, there's only one direction you're going, and it's down. And the order.
And oh my goodness, 10 seconds on the clock. 2 more laps. And this is playing nicely into the hands of Archie Cannon. Archie Cannon is loving what, you know what, if it was a race car, he'd have mirrors, he'd be able to see all the action that's kicking off behind him. He hasn't though. So he's going to think that he's got an absolute bumper full of karts. He hasn't. He's got a massive breathing space. He looks over his shoulder.
Now he knows.
Now he knows he's got a gap. He can't relax though, can he?
Absolutely
not. Because that gap can just disappear in a blink of an eye, and it's beginning to disappear already.
Third in last year's Honda Cadet Kart Championship standings. 6th in the British Honda Cadet Championship standings. He then adds the S-Plate, the Scottish Super Series, to his tally. And he's now 1 lap away from taking the early season championship lead, and the opening final of the 2025 season is Archie Cannon. Another look over the shoulder. I think that could be. I think Blakemore has realised I'm in the fight for seconds. The battle for the win is over. He's got Murfitt, Jones, Loveridge, McCall and Bork for company.
Who's going to be second, I think, as Archie Cannon on the S-Plate goes through St John's and looks over his shoulder again. He's got a huge gap there. Riley Blakemore is second. Arthur Murfitt is third, but behind them is a queue of karts that want those positions that will get them onto the second and third step of the podium. And we've got a change for third as the number 73 of Archie Loveridge comes alongside. And who's it going to be? They're all behind Blakemore now. This is the battle for third. They've broken away. First and second have broken away as we go through the horseshoe for the final time. It's anybody's race, but right now it's Arthur Murfitt who's on that third step. Who can change this at Paddock? Nobody is the answer. As the checkered flag flies, the Scottish champion adds round 1 of the Kart Championship to his tally of wins and takes a very fine win from Riley Blakemore in second. It was Arthur Murfitt, Henry, that just hung on by the skin of his teeth to that third position.
And what I liked was obviously there were celebrations from Archie Cannon for taking the win. Riley Blakemore, as he was celebrating hard with second position, obviously he was overjoyed with that, even though he could have had a chance to win. He was pleased with second. Murfitt on the podium, third. Loveridge, McGall, Jones, Bork, Theo Hamilton finishing 8th. J.M. Prakash 9th. The next wild celebration was from Ollie Knox for Ambition Motorsport, finishing in 10th place. You could see down the rest of the order: Quinlan, Jerry Duffy, Thursfield, Rowlands, Henderson, Search, Jardine, Wykes, Reggie Duffy and Jaden Bond, the rest of the top 20. 30 of the 31 starters made it to the end. And one more mention, Jensen Fathers, he will drive, his dad will drive him back to Hertfordshire tonight after finishing 27th, but his own kart is in the back of the van, and that will make him happy more than anything else.
I want to say hello to Thomas Butcher, who messages in on the YouTube live stream. Gutted I'm not there racing this weekend. Fractured wrist, unfortunately. Back fighting fit for Shennington. Good luck to the Ultimate R drivers. We look forward to seeing you back, Thomas. Get well soon, I think is the term. We move quickly on, Henry.
Yes.
As Mr. Ashton moves this programme on to now, we've got Intermax. Guess who's on pole? Joshua Griffin. You like this class, don't you? Joshua Griffin carrying the number 5. He's alongside Jim Fabricius, Logan Rolfe and Larry Price, row 2. Jensen Sale and Josh Cook are on row 3. Benjamin Lawn and Lucian Smith are on row 4. Josh Cormack and James Roots on row 5. Oliver Barton and Buddy Hugo on row 6. Sebastian Clark and Noah Clare are on row 7. Row 8, Cameron Tipping, Hugo McCluskey. We've then got Ronnie Smart and Noah Jebson. Aidan Hammond and Charlie Quinn. Row 11 is Ben Hunt and Jack Mellon. And then Jaden Patel Scott in his first season of Intermax alongside Jamie Walsh, rounding off, 24 karts. Are we racing?
No, we're not.
We're not.
What I like even more is, you've got Griffin, you've got Rolfe on the front 2 rows. You've got Cook, the Micromax Grand Finals champion, on row 3. But Smith, Roots, Cormack, 3 other, and I say this in quote-unquote, big-name drivers, only on the fringes of the top 10. Whereas the likes of James Fabregas, Larry Price, Jensen Sale, who are, these are the championship regulars here, they're taking the fight to the interlopers.
Like you said earlier, this is a very high standard of kart racing in the Kart Championship. I know we called it a feeder series. It's evolving into a major national championship.
Yes.
As the field are brought round by pole position sitter Joshua Griffin. He's in the yellow kart, the yellow and black kart, the global karting team, formerly Synergy, formerly Global Karting, back to their original name. And alongside him, James Fabricius. He's in the number 191, that's the orange and black kart there. So the pace being controlled by Joshua Griffin as they come into the final turn and head down towards us. It's getting a little bit angsty in there as they get underway. Will our starter like them? No, I didn't think he would. You know what? I can read Mr. Ashton's mind these days.
It looked rapid. It looked a bit too rapid.
We work with Mr. Ashton now. This is our second season.
Yes.
And I can see, and I've also done events here from the control tower.
Yes.
So I've heard him actually say, too fast.
Yes, yep.
And that was too fast.
That was too fast.
It's where he sees them accelerating from.
And
he likes to see them come out the final turn and maintain the pace almost to the acceleration line.
Well, yes.
Until the acceleration line.
Funny that.
When
they say
it says in the regs.
In the regs and the briefings that these drivers have. Yeah, it's strange how then the race director would want them to listen and obey. Strange. Who'd have thought it?
Who'd have thought? An MSUK official wanting the rules to be adhered to.
Well, yes. I've sorted out the track limits issue. That it's very, very simple. Grey bit's good, white and red bit's questionable, green bit's bad. It's very simple, that's it. And you can see the whites of their eyes into the... Josh Griffin has got his clear visor and his eyes are out on stalks as he has to try and manage a 24 strong Intermax grid behind them.
What is that team?
That is the RSR team.
Right, that's for
the BSR team.
Here we go. Here we go then. Are we going to be liking this one? I think we are. We've got two orange karts.
Yeah.
And there's the global karting team into turn 1 in the form of Joshua Griffin, and he leads towards the dogleg We've got a change for second there.
That's
Logan Rolfe on the old Synergy liveried kart, and he's right on the rear bumper now of our leader, Joshua Griffin.
And now the Synergy kart, so the old Synergy livery is now betrothed to Luke Christie Racing.
And is it going to be renamed Luke Christie Racing?
I hope so, because my stats for the British Championship are going to be all to pots if they don't. I mean, I'm already having to write my own supplementary regulation saying that the results attained by the Synergy, the former Synergy factory team, are now allowed to be held over to Global Karting. I mean, it's a one-man committee, I'm it.
All right, I see.
But you have to take statistics extremely seriously.
Dictatorships get things done. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
Here we go then. One lap completed. A little bit of a acknowledgement from his crew there on the left-hand side, driver's left, just under the canopy that's formed by the new viewing area. That will hopefully be available. I think it will be available for the British Champs here next month, as we've got 3 karts now breaking away from that number 191. James Fabricius struggling to stay on terms with the 3 ahead of him, and as I say that, the gap disappears, and we've also got a 4-kart train towards the back chicane with Joshua Griffin on the number 5.
Yep.
He is leading and looks very comfortable, doesn't he?
And also the engine, so Aurum racing engines, Danny Sweeney's new engine, Rotax Service Centre.
Yeah.
Rotax don't like the word tuning, because the idea is you don't have to tune the engine.
That's right, sealed, isn't it?
He's an approved engine builder, an engine service station. There's plenty of waft, there's plenty more waft
and Logan
in that
Rolfe.
number 132 kart.
Yeah, young Logan Rolfe there. We've been watching this kid for years, haven't we? We've been chatting to him even more, and he's a great kid to chat to. He's there, he's where he wants to be, he's had his sights set on it, he's waited his time, and now he's made the move on Josh Griffin. However, Griffin's not finished yet, and you can't discount Larry Price and James Fabricius. They are absolutely staying with these two at the front, and you get a feeling, Henry, that everybody at this stage of a race like this is kind of just biding their time before they really kind of go to that 0.5 of a percent that they're
before
leaving.
they turn the gauge up to 11.
Yes, that's
If you're a certain age to understand that reference, because the chasing pack are there or thereabouts. Smith, Lawn, Sale, Cook, Cormac. Where did Josh Cormac start? He started back in. He started ninth. Okay, so he's moved up one position, but these 4 run and hide, as I said, run and hide, because the cavalry are just coming over the ridge, so to speak.
Massive. They are indeed. That gap between Fabricius, Lucian Smith in 5th is beginning to close, and then that string of carters behind Lucian Smith, Benjamin Lawn, Josh Cook, Josh Cormac, Jensen Sale, Sebastian Clark, James Roots, Oliver Barton, Ronnie Smart in there as well in 13th. They're just gaining. So this 4-car battle for the lead is about to become, everyone battling for the lead, quite frankly, as we continue. 4 laps completed. Griffin, Rolfe, Price, Fabricius, the rest of the field coming through to complete their 4th lap as well.
Top 11 drivers separated by 2.6 seconds. Incredible. And we're not even at half distance.
No, we're still a minute away, Henry. We're still a minute away before we are coming out of this race. Going into the race at this point, coming out of the race after that 5-minute mark and heading towards the checkered flag. And I do get the feeling that we are just biding our time and just reining off the laps until that 2-minute bell. And then we'll start seeing things.
It's like we've had the phony war at the start, where a couple of opening salvos were fired. Now everyone's sitting there and assessing what they've got underneath them, what their rivals have, what they think their rivals have got, and who is around them. How am I going to utilise this driver to help me? Okay, if I get past this person, then my friend is 2 karts up the road, and I know we can work well together. So we're going to bide our time, and then give it another lap or 2, and then we'll need to up the gear a little bit more.
And on saying that, Larry Price in that 3rd place, the 3rd place kart there, the orange livery, is kind of looking a little bit more racy than perhaps anyone in that train is. He just had a little look at the back of Logan Rolfe's car there as he does so here as well. Look at that, having a sniff, seeing what the inside line looks like. And there, the KR Sport, the number 144 of Lucian Smith, making the move on Fabricius and making it stick. Oh, he's gone wide. He tripped over him, didn't he?
Yep, he tripped over himself, and that almost didn't help Josh Cook either in the number 175. James Roots now moves up. I was going to say the only two drivers in this league group that aren't British Championship regulars are the two BSR karts, those two orange and black machines, Price and Fabricius. This is a really, really good example. This is a really good opportunity for both of those drivers to show what they're made of, because the hustle and bustle, the aggression will continue to rise and rise. Will they get spat out? Because the rest of this group, they know each other. They race and they test all the time together.
Who is this KR Sport interloper, I want to know.
Because
he's latched onto the back of these four.
Smith.
He's kind of like, I want to be part of this now. We've dropped, where's he gone? James Fabricius has dropped behind Josh Cormack now.
Yeah, he's dropped back to fifth. And that's a sign
he's dropped back to seventh.
The inexperience.
Yeah, so 3.5 minutes. Keep an eye on that purple and white KR Sport of Lucian Smith, because I think his progress, all right, it slows down when he gets to the front of the field, like in any form of motorsport. However, I wouldn't discount him even from fourth.
But of course, Lucian Smith, this is what happens. Lucian Smith goes right. I know Roman, I'm racing around him all the time. I know Josh, he's always there. I don't know this number 197. Can I trust him? Haven't got time to think about it. Let's get him out of the way.
Yeah.
And that is how they work. So for Larry Price, he's now got to keep his cool. He'll have no friends out there, and he'll want the other three will want him to be dispatched as quick as possible, because he's a wild card. He's an outlier. They want to race amongst people. Hey, we know each other.
Well, look at him go though. He's a very fast wild card.
Exactly.
And if anything, he's looking very racy indeed on Logan Rolfe.
Hey, well, let's turn the tables on the big guns then. That's what he's thinking.
Logan needs to be careful here, because, and as much as that, Logan Rolfe, looking at the back of that number 5, he's looking at overtaking the number 5, the number 197, Larry Price. He's looking at overtaking the number 132.
Yep.
And the number 144, Lucian Smith. Oh, we've got a 5-second penalty for Joshua Griffin.
The race leader.
I'm not sure what that is for.
And that happened right at the start of the race. Maybe out of position, out of tram lines.
So effectively, the leader of this race is Logan Rolfe, Larry Price in second, and Lucian Smith in fourth.
And Griffin is defending.
Oh, there's a move for Larry Price. Larry Price down the inside of Logan Rolfe and into second place on the road. Be careful. You don't need to overtake the leader. You do not need to overtake Joshua Griffin, but how do you get that message across? On a little bit of a sideways moment for him, held onto it so well. Everybody down the inside of the first centre. We've had the 2-minute warning. We're into 90 seconds, and this is when the gloves are off, so to speak.
Yep. And I gotta say, don't count James Roots out in kart 111, the second of the, he's predominantly white. That's the Kiddix Team UK kart. He's now 5th on the road, 4th in the final standings. If Griffin's got a 5-second penalty, that would drop him down to 13th position.
Wow, that's how close it is here. So the leader on the road is going to soak up a 5-second penalty. So that effectively means Larry Price, that orange and black livery kart, is our leader when we cross the line. Logan Rolfe, though, we've seen how quick Logan is. We're inside the 40-second mark. I think we're going to get round for 2 more laps, Henry.
Yep.
We are definitely going to make it round before we hit the 0 time left. And there we see Josh Griffin. He's got to pull out 5 seconds.
Yeah.
He's not going to do that.
He's not going to do that, but you want to try and pull out 5 seconds on as many people as possible. Okay, so visiting British Championship drivers against Kart Championship regular for the race win. This will be a huge boost for the Kart Championship. Look, you don't need to go to Motorsport UK British Championship to be quick. We've got our own speed factory here.
Good standard.
Can Price hang on against Rolfe? Smith, Roots and Cormac.
Just look at the speed that they came through and just hammered that curb on the exit of the dog leg there. They're absolutely massive thump across the curb there. It's going to hurt. I've been across that curb. I know it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
But here we are. We're at the chicane for the penultimate time. There's your leader, Larry Price, on the orange cart. Forget the yellow and black cart in the front there.
Yes,
he's first on the road, but he's got a 5-second penalty. So that's the battle for the lead right there. The orange cart and the white and blue cart. That is Larry Price and Logan Rolfe. They will see the 1 lap to go board. They may even have seen the 5-second penalty board for Josh Griffin. They may be aware
I think they
that
are.
the cart in front of them is.
I think there's a board that the drivers can see, and I think we saw Griffin earlier. He said he was signalling to his mechanic. I think that might be Griffin
that might
saying,
have been. What
was
that about?
For? Yeah.
What was that about? That's possibly right. Yeah, you're probably spot on there, Henry. We're into the final lap. Now then, Griffin is going to keep the pace up. Larry Price is effectively the leader. Logan Rolfe in second. They've dropped Lucian Smith.
Yeah.
Where's the KR Sport driver gone? He's absolutely been left behind. This is Logan Rolfe's last chance. Defensive line by Larry Price. And he hangs on to the lead beautifully. Logan Rolfe, time running out. He can only really dive bomb down the inside into paddock. They're nudging each other around, but it's going to be Larry Price that takes the win. Logan Rolfe in second. James Roots. James Roots, you called it. You said don't discount James Roots in the number 111. I don't know how he did that, but he came through there and will take the final step of the podium. Josh Cormac 5th on the road, Lucian Smith 6th, Josh Cook 7th, Benjamin Lawn 8th, Sebastian Clark 9th, James Fabricius 10th, Aidan Hammond will finish. Now then, 10th place is 4 seconds. Yep. He's going to finish in 12th place, I think.
Aidan Hammond also had a penalty.
All right, okay, yes.
So I would put Griffin, after this 5-second penalty, 10th. 5 seconds covering the top 10. I've got to say, Larry Price, there'll be I'm sure there'll be a discussion with the stewards afterwards. Larry Price, the Kart Championship 1, Motorsport UK British Championship 0. I say that in the friendliest possible way, but that is really, really impressive for a driver. Well, we may see Larry Price in the British Championship.
You might do.
The season hasn't started yet. But, he would be a championship rookie, and a championship rookie marking himself out as 1 to beat. Great job there for Price and for the BSR team. As we look down the order, because he is beaten. Yeah, James Roots, a winner in the Rotax Winter Trophy in Florida. Josh Cormac, a winner in the British Championship. Lucian Smith, the winner of the Grand Festival here at Warden Law, and Josh Cook, the winner of the Grand Finals. Not a bad set of results.
Absolutely. Quality grid there. We move on to the Rotax Junior Primo Final. This is a class of racing that is solely used in the Kart Championship. It's the Junior Rotax category for 12 to 14-year-olds. Basically on age, the karts are exactly the same as the Junior Rotax final that you will see later on this afternoon. Got Thomas Harper on pole. This has been a great scrap between these all day long, with Cooper Campbell-Lease alongside. Zach Mackay, he was a Superheat winner in Superheat number 1. He's alongside Oscar Servich, with Samuel Yeadon and Pierce Whitehead on row 3. Row 4 is Ethan Bath and Alfie Forrester. Lewis Gilbert shares row 5 with Oscar Pitt. Charlie Thompson is on row 6 with Noah Clark. Then we've got Isaac Jameson and Miles Clayworth. Zach Jennings, Archie Ray Watson. On row 9, Elijah Hartley and Elijah Hazelwood, with row 10, George Ralston and Lucas Olofsson. And then there's Harry Ward. 21 karts have qualified, only 18. 19 karts have come out.
Yes. Earlier on, Harry Ward, yes. When I was on my travels, I saw a rather forlorn-looking driver sort of trudging into scrutineering, and he mentioned, he was right, my engine's blown up. Can I bring another engine and get it put through scrutineering, and the scrutineer, the Ben Moore, said, "You've already put 2 on your scrutineering card, haven't you?" Yes, I think I broke my other one as well.
Oh, really?
So maybe that is why we haven't got.
Right.
Maybe Harry Ward was said forlorn-looking driver.
That's a shame. That is always a shame. Mechanical problems.
He's a novice driver, and if you've popped 2 engines in one weekend, rather than risk a third one, maybe go and have a review of the week and say, right, what were we doing wrong?
Right, here we go. They have come out of the final turn and head down towards the lights. The lights go out and we are racing. Thomas Harper on the inside gets caught out, I think, or does he? That's the number 15 of Thomas Harper into the lead. The bright orange and white cart. We've got Zach Mackay, who's gone up into second, and you know he can win a heat. We've got carts off as well.
85, Noah Clark and Oscar Pitt. Pitt still sat, I think, the driver of the number 85 Lando Norris chassis. I think his day is done. It is Axel, Rim, Bent and Finito. So.
Yeah, that's always the problem at turn 1, isn't it? Busiest part of any race into turn 1. The field, though, already at the gasworks happen and beginning to string out slightly, with the leader pulling out a huge breather of a gap there. And we've got a change for second there, and Zach Mackay has dropped back quite considerably as they come through then. Thomas Harper, Cooper Campbell-Lees, Alfie Forrester, Oscar Savage, Zach Mackay now in 5th. Ethan Bath, Samuel Yaden, Lewis Gilbert, Archie Ray Watson and Isaac Jameson, the driver rounding off the top 10.
Yes, indeed. So, Luke fastest lap, 54.01, 8 tenths quicker than the 2 drivers who are watching now from the race leader. So, you've got the X-Kart livery, Cooper Campbell-Lees, being chased by Alfie Forrester. Alfie Forrester, one of the Ultimate R drivers, and then the Kato Motorsport number 29 novice driver Oscar Chizurich, followed by Zach Mackay in the number 16 kart for the Hunter Motorsport team. And they've already gone through.
2 laps completed. Thomas Harper on a charge, 52.16. Fastest lap of the race for him.
And sorry, I was getting distracted. There was, I think it was, it was Oscar Pitt's dad, and obviously Terry Franklin of our commentary position. He was sort of looking out, and he was saying, first of all, it was like, you okay? You okay? You know, angry and upset, yes, but injured, no. And he got the thumbs up, and then he was like, right. Then he sort of looked down at the broken wagon and muttered a couple of words that we're not allowed to say. Sorry, I was getting distracted by that.
Yeah, that's well, he's going to have to learn how to deal with the adversity that motorsport will throw at you. The number 11, Cooper Campbell-Lees, is being absolutely hounded by Alfie Forrester, the number 79. He was just showing his nose down the inside of the number 11. This is a battle for second place, remember. The X-Kart driver just managing to stay ahead of the orange and white livery kart in 3rd place. Thomas Harper has checked out. Zach Mackay has gone a little bit further back behind Savage now, and here we go again. Forrester, no, not this time, through the first of the centres, now into the second. That's the right-hander, and then that curving entry seems to go on forever towards the back chicane.
I was saying, to finish my point, the dad checked on the driver first. You can tell he's a novice. As you get more into the thing, Dad's all like, look at the cart, oh my God, is the kid all right? Yeah, kid, fine. Cart I got to worry about.
I saw Bent Axel, did you?
Yeah. He checked on his son first before the wagon. But here's a good battle, and it's going to be side by side. Oh, Campbell-Lees.
That's. I'm not really sure that we're going to like that one.
It's one move. That was one move, but we got. It was a glide.
Unfortunately,
he
moved over onto Alfie Forrester and forced Alfie Forrester to back out. And I mean, it's a way you interpret the rule, isn't it? That's the thing. Forrester will have learned. He's the kart in the orange and white livery now, and he will have learned that if he's going to make that move, he's going to make it a bit earlier, or he needs to do a Mansell on Peaky in the 1987 Grand Prix,
Selling
British Grand Prix. Yes,
but the problem that I would have with Cooper Campbell-Lees doing that is that there's still 6 minutes to go.
That's right, I know.
You know,
he's going to have to defend for the next 6 minutes,
and
isn't
you
he?
can't really do
No,
that.
You can't. Here we go again then. They're on that same part of the track. Looks over his shoulder.
Nope.
Alfie Forrester, not enough momentum to pull alongside this time. He stays glued to the rear bumper of the number 11. Everybody, I've got to say, a little bit kerfuffling down the order.
There's a driver pulling out. It's the number 29. Sorry, Joe. That is Chesovich. That is
He's
out
pulled off.
of 7th place, Oscar Chesovich. His rear bumper was hanging very, very low.
He was in 4th.
He was up to 4th, was he?
Yeah, he was in 4th.
Ah, right. He was 7th when he crossed the line. So obviously something started to go wrong before he crossed the line, and he's now out of the race. The rear bumper is hanging down, but it looked mechanical.
Yeah, bad luck for him. This battle for second still rages as the number 11 out onto the start. Now, Alfie Forrester lost a bit of time there. I'll be amazed if he can get alongside here. That's amazing power that he was able to then draw up. You saw the slipstream there because he looked like he slid a bit wide at the paddock turn. Again, glued to the rear bumper of Campbell-Lees. Campbell-Lees remaining composed. He's here with X-Kart and
Piers Whitehead has also not come round. Neither has George Ralston. So there is a kart being pushed over the tyre barriers there by the Marshals team by the chicane. So that is either Ralston or Whitehead. And there's another driver trudging away at the final corner.
He's out of the way. He's not going to affect Thomas Harper in the lead of this race as he comes across the line.
There is a said disappointed driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, character building stuff. They are alongside now as Alfie Forrester shows that he's actually ahead of Cooper Campbell-Lees and will make that move stick finally. He's been threatening to do that for a few laps now, and it was all about coming out onto the start-finish straight, and now he pulls away. That's how much stifled he has been, and with a gap of 2.5 seconds to Thomas Harper up and away in the lead of this race, the question is, can Alfie Forrester catch him? Now that he's been freed up from the clutches of Cooper Campbell-Lees, who remains in that third spot. What's the gap between Campbell-Lees and Zach Mackay? 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
So a little bit of a big ask, I think.
Further back, lots of battling going on further back there. That's the number 24. That's Ethan Barth. The day that started so well on the front row of the grid for the 2 super heats, didn't make it out for one of them, has now spun his way out of the top 10 down to 30th position for Bath, so it's not been a great Sunday, but it is a good one.
Now then, there's the number 21. That's the black and white karts in the picture there, just chasing down the number 14.
That's Elijah Hazelwood.
Elijah Hazelwood. Now, Elijah, remember, in the superheat, we saw Elijah in that very frightening accident where he had a rollover in turn 1, and I've got to say, I'm delighted to see that young man out and battling and enjoying his racing once again. He's chasing down Lewis Gilbert and is having a good race by the looks of things. He's having somebody to race with, and the battle is for 8th and 9th. So Elijah in 9th, Lewis Gilbert in 8th, and he's looking good. Well, he's looking fit and healthy, which was not how we saw him lying on that grass.
No, I mean, Archie Ray Watson has gained 10 places. He's up into 6th. But other than that, nobody has passed more drivers in this race than Elijah Hazelwood, because, of course, he would have been starting quite a ways back, having not finished one of the super heats. So well done to the X-Kart team and to Elijah. You know, Elijah's gritting his teeth. There's no fear there, because I'm trying to think that, that he did make a very swift. He made a swift dismount that Matt Switlock would.
He's gone for 8th. He's gone for 8th, and he's made another place up. This time ahead of Lewis Gilbert, and a bit of a textbook move again, wasn't it? Out of the back chicane on that curved back straight towards the gasworks, and then just moved down the inside. And now he moves away from Gilbert. So yes, he has been contained a little bit of starting down the grid from where he perhaps should have been.
Now, earlier on, you said what the gap was between Cooper Campbell-Lees and Zach Mackay. It was 2 seconds. It's now 3/10 of a second with 50 seconds to go. And Mackay a 51.50, new fastest lap of the race.
Right, let's see if we can pick them up, Nick. They're just coming out the back chicane and heading towards the gasworks. That's them there. Good work from both Ash and Martin, our cameramen here today, and our producer Nick Damon, who knows what he's doing, it appears. In fact, he's a much better producer than he is anything else, to be honest. As we've got Zach Mackay right on his bumper now. Now, this is important, Henry.
Yes.
That's a third-place podium
That's
there.
a podium.
And they've got 2 more laps.
That is a pot. And, you know, the Hunter Motorsport team, they would love to, on their home circuit, to bring home some silverware.
Yeah.
They've got some wonderful premises here, and I'm sure within that there's a trophy cabinet. Obviously, it's written into a driver's contract. If you win a trophy here at Warden, or you must keep it here in the Hunter Motorsport cabinet.
I think that's a bit of an ask, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I suppose.
Here we go. I'm going to show Matt will take you on that. So we are on the. Are we on the last lap board being shown here?
See the last
right,
lap
that's Thomas
board.
Harper getting it now. We'll keep an eye on him because this is where the action is, isn't it?
Yes.
Second place, Alfie Forrester.
Yep.
Third place is
This.
Cooper Campbell-Lease and Zach
Mackay.
Mackay glued to his rear bumper.
So, are we going to see a change for position on the last lap? X-Kart versus Carlos Sainz, 55, and the Hunter Motorsport team. This is championship knowledge. X-Kart, of course, an integral part of the Kart Championship, and Warden law knowledge with the Hunter Motorsports team.
It absolutely is. It's a great battle, this, and Zach Mackay looking for ways. But you know what? Cooper Campbell-Lease is kind of driving a very, very good race indeed. He's putting the kart in the middle of the track, which he's allowed to do. But this is all about Thomas Harper, Junior Primo. I have a feeling that Junior Primo for 2025 is going to be about Thomas Harper. Last year's season was about a battle with Daniel Hartley. This one, Thomas Harper, is proving to be the driver you're going to have to beat to pick up a trophy in the Junior Primo class.
And when you consider how well Daniel Hartley is now doing in the main junior class, it solidifies the purpose,
the concept,
and
doesn't
the concept of this even more.
It vindicates it totally.
Vindication. That's what I was looking for.
Right, Thomas Harper takes the win. Alfie Forrester takes second. Cooper Campbell-Lease hangs on in with brilliant racing.
Yes.
Cooper Campbell-Lease for third. Zach Mackay nearly did it, didn't he? Not quite enough. He's in fourth. Zamali in fifth. Zach Jennings sixth. Archer A. Watson seventh. Elijah Hazelwood. Great comeback, Elijah. Well done, mate. You really had us worried there. That was a scary accident. He's in eighth. Ninth is Lewis Gilbert. And rounding off the top 10 is Isaac Jameson.
Yes, and good to see that the majority of the novices finished the race. Elijah Hartley, Lucas Olofsson, Miles Cloworth, Charlie Thompson, Noah Clark down the order. But we move to the second of our official MSUK British Championship classes. It is Coma Bambino and
a bit of historic Formula One thrown in.
Back to the Future.
The story of the C50s, Henry, is basically the battle of Hendrix Fallat and Calman Simon, with a bit of Cold Parish thrown in there. Who's going to beat Hendrix Fallat?
Well, I mean, so you say a bit of a battle. I think it's been a battle between Parish and Calman Simon, with a bit of Hendrix Fallat thrown in about 5 seconds in front of them.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Parish and Simon have worked very, very well together throughout the two superheats. They have tried to work as a tandem and not battle side by side until the very end of the race, but still they haven't had enough oomph to get to the famous, well, I was just in the famous Red 5, it's the Red 10.
I like what Hendrix's dad has done. I mean, it's a 100% win rate for Hendrix. 2 heats yesterday, 2 super heats today. 0 points on the board brings him pole position for the all-important final.
Here we go. Now and this time we have a new winner and a victory celebration in the running race.
He's been practicing that, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I've got to say, our race 1 and race 2 winner coming across the line in second place.
When it matters though in the final.
let his setup go down. Too much lunch. Too
Yeah.
much lunch. He came in well over the weight limit there. And the gentleman there decided, now, hands across. All you need now is my son to win the race. And, of course, the far more reflective, mature runners amongst us.
Have we got anybody?
They're looking over
They're
because
looking
one
across,
driver
yeah.
has stopped. Now,
Yeah, who is that? I saw Calman Simon's dad looking very concerned.
there go. Let's have a look.
We're looking for the number 12 coming into view. I think it is Calman Simon.
Oh
my goodness.
Dear.
It's Calman Simon who has come to a halt across at the back
Yes,
chicane.
yeah.
Has he got a centre helmet? Has he got a centre replica?
It looks like he's got a dark race suit, and he's not there. Yes. He has got the spirit of the Brazilian flag you can see on the back bumper, the Spirit of Senna livery.
It's number 12. It's number 12.
Oh, no. And you hate that. And, of course, there's nothing the marshals can do. They can't touch the cart to restart it. They're not allowed to.
No.
You try telling that to a heartbroken 7-year-old.
Yeah, I know.
But like I said, motorsport teaches you that life ain't fair.
No.
And unfortunately, Calman Simon has just learnt that.
Well, I saw his dad. I saw Calman's dad looking across, and I was concerned that was the case, and that, unfortunately, that's Calman Simon.
Another driver. We've got 9.
We have
out of the 11
behind
starters.
the 22 is Tommy Lovejoy, who should be the 77.
Which is he's not there.
Right, yeah. AJ Halil is the 17. The number 18 is Max Saint-Hilaire.
Yeah.
The number 11 is Lenny Barton. And we get things underway. We are starting. Now, Hendrix Fallat will go off into the lead in the Canon livery.
Yes.
And the Nigel Mansell helmet behind him. Everybody steps and slips into Freddie Purnell slipping into second place.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Cole Parrish in the Sebastian Vettel throwback scheme must be kicking himself, because throughout the day, Calman Simon has been just in front of him. Then Simon disappears on the rolling lap, and Parrish thinks, "Okay, I've now got a clear sight at my target, Hendrix Fallat," and lo and behold, the number 33 of Freddie Purnell darts in front of him with an extra fast start. So Parrish has got to push Purnell like he's been doing with Simon all day to stop Fallat from doing a Steve McQueen and performing the Great Escape.
AJ Halil as well getting involved as well. He's in fourth place. That's the white and grey cart there, just turning in there. A little bit of oversteer there, not helping that momentum onto the straight, and he drops back. Here comes the Red Bull driver, just slipping out of the slipstream a little bit there, as we've got Freddie Purnell hanging onto that second place. Fallat a gap of half a second after one lap of racing, but 3 karts behind.
Yeah, Halil doing really well there.
The science proving that 3 karts will go faster than 1.
Yes, because you know something, Hendrix Fallat isn't as far in front in this race as he's been in all the others. And of course, when you've got so much of an advantage in the superheats and the heat races, there's only so many more adjustments you can make to go quicker. Whereas the drivers behind you, they can make bigger improvements just when things matter most.
Just like in Formula One, everybody's caught up to Red Bull, and now we've got McLaren overtaking them.
Yeah, and of course, I wonder if Cole Parrish in the Vettel throwback scheme, would he have a blown diffuser on that car? I think not.
Ahead of the game.
Yes, ahead of the game. Yeah,
I wouldn't put anything past these Bambino drivers. Bambino parents, I should say. Look at this. Four-card battle for the... Yeah, Fallat has not pulled it away the way we expected him to. And off he goes with absolutely glued to his rear bumper. Freddie Purnell, likewise Cole Parrish is glued to him. And where's AJ Halil been? Halil has been not really in the picture this afternoon, but he certainly is now. I say
and he does have a Lewis Hamilton crash helmet.
I say AJ might stand for something, it might be a little girl.
Well, if you call AJ Lasso a boy, then you may get a stark reminder with the back of her hand that she is the Amanda Jane Lasso. But AJ
That's right.
Halil is there. So, I mean, he's got the Hamilton crash on it. Can we say that Mansell, well, no, we've lost Senna.
Yeah, we lost Senna. Yeah.
Mansell, Vettel, Hamilton, and Purnell. Hey, that could be something for the future.
Yeah. Freddie is absolutely on Hendrix Fallat's bumper. And we've not seen this all day.
No.
Now then, have we seen Hendrix be able to pull a gap because people like Cole Parrish, Freddie Purnell and Calman Simon have been changing position, swapping position, fighting and scrapping, and allowing Hendrix to look like he's got more of an advantage than he perhaps has. Now that they're driving cleanly and not squabbling with each other, they're staying with him.
Yeah,
I mean, great. I mean, don't get me wrong. Hendrix is a really cool little driver in this class, and you've got to be really on your game. You've got to be. This class is all about smoothness and understanding momentum, and I find it fascinating that kids of this age actually understand that science.
Yeah,
and it just comes instinctively from them. They don't really think about it. It's just a feeling that they've got that I'm driving quick through this corner and I need to be over here rather than over there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that by the time, I think the first couple of laps are key. The first couple of laps of both the previous races, there was a discussion over second position before Simon and Parrish started working together. No discussion here. Purnell was in the second and he's there following. Now, I won't do the curse of the commentator, but in the motors of all the British Championship classes, of which this is one, even though it's part of the Kart Championship package, the last female mechanic to put their driver on the podium was Jessica Hawkins, who did so for Roman Kamyab back in 2021 at Mansell Raceway, Dunkerswell. Freddie Purnell's mechanic, Mummy Purnell, and the only female mechanic on the grid. Yeah, and he's there in second place, and this is a British Championship class.
Yeah, it is. The C50 Bambino British Championship is what we are seeing. Can't get to that switch, Henry.
Oh, which is it? The switch to turn our heater off?
Yes,
so
because
we won't
beginning to die.
Oh, well, we're getting a bit warm.
I'm sorry, everybody out there.
That's going to upset everybody. That is slowly freezing to death.
I've been able to get me
torn.
There it is. Been able to get me torn. Meanwhile, back on the track, we've got a 3-card battle. We've dropped Cole Parrish for some reason.
Yeah,
he's dropped right off the pace and has fallen back quite a considerable margin. As we cross the line then, Hendrix Fallat, Freddie Purnell, AJ Halil, and 2.5 seconds before we see Cole Parrish, who was in this group. But where is it? AJ Halil has just been lulling everyone into a sense of security here. AJ now on the rear bumper of Hendrix Fallat as AJ got the pace to actually overtake Hendrix Fallat and leave it for the final.
And I've got to say, in the Project One livery, Danny Cruttenden, helping to run the Project One racing group, I can say this now, he's a wily old fox, is Danny Cruttenden. He knows that they don't hand out anything. There's championship points, but they don't hand out anything until this race. So what's the point in showing your rivals all the cards that you've been dealt until now?
Remember, everybody, these are on treaded tyres, even though it's dry, the Lecon tyre for the Bambino class. So they're a hard, robust tyre, so there's not really any chance of the tyres going off, like what you might hear us chat about in the other classes, certainly at this part of the weekend. Same set of tyres. And Halil down the inside of Fallat, and Fallat is headed for the first time this weekend, I believe.
New leader.
Where has Halil been?
Yes.
AJ Halil, incredible.
Yep, you just timed it right. 2.25 minutes. Oh, over the curb.
The curb hurt him. The curb hurt AJ massively.
Wheel to wheel, tyre smoke. Those lovely retro graphics kits are going to be getting scuffed as they do a bit of sticker swapping.
Coming together, bumper to bumper driving here from the Bambinos. It's not deliberate. It's just about momentum there, and just carries you into the front of into the rear bumper of the cart in front of you. You're not trying to nudge anybody off. It's just you'd rather do that than actually lift off to stop that happening, and it's sometimes unavoidable. And at the rate that they're driving, it's not really a disadvantage to be hit in the back. In fact, it sometimes picks your revs up. I used to enjoy getting thumped in the back because you push me along.
Yeah. That's why sometimes see drivers jumping up and down in their seats.
Yeah.
You know?
We're inside of 2 minutes, Henry, and AJ Halil, this is where AJ had the advantage in the slipstream here, and then popped out, but not this time, as Falat has had a bit of a wake-up call. Hendricks has been dominant all day long.
And what remarkable, Halil is, he was deliberately not going side by side with Falat there. He was working with just to try and give himself a 5-6 kart length advantage over Purnell. That will allow AJ to set up a move. He can move offline, go to try and without risk of losing a position. You know, to Purnell, who is starting to slip away now, and
without sort of putting himself costing himself pace and speed in the lap time, that allows Freddie Purnell to threaten. He's settled down. He's right on the bumper. Falat's responded, I've got to say. Falat has responded. And Hendricks is now fully aware of where he needs to be absolutely optimised. And it's right here now.
Yep.
Coming out onto the start-finish straight. Halil, right behind, on the rear bumper. Falat just puts the cart in the middle of the road there, makes it very difficult for anyone to have a look down the inside.
Yep.
And through
smart
that
driving.
Flat out that turn one, you know.
One of these Bambinos, that's smart driving, because we don't want to go into the corner at too much of a narrow angle to scrub any speed off. We don't want to leave the door wide open, because that's like leaving, the cookie jar, the lid off the cookie jar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Someone is going to stick an unwanted hand into it. The clock has struck 0. Yeah. Now this is going to be a pressurized. This is a straight, I say mano a mano, with the drivers are 6, 7, 8 years old, a head-to-head, one-on-one fight for the race win. What Halil seems to have the slightly quicker kart. Falat has optimum track position. What comes out on top? Track position or pace?
We're going to find out, Henry, because as they come out onto the start-finish straight for the penultimate time, they will see the 1 lap to go board. The last lap is what the board shows. And once again, we are side by side with Falat on the inside. He moves slightly across, and Halil moves in front.
Brilliant.
Falat not really having any pace to get alongside. Now, this is where he fell foul. AJ used and bounced off the curb on the exit here. He hits the curb more squarely and carries on. That cost him a lot of time last time. He's driving very defensively. Yes, he drove down the inside, and that cost him time through the corner. Falat comes back at him. He's got the lead back, so Falat leads. Halil second through the second centre and out towards the back chicane. This is absolutely flat-out racing now through the chicane. There's very little speed variation. If it was going to happen, it was going to happen at the end of the straight. And now the opportunities are closing. The doors are slamming shut as we get towards the checkered flag. AJ Halil, what can AJ Halil do? Because through the horseshoe, everybody's flat chat. You can't move offline. You can't just drive around the outside.
Dive bomb into the last corner, question mark?
No, of course not, because they hardly slow down.
Wow.
And it's going to be Hendricks Falat. You know what, Henry? He absolutely had to fight for that.
Absolutely. And do you know what? Yeah, look at AJ Halil. AJ Halil is celebrating, or is he? I don't know if we can look back, possibly, Nick, at the start of that last lap. No, because AJ Halil pulled off an absolute peach of a move. Round the outside, just inches apart. It was brilliant.
You know what?
Two corners later.
But when you're in that position, Henry, it's knowing when to come across.
Yeah, and he timed it to perfection.
Because you can come across too early, and that can ruin it, because you'll come into contact with the cart on the inside.
And 2 corners later, he over-defended, cost himself momentum, and cost himself the win. But that was, Falat absolutely earned that. Halil second, Purnell third, so Jessica Hawkins, yes, Jessica Hawkins, who does stunt driving for James Bond and is an Aston Martin Formula One ambassador. Jessica Hawkins is now no longer the most recent female mechanic to get a driver onto a British Championship class podium, because Freddie Purnell's mum is now taken that.
You're going to need to tell her that. You know that.
Well, I mean, I might do. But hopefully she's listening. Hopefully she's listening.
Yeah, true.
Cole Parrish, P4, Jensen Drummond, Santo Amico, Logan Edwards, Lenny Barton, and Max St. Hilaire, who makes it to the end of the race.
Cracking stuff as ever from the C50 Bambinos, the Coma engine karts there. Entertaining as they always are. We move on to Micromax. We stay with the Cadet class. Let's have a look at the grid. This has been a bit of a topsy-turvy weekend for some of the drivers on this grid, but they are now at the front, and it bodes very well for us for a very entertaining final in the Micromax final for round 1 of the 2025 Kart Championship. We've got Ethan Lloyd on the pole position, and where am I? Hang on, I've got to refresh my page so that I get the Micromax grid up. Micromax Superheat Championship points. No, that's not it. Micromax final. There it is. 4 points scored by Ethan Lloyd. Just wanted to check.
Yes.
Actually, I didn't need to do that because it's on there.
On the grid sheet.
So I just wasted a bit of time there.
Well, it's a fill. It's a fill. Yeah.
So Ethan Lloyd on the pole position. We've got Alfie Garrett alongside him. And then on the second row of the grid, Charlie Page and Lewis Kirkcaldy, the Scottish champion there, joining Charlie Page on that row. Sebastian Crawford had an absolutely disastrous time qualifying yesterday. He's been clawing his way back. Well, he's clawed his way back all the way to the third row of the grid for the final here for Micromax. He's alongside Albie J. Stubbs on that third row. Row 4 is Zach Andrew and Henry Algar. Noah Wicklow, our current 2024 Bambino champion in the Kart Championship. He shares row 5 with Dian Singh Pahal. Max Armitt and Jensen Darlow on row 6. Row 7 is Ansel Murray and Ethan McClelland, with Freddie Blackshaw and Carter Jackson on row 8. Freddie Walker and Oliver Woodall on row 9, and then we've got Teddy Roberts on row 10, rounding off 19 karts.
A really strong Micro Max field. I've got to say, Ethan Lloyd has come out of nowhere a little bit. That car is brutally fast. Certainly, just coming off a mid-speed corner, that when Ethan puts the power down, the car visibly gains on other. Now, is that gearing? Is that set up? Something like that? I do not know. It has given the rest of the drivers, the teams, and the mechanics something to think about.
Yeah, he's gone very well indeed. Will these guys get 2 laps by?
It looks like they've decided they only want one.
Yeah, they only want one. We've got the number 47 there of Alfie Garrett with Paul Sitter, the orange and black kart, the RCE kart alongside in the form of Ethan Lloyd. They've certainly got that kart working well. Here we go then. Hopefully they've accelerated not too fast towards Mr. Ashton, and they do get the green flag, and we are racing. And it's Sebastian Crawford slotting in behind the 2 front row starters with Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Garrett, I think. It's the orange kart of Ethan Lloyd that leads. Oh, and Alfie Garrett down the inside at the dog leg. Yep. And who's going to come out first? It's going to be
Charlie Page.
Is it Charlie Page?
Charlie Page.
Where's he come from?
Kart. Page
unbelievable.
Grabbing the lead from the RCE number 66 of Ethan Lloyd. Garrett in third. Now, last weekend, Alfie Garrett and Garrett's going backwards. Garrett has dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's down to 6.
Oh, something happened there.
So,
at turn 1.
Something going. I think it's probably at turn 2 at the top of Brian's Bend. They're going at the dog leg. Garrett. I know Garrett had a lot.
Something happened with Lewis Kirkcaldy as well, because Kirkcaldy is down there. So call me a detective. I think something's kicked off there. Alfie Garrett and Lewis Kirkcaldy, finding them both down the order in 5th and 6th spot.
I agree, Hercule Poirot. But also, Alfie Garrett had a lot of family members on holiday watching him from Barbados last weekend. I'm not sure if they're still there or they're now back home. They've swapped cocktails for hot coffee. because they were saying, we're watching Alfie sipping hot cocktails around the pool in Barbados.
Nobody hated them, though.
No. Nobody took offence at that as we stood there shivering, as drivers out there started shivering. Back to the action. Page, Lloyd, Crawford, Garrett fourth.
Yeah, Garrett's fourth, Kirkcaldy fifth, LBJ Stubbs in sixth. LBJ Stubbs started sixth, remains in sixth. Now the question on everybody's lips is, can that...
No, Dean Bahal, sorry.
29.
Up to fourth. There goes Dean Bahal to third.
Oh, he's taken Sebastian Crawford, caught him napping.
I mean, I'm not sure if Crawford napped as opposed to blinked for a fraction of a second.
I think there's something happening with Crawford because he's about to lose another position, or is he? He hangs on to it. The number 47 of Alfie Garrett.
New leader.
And at number 66, Ethan Lloyd.
Look at that gap there. Now, Page has got to be so aggressive because you can visibly see the gap opening coming out of certain
coming back
corners.
at him.
So Page has got to get aggressive. Page has got aggressive. And don't sleep on Dean Pahal. The candour, the Sikh symbol of strength and righteousness on the back of Dean's crash helmet. Well, the candour, maybe he is unpicking his sword and ready to storm into battle. Here comes Dean.
He's coming, isn't he? 3-car battle for the lead then, as Ethan Lloyd gets that first place back from Charlie Page. The three of them slingshot out of the paddock turn there and on down the start-finish straight. Lloyd, Page, Pahal, Crawford stays in that fourth place. Had a little look, didn't he? Pahal was thinking about coming with him as well.
Charlie's not going to stand for that. Kate, defending is one thing, just pinching, to the inside, going down the start-finish straight with 7 minutes of the race remaining. That's going to be... there we go.
This is very early to be battling like this and not working together, and that's going to allow, as Charlie Page pinches the lead back. I say pinch because it was audacious the way he did that at the first of the centre hairpins. They're out onto the back straight now, and because these lot are absolutely swapping and changing. Here we go again. Ethan Lloyd gets very wide and Page does the cutback. Here comes Pahal round the outside. Pahal into second. Who's that in fourth? The 96 of LBJ Stubbs has gotten ahead of the number 16, which is Sebastian Crawford, and this lot are joining in as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts now battling at the front of this field.
Sometimes you could be the victim of your own success. Because Ethan Lloyd was so quick in that first superheat this morning, everyone has decided, in the rest of the drivers, I cannot allow Ethan to lead. So any chance that Ethan may have had of having a partner and working together went out the window because all his rivals think, well, the minute he gets the lead, he just clears off. So I've got to then drag him into a fight. And so, now Ethan Lloyd finds himself in a fight now.
That's the logic, Henry, of scrapping like we've seen.
Yes.
Because it's very rare we see people scrapping like that in the first 2 or 3 minutes. Usually they're quite happy to sit behind one another. This lot haven't been. This lot have been absolutely duking it out. Everybody wants to lead. And at the moment, Charlie Page, 5 laps completed. Sebastian Crawford's just put in the quickest lap there, but that's been beaten by Pahal now. Dean Pahal in second place, puts in a purple lap time. And the race is very much on, and we were only at half distance.
So, turn the clock back 1 week. Start of the British Open the Old Plate final. Page led, Pahal second. Onto the banking we went. Pahal went to the inside, Page cut across, they collided, and it was game over. Although Pahal did come back to take second, Page was adjudged to be at fault for that incident and was given a penalty. Now, have we kissed and made up? Because they're going to need to work together for a couple of minutes at least, just to keep Ethan Lloyd at bay.
Yeah, they are. But I tell you what, Pahal has... I'm not saying he's not gotten anywhere near the rear bumper of Charlie Page. He's just kind of sat about a foot or so off it, and he's not in any position to actually challenge, as we see them coming out of the dogleg. And Charlie Page, Pahal Are they working together to try and break a lead? I mean, there's just under 4 minutes remaining, Henry, so you've got time to actually do that. However, Ethan Lloyd's going with them.
They're not actively taking chunks out of each other, so you could view that as working together.
But they're not close enough to work together.
No,
basically, what we're seeing here is Charlie Page driving away. He's absolutely flat out.
And Pahal, so we're looking at, Page, runner-up in the 2023 Micromax Oplate. Pahal, runner-up in this year's Oplate. Battling, so again, strong pedigree.
Strong field, isn't it?
For both these drivers. Page was a nationally ranked driver in Bambinos in 2022. He was 7th in the MSUK Bambino Championship standings. 3 years ago now, so he's an elder statesman of the Micromax field. They're just 10 years old. Dean and Charlie are 10. And LBJ Stubbs, he's not out of this one yet.
No, he's chasing him down, isn't he?
Brief. Now, is that a Hunter Motorsport livery, or is that a Sam Pollitt?
I think that's a Sam Pollitt
livery. I have had this discussion.
I'll be
far too similar for my liking.
What, really? No. You're getting them mixed up with something else. It's a dark colour for Hunters.
But Sam Pollitt's also got
he's got a bit of black, but he's got white in his.
When there's the blurring part, well, my eyesight's not as good as it used to be. I just want something to moan about.
Yeah, HD. UHD is what we
now, use. There are 2 minutes remaining, and there is a back marker not too far away.
Yeah, that might be right there towards the flag, mightn't it? Charlie Page just keeps the pace on. Pahal is absolutely on it as well to stay in touch with him, and likewise Ethan Lloyd doing all he can, but it's strung out at the front here. We're inside of 2 minutes remaining, and I think it's more to do with Charlie Page having a great drive here. The pace has been relentless from the very outset. These drivers have been absolutely on the edge of everything in their passing and repassing of one another, and then Charlie Page, having established himself at the front of this field, is continuing to keep the pressure on. He's continuing to push. If you just look at the lap times there, Charlie Page, fastest lap of the race last time by, a 57.03. As he crosses the line, let's see what he puts in, a 56.97, and goes purple again. 56.99 for Pahal. That's out on the limit, these boys are.
I don't know, you might know, I mean, how often do you see Micromaxes in a final going under 57 seconds in almost sub-zero conditions? And look at Ethan Lloyd, the driver that dominated the first race of the day, is being dropped comprehensively. Why? It's because Page is driving at his absolute maximum, and Pahal is doing exactly the same thing. Even though they're not together, they're pushing each other away from. Every time Page ups his game, Pahal ups his game. Then Page ups his game again to keep his advantage, and Pahal digs in a little bit deeper as well. And the net result is that these two, they drive away from everybody else.
They've been flat out. They've just been flat out. They've been 56.89. There's the fastest lap, reducing even further. It'll be 1 lap to go board after this, and Charlie Page, Dian Singh Pahal have been absolutely flat chat, as has Ethan Lloyd, indeed as has LBJ Stubbs, Alfie Garrett, Lewis Kokori. Sebastian Crawford, I noticed, dropping to 7th. Henry Algar is 8th. Noah Wicklow has dropped to 9th, or is in 9th, I should say. Ethan McClelland rounds off the top 10. But I tell you what, this Micromax final has been about that driver there, the number 14. The white and green card has been the card to beat, certainly in this final, and he's not eased his pace.
No.
Sometimes you see drivers just back off a little bit, save the tyres a little bit, they don't need to push, but Charlie Page hasn't.
And I've got to say, I really, as much as I love the multiple overtakes, the big groups, the usual standard of level that we see, this type of race I love as well, as a racing purist, as somebody that has raced, because you know that these two are absolutely, they're finding limits within themselves as racing drivers that they didn't know they had previously. Because Lloyd is now 2.5 seconds back. LBJ Stubbs is the only other driver within 5 seconds. They're closing in They're going to go to the chicane. I really hope Freddie Blackishaw sees this blue flag, because here we go. Final couple of corners, Joe.
I think Freddie's going to be out of the way by the time they come through and start the run down to the checkered flag. Yeah, Freddie's going to be onto the start-finish straight. He will see the checkered flag being readied for our winner, Charlie Page, in fine style, I've got to say, and a great drive equally for Dean Singh Pahal, who kept him earnest, didn't he? Kept him earnest and honest all the way to the flag.
From ninth on the grid.
From ninth on the grid, wow. Wow, indeed. Yep. Ethan Lloyd, Ethan started from pole position, and he would have expected that. The 33, I noticed, Freddie Walker, he was delighted to see the checkered flag there. Freddie finishing in 12th. But let's have a rundown of the top 10. Then Charlie Page, great win for him, and fastest lap on lap 10. Dean Singh Pahal in 2nd, Ethan Lloyd in 3rd, Albie J. Stubbs 4th, 5th is Alfie Garrett, Lewis Kirkcaldy 6th, Henry Algar was 7th, Sebastian Crawford 8th, Noah Wicklow was 9th, and then rounding off the top 10, Ethan McClelland. Tremendous racing, tremendous on the limit, flat out, pushing all the way. There was no management going on, there was no managing the pace, it was just flat chat from the very outset.
No, and that's what you want to see, and nobody's going to begrudge a race like that, because that was a race that you can all turn around and say, do you know what, I just got beaten by the better driver on the day. And that was Charlie Page, with Dean Pahal fighting second, and everyone else, well, they gave it their best, and on today, their best was only good enough for 3rd place on back.
Right then, moving on, we have got our penultimate race of the weekend here on Karting Live TV. It is the senior Rotax final, the very first senior Rotax final for the Kart Championship. We are making history here, guys.
I think it's been an excellent start to what I predict will be a long and I would say the word illustrious, better the word dubious, history of the class here. I say dubious, just look at the characters in it, as the standing there behind the mechanics and the dads, sort of standing sheltering. But yeah, a really good mix of, again, British Championship drivers, Junior Series graduates from the Karting Championship, and then, and I say this with the greatest respect, some sort of amateur club level drivers trying out a national series.
And they're doing very well.
Yes, so a great mix.
As they are released from the collecting area, then let's have a look at the grid. It's going to be a tough one at the front, because we've got Morgan Hudson-Brown on the pole position. Joey Brown, who's had a great weekend, hasn't he? Yep. He's just been beaten by 2 points to that pole position by Morgan. But Joey Brown starts on that front row, and arguably, has he got an advantage on the outside going into turn 1? We can debate that one till the cows come home. The distinctive white front nose, first time of the weekend. The white nose of Liam Phillips, Kart 31, shares row 2 with Elliot Dalton-Ayres. Carl Dunford shares row 3 with Brandon Truman. We've got row 4 in the form of Jason Duchess and Ian. Yayan. I will get that in my head. Yayan Hughes. Alex Timmons and Johnny Lynch are on row 5. Row 6 is Daniel Callahan and Lucas Blanford, with Taylor Dixon, Archie Hogan sharing row 7. Row 8 is Bradley Caton and Ryan Sayers. And then we've got Michael Ambler and New Safa Leathers rounding off what is an 18-kart start to the senior Rotax class in the Kart Championship.
Now, see, in Wales, you tend to, traditionally, in the small Welsh coal mining towns, you have a milkman's name was David, Di, you call him Di the Milk. And the local butcher, his name was John, and he'd John the Meat. So it's going to be Yayan the Cart. That'll happen. Yayan the Cart.
Yayan the Cart. Yes. Yayan, I'm going to write that down.
So,
Right, we're going to form the grid up then, coming into the horseshoe, where Morgan Hudson-Brown's job will be to slow the pace, everybody weaving to get some heat into those slick tyres, which is vital. They're still not going to be into their operating temperature till at least lap 3, so the drivers will not have the kart they really want underneath them until about lap 3, so it's a bit of a struggle for grip. Here we go then, Morgan Hudson-Brown. crosses the line, and we've
no!
got a kart sideways. And we're able. And over the top, and we've got more karts going off as we continue, and it's a false start.
Right.
It's a false start there. That was decided after all of this.
Joey Brown, I've got to say, Joey,
you moved across too early.
You moved across too early, and he's dipped into the luck bank once there with the false start.
Elliot Dalton Ayres is absolutely...
Morgan Hudson-Brown is thinking, well, and of course, Joey Brown will say, Morgan Hudson-Brown, turn me round, and Elliot will be saying, well, he just came across and then turned himself round.
No, Elliot Dalton Ayres there with the blue overalls there.
Oh, yeah.
He went round the outside of everybody and was leading by about 10 karts lengths by the time they got to the dogleg.
So
he's formed up on the front row of the grid because we've got
Joey Brown.
Where's Joey Brown? He can't really make his way up, can he?
This is going to give Dan Ashton a headache. Mr. Ashton, rather.
Oh, they're off. We're under green, and Elliot Dalton Ayres leads into turn one, catches the slide beautifully. He's going to lose out though around the outside of Brian's Bend, does he? Yes, he does. He's in third with Truman into second, but the leader is Morgan Hudson-Brown as they head down towards St John's. It's Morgan Hudson-Brown, and then we've got Brandon Truman. Then we've got the number 74 of Joey Brown.
Yep. So Brown,
and then we've got the number 14 of Elliot Dalton Ayres.
Now Brown had just started on the third row. I wasn't sure if you don't make it back to your allotted grid slot, you have to start from the back, or you just slot in where you made it to, which seems to be a little bit untidy. I don't know what the regulation is.
I'm not sure. But let's crack on with the race.
Yeah.
We'll leave that to Mr. Ashton.
Yeah, leave that to Mr. Ashton and the stewards.
And his boys' club. Here we go. Morgan Hudson-Brown leads into turn one through Brian's Bend. Brandon Truman, he's here with his Dan Holland Racing outfit, the Randall Norris kart, but he's being looked after by Reese Hunter in the Hunter Motorsport awning. And he's currently chasing down Ultimate R's Morgan Hudson-Brown, who's had pace all day long. Joey Brown's in third, and we know how quick Joey Brown has been all day, and they're in fourth place there, the yellow helmet of Elliot Dalton Ayres doing a great job there, hanging on to this quality field.
And I mean, not that I don't think that Morgan Hudson-Brown did anything wrong in that first start. However, I would still want to keep that one go-kart between myself and Joey Brown at all possible. Well, because Joey Brown will have a different view of that incident, and the red mist will have descended fully, and he will be going all guns blazing to get back to the front.
That just adds a bit of soap opera, doesn't it? You know, if we can get the 74 on terms with Brandon Truman, we've only had a couple of minutes of racing and things beginning to look relatively settled. I know that it's not settled out there when you're in the car, absolutely throwing these carts into the corners to try and keep people behind. I tell you what, who looks like he's got pace is that second place kart, Brandon Truman.
Yep.
He looks, if anything, like he's been held up slightly by Morgan Hudson-Brown. Certainly it's certain parts of this Warden Law track, and whether Brandon can get by remains to be seen, because Morgan Hudson-Brown is very, very quick on the straights here.
And another driver who has traditionally got quicker and quicker as the races have progressed has been the driver in that Cadet UK kart, Lucas Blanford, kart number 67, as Truman goes for the lead into centre one, makes the pass. Brown now looks to the inside. No, discretion. Patience, Joey, patience.
They had it coming together on the first start, but that was, I sniffed that one out. I could tell by Brandon Truman's pace that it was only a matter of time before Morgan Hudson-Brown was going to fall foul of it, and now Truman, he's gotten ahead of him. Whether or not it's the tyres coming in, but we're on lap 3, the tyres should be there by now. And at the moment, the Lando Norris kart of Brandon Truman is the fastest kart, and he's gotten into the lead. Hudson-Brown's coming back at him though, which tells me that the tyres just weren't quite there for those 3 early laps, and now maybe the kart will come back to him and he'll maybe challenge back for the lead.
Yeah, and see how pronounced that bump is as they go down towards, out of St John's, towards Senna 1. The 84, Elliot Dalton Ayres sits in 4th place. Here comes Lucas Blanford to the inside of Kyle Dunford for P5. Blanford not out of this yet either.
No,
Brandon
he's not
Truman,
at all.
first year senior driver. This would be a great way to pick up a first main win. I said top 10 last weekend at the Old Plate, great graduation, and a sign of, because sometimes when juniors move into seniors, it takes a little while for the more experienced senior drivers to iron the last bit of junior out of the graduates, so to speak. And it doesn't, I mean, Brandon Truman has arrived, you know, with a mindset and a maturity that is, you know, pleasing to see. The original Uncle Tyrone of the Kart Championship, that's also he was known as well. He had a supporter that would always call himself Uncle Tyrone on the live chat, supporting Brandon Truman. Of course, Tyrone out of Snatch, you know, the film that lent itself to all sorts of pop culture references on commentary. But Uncle Tyrone now leading the Hudson Brown.
Yeah, and there's a challenge for third as Elliot Dalton Ayres tries round the inside at the dogleg, tries round the outside. Both of those carts go off, and that's Joey Brown and Elliot Dalton Ayres. That's lost out. Let's have a look and see what happened there. There he is. It all happened at the dogleg, but there he is going down the outside, and both carts on the grass. That's allowed Lucas Blanford and Kyle Dunford into 3rd and 4th. That's the battle for the lead. That's the 3rd, 4th place battle now. And the problem is we've lost Elliot Dalton Ayres and Joey Brown now out of contention for a top 3 slot. That's become the property of that man there, Lucas Blanford.
And it now gives these two drivers a clear run to the flag. It's going to be another head-to-head battle, 1v1.
I think you're right, Henry. I don't think this is over at all. I think Morgan Hudson Brown is playing a bit of a management game here. He's just managing that gap. It's been the same for about, what we were talking about this, it's been the same for about 3 laps now.
Yep.
And it's not gaining, he's not losing, and whether or not he can find something to get him on terms with the rear bumper of Brandon Truman and then maybe put himself in a position remains to be seen, because the same could be said of Brandon Truman, who's just, you know, keeping the laps going. I mean, I say that 49.7, fastest lap of the race from Truman, the leader. Let's see who gets the fastest lap this time. Lucas Blanford in 3rd. So he's chasing down those leaders in that white cart in that 3rd spot and wanting to get on terms with that 2nd spot.
Yeah, Dunford in 4th. Joey Brown in race penalty.
5 seconds.
5 seconds. I didn't want to say anything, but it looked as though Dalton Ayres kind of got alongside and maybe ruffled a couple of feathers, and Joey Brown, well, they said, look, you're not making, neither of us are going to make that corner, and they both ran wide. So Brown, a day that started up the road, is going to end in the pack.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That would put Ian Hughes, Ian the Kart, up into 6th position. Liam Phillips up to 7th. Bradley Keaton up to 8th. Jason Dukis up to 9th. And it would put Archie Hogan into the top 10.
Yeah, that's a shame for Joey Brown. He's had a great day's racing, hasn't he? And it all has come to nothing in the final. That can't be said for Brandon Truman, who, with 2 minutes to go, this is, if I'm right about Morgan Hudson Brown, if my speculation is correct, we'll now see Morgan Hudson Brown just narrow that gap to that Lando Norris kart in front of him.
Yep.
And we're not seeing that now. The gap was 0.46 of a second. We're going to measure it here as we come out the paddock turn, head down towards the start-finish line. We've got 10 laps in the bag, and the gap is 0.43, so it hasn't changed, has it?
No, but what is changing is the gap between Hudson Brown and Lucas Blanford. That gap is shrinking. The gap between Blanford and Kyle Dunford in 4th place is growing. Let's not forget that when Joey Brown and Elliot Dalton Ayres ran wide. Blandford and Dunford were nose to tail, where they were neck and neck. That insert removed 2 drivers from directly in front of Lucas Blandford. He has just kicked on, and you know what? Hudson Brown, that second place isn't as secure as we once thought it was.
And Brandon Truman's extended the gap. Because as much as I was expecting Morgan Hudson Brown to respond, Brandon Truman has, and the gap's gone out to just under 8 tenths. So into the final minute, I think we are probably 49 seconds. We're going to be right on the cusp of whether we do 1 or 2 laps, Henry.
Gaynor Heath, our chief timekeeper, this is going to be the worst possible sort of when, well, I mean, it automatically goes from 0 to last lap. The question is, will it go last lap so the drivers can see it, or will they get across the line with less than a second to spare?
Yeah, I think it's going to be last lap board this time by. We've only got 10 seconds on the board. We've got to get right around the horseshoe, around Paddock Bend, and then across the line. 3, 2, 1, 0 time. Last lap board for the leaders. Brandon Truman off into the lead. It's going to kind of be a bit of a strange victory for the Hunter Motorsport team, who are looking after Brandon Truman this weekend. They've got a Dan Holland. I mean,
Dan Holland graphics kit.
Reese Hunter is very familiar with running a Dan Holland graphics kit. Of course, he won championships with them. But here's the battle for second. You called it, Henry. It's not over yet, is it, mate?
No, it's not. Through the chicane for the last time. Blandford catches Hudson Brown. He'll have one move. He'll swing high and try and cut underneath coming out of Gasworks. It's not there. He looks to the inside. Lucas Blandford absolutely snookers Morgan Hudson Brown, and Brandon Truman takes the victory. Blandford caught him, and look,
I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police
because
he stole. That was audacious. He absolutely pinched that second place at the horseshoe.
And you know what? When Morgan Hudson Brown crossed the line, you could tell when a driver knows they've been kippered, because if Brown would have been gesticulating wildly, saying, "No, look at him, he's smart." He just shook his head, knowing
he knew.
I just had my pocket.
Well, if you look at the textbook on how to drive Warden Law, and it says horseshoe, you cannot pass there. It's got like say Ian McKellen there with a big staff. You shall not pass. But he ripped the textbook up. We need a new textbook. Because he's proved that's not the case. If you can get momentum out of the hairpin and get yourself on the inside of those 3 apexes coming through to Paddock Turn, you can make that happen. Wow, you know what it is? We are into the last race. Can you believe that? We are into the last race of round 1 of the Kart Championship. We are into perhaps what is going to be the most spectacular race. It's the biggest grid of the day with 34 karts on it.
Capacity.
And I'm going to try and get through the grid read. Oliver Fabricius is on the pole position. Who saw that one? James Keller alongside. Riley Bishop, Joel Dixon-Cohen on row 2. Nathaniel Gray and Eric Smith are next. Then we've got Daniel Minto and Braith Murdoch. Ewan House and Joseph Mills are on row 5. Bella McConville. Bella qualifying 11th, Amy Peacock 12th. We've got row 7, Shane Chandaria and Marcel Poppercull. Row 8, Lewis Sumner and Cian Bernard. And then we've got Daniel Hartley on row 9 with Ellis Dealey. Charlie Varies on row 10 with Jack Robinson. JJ Plowman shares with Elliot Surtees on row 11. Row 12, James Tate, Jack Harrison. Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Alfie Lambert. Zach Kane and Shea Hilton. George Cole and Jake Anders. And the 4 qualifiers from the repechage is indeed we have Lewis Holt, Ralphie Branscombe, Kevin Evanoff and Laurie McVeigh.
So the top 4 that finished on the road in the repechage were the top 4 that transferred. There were no post-race or in-race transgressions worthy of a penalty.
Did we think there were going to be?
thought that Ralphie Branscombe maybe a little nervous after that incident with Max and Clark.
I remember.
Although looking back at it, Clark had understeered very wide and opened the door and then maybe sort of tried to close the door while Branscombe was already there.
I remember now.
Names to look out for. Okay, you've got Everett at the front. Shane Chandaria in top. Marcel Poppercool. He went out with a broken axle in one of his heat races. Daniel Hartley, 16th. He will move forward, I am sure.
Not where we expect Daniel to be. He had a very character-building time quali.
Yep.
He's been rebuilding all weekend long. And so,
Bernard as well,
we expect that Daniel will be in the top 10.
Keir Bernard as well. We expect the Zip driver to move forward, but it's all about, it's all about 2 or 3 of our regulars. Fabricius, Kell, Bishop, Dixon, Cohen, Gray and Smith.
Here we go then. Fabricius on the pole position on the inside, heading towards us in our commentary position. Into the lead though has gone James Kell on the TB kart, slides wide, catches it, and he's in the lead through Brian's Bend. And then onto the dogleg, everybody making it through. This is where they'll all close up. This is where the action can happen. We've got a cart off at the back, but everybody's continued through. And James Kell on that green and white TB kart has done an absolutely outstanding start. Arguable whether that outside line into turn 1 is indeed the more advantageous position to be rather than pole. I think that's the answer right there.
The front runners did a remarkably good, clean job of the first half a lap. Not quite similar for the midfield section. As you can see, somebody has parked backwards in the chicane and 2 or 3 other drivers coming to grief at the first
change for the lead. Riley Bishop for X-Kart. James Kell for X-Kart. Different coloured karts. The black and white are the X-Kart colours. The green and white are for the TB kart, who X-Kart are the dealers for. So we had this in the second 2 days, didn't we?
And also in that race, James Kell made it very, very easy for Riley Bishop to pass. That was a super heat. I do not believe Kell will afford Bishop the same courtesy in this one, although Bishop has already made the move on Kell.
3 places moved up for Daniel Minto, up to 6th place. Joseph Mills stays in 8th. Oliver Fabricius, he was down from the front row of the grid now in 3rd. Joel Dixon-Cohen in 4th. Braith Murdoch is in 5th. Minto, as I said, in 6th. Eric Smith, Joseph Mills, Cian Bernard, Marcel Poppercool. That's your top 10.
Daniel Hartley has moved up 1 place to... he's now moved up a couple more. Ralphie Branscombe has passed 7th. Ralphie Branscombe, 2nd in the repechage, is running 13th. Now we said there was a few drivers that came to grief on the opening lap. Jack Harrison, Amy Peacock, Lewis Sumner and Bella McConville were those 4 drivers. Peacock and Harrison are out of the race. That's a real shame for Peacock.
Yeah, it is.
And McConville and Sumner have been delayed. Branscombe has threaded his way through that up to 50. Fantastic. And Eric Smith, mechanical flag, rear bumper, out of 7th position. Oh no, poor Eric.
Yeah, he's already come in after acknowledging the flag. Got another caller. That's him there. Yeah. We had someone in earlier as well. They've continued on. Riley Bishop has a gap of 4 tenths. James Kell has a gap of 6 tenths to Fabricius in 3rd, who has half a second with Joel Dixon-Cohen, Braith Murdoch. So spaced out somewhat, this. Whether or not we've got a high-speed game of chess going on here. Daniel Minto is 6th. Joseph Mills now up to 7th. So whether or not this lot can actually are they just sitting, waiting, playing a waiting game? That's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th there. And Joseph Mills is slightly back from Daniel Minto's kart. Now Minto will be looking, he's the 4th kart in that train, and he will be looking at gaining as much ground as he possibly can. But who's going to beat the 2 TB karts?
Well, and look here, when we look at the gap behind the top 6, it's incredible. The gap behind the top 6 is already nearly 6 seconds. Now, that's because we had several spins and incidents. But at the first corner, Kel took the lead, and then we followed the kart through, and then there was a couple of shots of drivers spinning and things like that. We looked back up, and Bishop was in front. He was leading by about this distance. It wasn't close. So Kel has not been able. So how has James Kel gone from leading to being not a distant second, but Prickles on his own second, as now we've got these four battling over third, and they've got almost the entire length of the main straight before you get to Bernard, and then the 291 of Mills, then Plowman, House, Hartley is 11th, we really go forward. Elliott Surtees up to 12th, then Poppy 13th, with Branscombe plus 18 from where he started, they're running in 14th place.
This is great racing from all of these juniors, as Daniel Minto has got Cian Bernard on the number. Who's that behind him? No,
Minto has
just passed him, hasn't he? Minto, Murdoch. Yeah, Braith Murdoch, that is behind Minto. So Minto now beginning to make that ground that we thought he would as the leaders come across the line. 6 laps completed. Bishop, Kell, Fabricius, Dixon Cohen, Minto now up to 5th. And the next one on Daniel's list is Joel Dixon Cohen.
Pink George McFred racing.
Now, Daniel Minto has done, quite frankly, millions of laps round here at Warden. Not necessarily on a junior Rotax though. Nope. Michael Max, Intermax. It's his local track. He's a Hunter Motorsport driver. I was going to say works driver. He kind of is, I suppose. Driving for, with the Bambino motor, and with 4 minutes remaining, if anyone knows the places where you can overtake in the dry, it's that young man there.
Yes, it is. And I think works drivers as well. When Reese has finished an engine and that he's running in, my back's hurting. Kai's swanning around racing somewhere else in the world. On the phone down the road, Daniel, in you get.
Yeah.
Bed this engine.
Absolutely, try this out.
Yeah, and that'll be the key, and that's what, hey, that's what he's done. Just, run an engine in for a customer. So,
and there's a move. Yeah, it's coming, isn't it?
It's on the car.
You kind of get a feeling that Minto has been stifled a little bit by Joel Dixon Cohen. And if he could just get past, which is, as Murray Walker used to say all the time, it's one thing catching the one in front, it's a completely different ball game getting past, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yes, and Joel Dixon Cohen. You look at the difference. Joel Dixon Cohen is 6'1", and Daniel Minto has just moved out of intervals.
Yeah,
and the 202 James Kell gets a mechanical flag out of P2. We didn't see what happened. Kell out of the race in the pits.
I've never seen any mechanical flag come up here, mate.
No, but he has just pulled off in front of us.
He must have a problem. He must have pulled off with a problem. So James Kell, who was running so strongly, that's the green and white kart as Minto finally makes the mechanical flag. Yeah.
Rear
now it is. Yeah, rear bumper. Oh. Now it appears on the screen. As Daniel Minto has cleared Joel Dixon Cohen, and Daniel Minto finds himself on the podium. Third place podium for Minto. He's got to be happier with that. In fact, with 2 minutes to go, there's every chance he can catch Fabricius ahead of him. Oliver looks over his shoulder. He sees him coming. Riley Bishop had his teammate James Kell with him from the start. It was going to be an X-Kart TB kart 1-2 at the end. However, that is so unfortunate for James Kell for that to happen to him. Look at this though. This is a battle for second, and it's coming together. The gap, let's see what the gap was. It is 5 tenths.
Yes,
it's coming down slightly. And if Minto can get in his slipstream, Henry, then he's going to pull it even more. It's going to not be down to just the performance outright of the kart. It's going to be the science that helps Daniel Minto.
And that's all Daniel Minto will need, because he will know when Fabricius starts to defend, Minto knows exactly where to set him up and where to pounce. And pounce he shall. This is like watching the cheetah hunter thing. He separated the old and the young and the weak from the herd of wildebeest. He's got his crosshairs eyes set on lunch, and lunch is in the form of 290 Oliver Fabricius.
And Oliver knows that it's coming.
Yes.
He knows that it's took a little while. He looks over his shoulder. Minto is there. You can see him. You can hear him. You can hear him coming. You can hear the note from the engine behind you.
Yep.
And you become aware that they are there. He knows it's coming. He knows where he's weaker to, does Oliver, so he can protect the weaker areas of the track. He knows how quick Minto is. 30 seconds remain. 2 more laps. One more lap after this one. It's going to be the last lap board next time round. So opportunities beginning to run low as Minto gets on his rear bumper out of the dog leg into St John's now. It could come here. Massive momentum, but just not quite enough to get him alongside.
This is predator versus prey. Of course, every wildlife documentary watch, occasionally the hunter has to go hungry because the gazelle skips away, and that is what Fabricius is hoping to be.
Well,
into Gasworks.
The gazelle is defending its line. That's what it's doing into Gasworks as we get towards the checkered, not the checkered flag. We are getting towards the checkered flag, but we've got one more lap before we do. It's the last lap board that flies here. Fabricius defends his line into turn 1. Minto alongside. He slots back in through Brian's Bend. They will sweep into the dogleg. Not really a passing place, or is it? Minto trying down the inside of the dogleg, and he makes it happen. That is an outstanding move, and that's your local knowledge coming to the fore there.
Yep.
Fabricius did not expect that to happen there. And Daniel Minto, I've seen him do that so many times in Intermax. However, that's a junior max. A much wider card. You're not supposed to look, that textbook we've got over there. Tear it up.
Yes.
We've seen it absolutely ripped apart today. Ridiculous.
And that'll disappoint Oliver Fabricius because he had kept the bait. But let's not take anything
Riley
away from
Bishop.
this man. What a drive from Riley Bishop.
And X-Kart. Riley Bishop and X-Kart take the victory in Junior Rotax. Here comes Daniel Minto with Hunter Motorsport in second. Oliver Fabricius. Look at where he put that kart. All the way over the curb. And then when he went to the brakes, he did not bother. He absolutely sent it down the inside. I use the cliche, the adage, like of using a tin opener to open that gap.
Yes.
He absolutely did there.
Yeah, he pries it open because, to be fair to Fabricius, it takes 2 to tango. Fabricius could have just right hand down.
Yeah, he could have.
Shalt not pass.
But you know what?
He didn't.
If he did,
it would have taken them both out.
They both wouldn't have been on the podium.
Yeah. So Fabricius, the door. Yeah, you said he opened half the tin going into dogleg 1, and then Fabricius, wasn't able to get back to the inside, and so Minto was able to maintain that momentum and just stuff it at the inside.
Great racing.
Take P2. Let's look down the rest of it. Joel Dixon-Cohen in 4th and Braith Murdoch rounding out the top 5. Then it was Cian Bernard, JJ Plowman, Daniel Hartley up 14 places. Up at 9 places.
Top 10 finish.
Top 10 finish on his main class debut. Ewan House and Joseph Mills. Shane Tandaria and Marcel Poppercall the top 12. Jack Robinson, Ralphie Branscombe from the repechage to P14. As the marshals move here at Karting North East start the clean-up operation. The last few stranded go-karts are returned to Parc Fermé.
We get to take a breath. That concludes our coverage on Karting Live TV of round 1 of the Kart Championship from Warden Law. We will see you next month where we've got a double header. You've got a choice of viewing.
Really?
Are you going to watch? Yeah, round 2 from Shannington of the Kart Championship. We've also got the NKC from Forest Edge. That's going to be a one for you, isn't it? That's going to be all day all day to midnight. You're going to have to watch 2 programs.
And you get the choice. You'll be on NKC duty.
I will.
I'll be. Okay, it's myself and Nick Damon at Shannington. Without you there, who is going to keep us 2 in line?
I have no idea, mate. Do you know what? I'm actually looking forward to that.
Well, you'll have to just listen and find out, ladies and
gentlemen. I'm usually the sensible one, keeping us legal.
Yeah.
You two let loose next month. Everybody, if you're listening at home, you do not want to miss this round 2 from Shennington of the Kart Championship. It's going to be mint. And I'm gonna be torn as to I'm going to watch it from home, obviously, or the long drive back to the northeast from Forest Edge. Anyways, I really thank you, Henry. It's been absolutely great as ever. Great fun. Massive thank you to Ash out there at the Gasworks hairpin. Martin, who's actually the highest person in the borough of Sunderland at the moment.
Yes.
On the unit there, just on the outside of turn 1. Our 2 cameras have done sterling work at the chicane and at the dog leg. Nick Damon, Nick, you have really worked well here as a producer. I think you've found your niche, mate. Give up the microphone. That's where you need to be. For legal reasons.
And can I just say thank you to the entire paddock for having me and to Karting Live TV. Great atmosphere. Loved the smiles in the paddock. Really, really enjoyed the first of 3 races I'll be doing with this year. And thank you guys for having me or putting up with me,
That's a thin line between those terms, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, yes.
I'm just glad you were there for Nick's birthday, Henry.
Well.
And I look forward to working with you at round 3
yes.
in your province of Wales.
We go from one God's country to another God's country.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
North East to North Wales.
Right, thank you, everybody. Don't forget to look at our Facebook page. You can have a rerun of the Paddock Show if you want, and keep a tab on when we are next on air with our next coverage. Like I say, see you in a month's time. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Safe journey home, everyone.